Me, the streamer. Wow. Happy Pride Month. Uh, I got the whole pride fit on. Is this a bit excessive? Probably. Do I care? No. I don't have enough pride games to play this month. Because I played all my pride games last year. So, that's cool. Sorry, wait, hold on. I adjusted like the weight of my microphone, but I feel like it's a bit too high. Okay, there we go. 0.5, how's that? That's okay. Because, like, I noticed my mouth just wasn't really moving. It's moving way too much. Okay, I'll just leave it at 1. It's fine. It's fine. I don't care. Anyways. Yeah, so this is the only Pride game that I have that isn't, as far as I'm concerned, super fucking depressing. And, is gay. I think. I don't know. I don't even remember getting this game. But it has the like LGBT tag on Steam. So it says it's also a dating sim. It's like a life simulator, dating simulator visual novel. So I don't know if it's like you're gay or there's like gay people or like maybe somebody's trans. I don't know. Um yeah, I have no idea. So let's just get into it. Okay. I guess a new file, obviously. I might actually hold on, sorry, because it's just a bit loud. The music is. Okay, welcome to our life, beginning and always. Skip autosave. Wait, config. Music. Voice. Oh my god, do I not have to read? Because that would be amazing. It would be amazing if I don't have to read. Okay, how do I make a new, oh, okay, I just hit the button, alright. There are various ways you can customize and interact with this game. This tutorial is an overview of how certain features work. You can read the full tutorial from the main menu to learn about everything in detail. To start off, the game is divided into 4 time periods called steps. Step 1, childhood. Step 2, adolescence. Step 3, young adulthood. And step 4, adulthood. Okay, so we're playing The Sims. Our life is further divided into sets of vignettes that take place during specific periods of time. Those are called moments. Moments can be played in any order or skipped entirely. You move on to the next step whenever you want by selecting that summer is ending. Okay. Whenever you... Oh, there's no, like, dots, so I just tried to read this line, but I'm not on this line. I'm on the next one. Steps 1 to 3 include 5 moments each, and even more can be unlocked by purchasing DLCs. Some are out now, and other DLCs will release later on. I don't actually know if I have the DLCs. I'm going to be honest, because, so the base game is free, by the way, for anybody that wants to play this. I own the DLC because I didn't know that this game existed until I was looking at all of my Steam games, and this one was just in the library. I don't know if, like, I don't know if I was the one that owned this game or if, like, my dad got it in, like, some crazy pack or something. So I might own the DLCs, I don't actually know, though. I also might, I might turn off my mouse and keyboard. Possibly. I hate this shirt is making my arms look so skinny. They're not. I swear they're not that skinny. It's actually just, that the shirt is too big, because it's not technically a shirt. Anyways. Step 4 is an epilogue and doesn't include moments. A lot happens over the years that go by, especially in regard to the character you play as. You determine nearly everything about the main character: name, appearance, personality, pronouns, okay, interest, skills, the relationship with major characters, and so on. You can decide to change the details as time goes on, with a few exceptions. Your last name, skin tone, and eye color can't be altered once set. Okay, well that makes sense. Much of the MC's basic traits are determined on a character creation screen. As the MC grows up, more options become available on the screen. Okay. As mentioned, one of the decisions you'll get to make for your character is selecting a name. You can type in any name you like, or you can pick a preset name. Preset options are called voiced names because the name will be voiced aloud by the romantic lead. You'll get to hear him say your name as you play through the story. Wow! Okay, I don't actually care that much about that. Only the default name Jamie is included in the base game. Hundreds more can be added by getting a free voiced name expansion DLC. Alright. So I'd assume your character is meant to be some kind of gender neutral, just considering the name is Jamie. It is also that since you can pick your character's pronouns, Jamie is a gender neutral name, so that does make sense. Okay. The full collection of names is separated out as a DLC because of how large it is. If you're not interested in that feature, you don't need to get it. Well, I mean, it's free, so like, you might as well get it, right? Each name in the DLC belongs to or was selected by someone who supported this project. On the character creation screen, there's a cute doll you can decorate to get an idea of what your MC looks like with the different traits put together, okay? Not all the things you decide about the MC appear on the doll. The script referencing what you've decided for the MC is the main way those decisions influence the game. Our life has a first-person perspective, so your character doesn't appear next to other character sprites. You only see the MC as the decorative doll and in special cut CG images. The cut-in CGs only appear if certain choices are made. It's possible not to see any during a playthrough. There's also a second type of special MC-based screen, the interest/comfort screen. Ooh. Unless you get DLCs, the game has one love interest, Cove Holden, who's the guy we saw on in the main menu, the guy with the, like, aqua hair. He grows up with the MC, and the interest/comfort screen is crucial to determining how that plays out. My god. So this is why I'm happy that it's, like, a voice-acted game. Interest level sets how much you like him. There are four levels: disinterest, fond, crush, and love. Love is only available starting in step 3, and if you were at fond or crush in step 2. Okay. Comfort determines how you generally react/think when it comes to him. There are 3 levels: nervous, relaxed, and nerve-wracked. Your level of interest and comfort will set the type of dynamic your character has with the love interest. What you did in the past will influence the present, and feelings can change over time. You get to pick your interest/comfort near the beginning of every step. Comfort can switch between the 3 levels as you please. Your interest level can only stay the same or increase. That makes sense. Your current level of interest will become the new lowest option on the screen in the future. Okay. For example, if you decide to be fond and say, I understand what that's saying. I don't need to. Yeah, okay. Interest level has an impact when it comes to physically interacting with Cove. While growing up, things are rather simple. I'm going to assume, by the fact that this game is on Twitch, that it doesn't have sex in it. It also didn't say anything about it being, like, an inappropriate game. It just said it was like I can literally go and look at the tags right now. I will just go and tell you guys the tags. Hold on. Let me just go and tell you guys what the tags are. Because this does just seem like a cozy kind of dating sim. I don't know though. Let's see this. The tags are visual novel, romance, LGBTQ+, and dating sim. Character customization, choices matter, free to play, choose your own adventure, cute, relaxing, multiple endings, atome, interactive fiction, replay value, single player, indie, casual, funny, drama, comedy. Okay, so yeah, okay, anyways. Well, growing up, things are rather simple. If you get along with one another and have a close relationship, you can choose to touch him, and Cove will occasionally interact with the MC in lighthearted or comforting ways. I'm assuming, like, can I get a crisp high five or something? I'm assuming that it's just, like, crisp high fives. Maybe you cuddle. A little bit of a snuggle as kids. Get under blanket, because it's stormy, it's scary. Nothing wrong with that. But starting in step 3, touching can become more romantic or suggestive if you're at crush or love. To make sure things go nicely with that, there will be an extra choice to determine initiative level and a bonus mini tutorial that goes along with the choice to explain the feature in more detail. Okay. Basically, even if you decide you like Cove, the game won't force you to act on those feelings. Okay, that's nice. You can always choose not to get together with him, choose not to accept or give romantic gestures, etc. If you do decide to date Cove, though, you can't break up with him later. That's kind of stupid, but alright. Interest/comfort gets the basics down, but it's the choices that appear throughout the normal game events that decide what actually happens between the MC and Cove, and it isn't only the MC who is impacted by your decisions. Cove grows and changes over the years. How he's treated and what he experiences helps shape who he becomes. And I'm thinking, sorry, because I was mentioning it's a voice-acted game. I'm thinking your character might be the only one without voice acting. So I think I'm gonna have to read out, like, my own character's things. Because that would make sense, in a way, right? Okay, sorry. And step 2 and 3, Cove's personality, appearance, and interests will vary based on what happened in the previous step. It's something of a mystery exactly how your decisions end up changing him. You can try to guess as you go along, or if you prefer, you can also just design your own ideal Cove directly using the Cove Creator option that pops up at the beginning of steps 2 and 3. We'll see how he turns out. Making the choices you want is always more important than making a choice because you feel like you have to in order to get a certain result. When a choice does appear, you'll see that hovering the cursor, the mouse! Jesus fucking Christ, I'm sorry, I don't like reading out loud. I hate it, actually. So yeah, over an option shows a certain color, yellow, blue, or green. The colors aren't related to specific points or effects, they're only there to give a bit of insight on the tone/emotion of the choice, since text alone can potentially be read in more than one way. I love that. I love that. That's actually so nice, because like, my number one issue in a lot of these choice-based games is that you can look at something and it'll seem like a really good option, and then the character will be like super duper fucking sarcastic or like pissed off when they say it, and it's like, that is not what I said! That is not what I said! I love that. I love that there's a tone indicator. That is awesome. Okay. Blue tends to be casual/straightforward, yellow more emotive/reactive, and green less certain/uncommitted. Okay. Though there are hundreds of options in our life and not every choice menu falls in line with that pattern, picking just one color every time doesn't give a gameplay benefit. Only stick to a certain type if that's what you happen to like, otherwise switch between them freely. I will most likely be switching between them freely, as I often do. I do like, again, I do like that there's like a actual indication of this'll do this and this'll do this, and I like that. That's a good choice. That's a good thing to have. Especially if this is a dating sim, right? Okay. Always pick yellow, never pick yellow, pursue romance, fight from the start, never romance the love interest, be disagreeable or amiable. I'm sorry, I'm adjusting the microphone. None of them will lead to a bad ending. You're welcome to enjoy the events and shape the story without reservation, and then if you like, you can play again to try something new. There's only ever more good content to discover. I think somebody said they had like 168 hours in this game, so I don't know if it's a long game or not. Like, I don't know if we're gonna have to play this over multiple streams. It just depends, right? I would think if it takes place over the summer, then that's a couple of months, so it might be that like we do each step in like different streams, or we could do like step 1 and step 2 now, and then step 3 and step 4 next time. I don't know. We hope you'll have a nice time with our life. Thank you for playing. Okay. Ooh. I don't know if we wanna like make them look like me, or if we want to make them look like fairy. We'll make them look like fairy. I think that makes the most sense. So this hair, that's obviously the most accurate. Can I have, okay, I can't have like buns or anything. Okay, wait, I kinda can. Pigtails, I don't want pigtails, I don't want braids. Okay, you have singular bun, do I not get... Yay! Can I make my hair blue? Yay! Is there, I wanna see, is there like a different shade of blue? Is there like a darker blue by chance? Okay, no, there's not. That's unfortunate, that's okay though. Face shape round. Honestly, my face is actually very round. If you look, I'm very round. But we'll do oval, I think. I'm not tan. Make me pale as fuck. Okay, that's pretty accurate. Eye shape. I think oval so far is the closest, I think, so we'll go with oval. Eye color, I'm not gonna be able to get my eye color. I usually go with the purple one just because I prefer purple. Okay, so we'll go ahead and do Barry, and then last name will of course stay Stars. We'll use they, just because that's the most comfortable for me to hear on a consistent basis, I guess. Birthmarks. Ooh, okay. Scars. Funnily enough, I do actually have freckles. You guys just can't see them because they're white. How do I see my hand size? I guess slender. Oval, oval, circle, circle, rectangle, rectangle, half oval, half oval. Okay, well we'll go with the rectangle. Get the freckles. Older people know that I have those. Whoops. Okay, so don't scroll. Fuck, are you serious? I scrolled, I didn't know it was gonna do that, motherfucker. Jesus. How many? Oh my god, there's so many hair options, though. We could actually do that. That's actually not too far off from my, like the hair I have when I'm asleep. When I, like, wear my pajamas. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was the right one. So I'm happy that there's voice acting, mostly because I have food here, obviously. I actually think that the half oval will look better. So I'll go with half oval instead. Summer and Sunset Bird was a special time of year. Your usually sleepy town began to bustle. I can control her. Okay, wait, hold on a second. That's why I want to control her. Come on. Haha! I have hands! Alright, anyways. That's my microphone arm. Don't stop reading that. Oh my god, I fucking wish it wouldn't. Okay, well that's just my normal arm. Alright, anyways. It was a popular tourist destination. Stop. It's my fucking microphone arm! Stop! I beg! Stop it from reading the microphone arm. And I hate that. I hate that for me. Did I freeze? Did I really just freeze? Oh my god, no. Okay, wait. Do I think this port fucking sucks. Oh my god. Hello? Are you, oh my god. In the process of crashing, BRB, I guess. Freaks, you have ads in 5 minutes. No, oh, okay. Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry, in what world is my arm all the way up here? Stop! Are you done? Okay, I don't want the microphone arm to be over there, because I need it to be here so that I can actually speak. Are we good? Okay, it was a popular tourist destination with people coming from all over to enjoy the beach, the weather, and the relaxation that came with both. The smell of the ocean, crisp and salty, hung in the air, bringing 3 whole months of schoolless vacation with it. During the summer, your mom's... What? My mom's? Your moms didn't like you to wander too far outside of your neighborhood, so you knew the area pretty well. That included the people. Families came and went from Sunset Bird, but they mostly stayed and did what your mom called putting down roots. They built businesses, they got to know each other, and they definitely said hello to the nice young kids who waved when passing their stores. Going for a walk around town mostly meant that the familiar, friendly residents waved or asked how your family was, or most often just said hello. Okay, apparently I just took a screenshot. How do I select? I don't know how I, like... Okay, I have no idea how to, like, select. You didn't really get why they always said hi. They saw you every day, but they nodded back at them anyway. You ended up saying hi to a lot of different people since most of the tourists that came and went every summer were the same ones. You were too anxious to say, well, I will say I said hi to a lot of the same people. I don't know how to... I don't know how to use the controller to select an option. So, I might have to turn the mouse and keyboard back on. You enjoyed learning all about where they were visiting from and hoped to visit those places one day too. But today there was a man sitting on the curb outside your house. He was sitting with his head in his hands, his whole body slumped over, and you wondered if he was even a real person or a statue that had magically sprung up from the ground overnight. Whoever or whatever he was, you had never seen him before. One thing about knowing everyone in Sunset Bird was that people who you didn't recognize really, really stood out. It was rare for tourists to venture into the residential district, as your moms called it. I mean, that's a fair thing to call it. So for you, not knowing who a total stranger was set off a lot of red flags. Your mom's had a talk with you about your big sister and your big sister Lizzie about this kind of situation before. Oh, okay. Oh, wait. Text to speech. Oh, look, wait. They have one for dyslexic people. That's cool. Okay, like everything I'm... Okay, that's how I save. That's... I don't want to skip. Okay, like every fucking button I hit just activates. Just takes a screenshot. I don't know, like... I legit do not know how to make choices. Oh, I can move- okay, I can move the mouse around apparently. I hadn't exactly been listening at the time. You think it could be okay to talk to new people. They mentioned that some people aren't good to talk to, but other types of people can help you even if you don't know them. Remember that it's okay to run away if you feel uncomfortable. You don't have to worry about being polite. Yeah, sure. Okay. Oh, now what's the select button? That's a good question. How do I actually, like, select? Okay, apparently hitting Y just turns off the full screen. Alright, I'm just gonna have to go back to mouse and keyboard. I don't know how to play this game with a fucking controller. Instructions unclear. Seafaring confused. No idea what I'm doing with the controller. Not just no idea. Also, look, wait, my fucking hands came unplugged. Such. Look, I have pride nails on. You can't really see this hand. It's pangender though. This one's pansexual. Yay! Pride nail. It's going all out with the pride. I even have on my OG necklace. As one does. Also, the shirt. Stop. The shirt, the face paint, and my necklace are all made by Kaito Scion Booth. So that's cool. My nose itches. Don't worry about it. Alright. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that right now. Stop that right now, young man. Okay. You weren't sure about this man yet. Still, you felt a bit scared knowing that he was blocking the way to your front door. You're pretty interested. You wanted to know more about what was going on. Whether he was nice or not, you didn't want to be bothered. Okay. You slowed down, your mind racing for ideas on how to get past him unseen, but it was too late to escape. I'm a child, right? So, like, I'm trying to think about this. Like, how would a child feel if there was just a stranger at their front door? I would be pretty scared, personally. So, there was a split second where your eyes met and you took in a shaky breath, your eyes darting to the sky, pretending to stare at a bird who was hovering nearby. Hey! His voice startled you and made you jump, but still you didn't look at him. The bird landed on top of a nearby gatepost and its black feathers ruffled against the gentle breeze. Trying to keep your eyes on it was tough, especially when the man stood up and started to make his way toward you. Alright, we'll say I'm willing to be friendly. The man gives a grin of his own back. Do you live around here? What's your name? Looked the man up and down, taking in his tanned skin and relaxed appearance. At least his clothes were relaxed. The way he was acting wasn't. Is he lost? He might just be lost. He had sharks on his shorts and a stingray tattoo, and you wondered if he was obsessed with the ocean or something. While you made your assessment, he looked at you expectantly, waiting for an answer to his question. I live right there. My name is Fairy. Great, nice to meet you, Fairy. He gave you a broad smile of relief settling on his face. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a clean $20 bill. It crinkled in his hand as he held it up to you. Even more confused than before, you looked back at him. Well, could you do me a favor? Nothing bad, sorry. Let me start over. He cleared his throat and stood up straighter. From where you were standing, it just made him look creepier. I have a son, his name is Cove, who's about your age. You chewed on the inside of your cheek. This guy was definitely obsessed with water. You thought that was pretty cool. Never met anyone with that name. Cove's dad. Sorry. I'm sorry, I don't know why. Just in all caps, Cove's dad. I'm sorry. We moved in across the street. See, he gestured toward the house that had been empty for a year, his watch catching the late afternoon sunlight and reflecting off the walls. The gigantic for sale sign was finally gone. You must be Fairy Stars, right? I met your moms earlier and they told me you were 8, just like him, so shook the $20 bill to bring it to your— Are you bribing me to go play with your son? Is that what's happening right— I'm like 8! What are you— Bro! Take this 20 and go play with my child! Hopeful smile tilting his lips at the corners. Can you try to be friends with the boy? You don't have to pay me. Just give it a chance and you can keep this. He's a good kid, you'll like him. You've got to keep it a secret too, okay? It wouldn't be friendly to say his dad sent you. Did other kids really get their parents to pay for friendships? Had your mom's done that for you and Lizzie? The thought made you frown. What do you say? Want to make a deal? I don't want the money. I don't want the money. I don't want to be paid for that. It's too weird. Deflated enough to notice, but not completely.
Are you sure?
Are you sure it won't be so bad? Even if it's just for the summer, that'd be enough. that only made this sound more strange to you. Why does it lasting for the summer matter? Because then he can go to school. I'd assume it's like, then he can go to school and actually meet friends. So like, it lasting for the summer would be fine, right? Okay, jeez, okay, no, my hands are bothering me, I'm sorry. I would love to use these, I need a better setup, that's the problem. The setup I have is garbage, and it makes it, like, impossible to use these fucking hands. Okay. When it was clear his initial strategy wasn't going to fly, he tucked the bill into a back pocket and changed the request. I mean, like, I'll go hang out with your son, that's fine, I just don't want to be paid for it. That just, I've never liked that, like, as a thing. That just, it always felt wrong, right? Like, it's nothing against your son, dude, it's just, why are you shouldn't feel the need to pay me to go hang out with your child. I understand if he's weird, that's fine. Kids are weird, people are weird. I get it, you don't have to. Would you be comfortable with he and I coming by for a normal visit? No money involved. Sorry, I'm moving the mic up a bit. Yeah, you'd have to ask my moms. His smile got bigger again, his eyes crinkled at the sides. Of course, they invited us over earlier, but I'd like to ask you too. And I guess you can- oh, well, I was more- okay. I'll bring him by tomorrow. I wanted him to meet and greet with the neighbors today, but, well, I don't know where he's gotten off to. Should check the beach. He laughed when he said that. The way his face looked, you thought he actually wanted to cry. If you see him, can you tell him to come on home? He's got a pink cast and glasses. You can't miss it. Sure thing! This definitely wasn't the normal way kids made friends. You knew that, but you were still going to help. The man smiled and reached out to pat you on the head, paused before doing so, then pulled his hand away instead. Your moms are already checking around for me, such a thoughtful group you are. Now I better go too, can't put everyone else to work while I keep sitting here. I thought he might come back and that's not what's important. I have to go. Thanks again, Fairy, so much. Okay, I don't trust his dad, like, at all, but alright. You jogged off down the street without another word. You decided to check the hills behind your house. Take a bite of the muffin! Sorry. The chirping of crickets and the tall grass greeted you, quiet and familiar. From the top of the hill you could see the ocean. As you walked, you listened to the crash of the waves on the shore, and the seagulls squawking as they settled down for the night. I love to hear stories about the sea. Sometimes you could almost convince yourself you had seen the flash of a shiny mermaid's tail in the distance. You took in a deep breath. You wanted to try to relax and couldn't. You weren't sure what, but something told you that you weren't alone, so you glanced around. There was a boy sitting at the top of the hill, almost completely hidden within the long grass and white flowers surrounding him. His head was buried in his knees, staring ahead by himself. For whatever reason, probably just that he wasn't paying attention, he hadn't noticed you yet. You watched him a minute longer, feeling a little bit like you'd found a deer in the wild. Though deer didn't have... Okay, I'm gonna point this out because I hate his eyebrow. No, we'll say sad frowns. Although I fucking hate his eyebrows, by the way. I'm just gonna get that out of the way now. His wavy ass eyebrows, I hate them. They're annoying, okay? Sad frowns. But this new boy did. You wondered what could have upset him. After a few more seconds, you took a step forward, then another, and then he glanced your way. His aquamarine eyes reflected in the light of the moon. You stopped, raising a hand to acknowledge him and show you weren't scary. Hi. With a start, he jumped to his feet, his hands balling into fists at his sides. He didn't say anything, just stared at you in a strange way. He'd been crying. There were traces of tears on his cheeks and his knees, soaking the hem of his shorts, and his eyes were still shining with a few more. You'd obviously caught him off guard. His pink cast seemed to glow in the twilight, though when he caught you staring at it, he hid his arm behind his back. Something the man earlier had said stuck out to you. Jeez. Cove? Ugh! Eyes wide, he studied you. How'd you know that? I met your dad.
Oh.
So, is this your hill? He gestured with his uninjured arm to the patch of grass surrounding you, his face falling at the prospect. I can leave if it is. You can't own a hill. Why not? How could you? You just do. I had a hill back home. Well, this still isn't mine. Oh. Sat back down with a thump, resting his chin on his knees again. So he's angsty. Curious about the strange new boy with the odd dad, you saw it on the patch of grass next to him. The pure white flowers that covered this hill rocked back and forth gently as the stars twinkled above. The way they dotted the sky made them seem like flowers, too. The night wind was cool as it traveled over the ocean and up the hill, chasing away the heat from the afternoon sun. Why are you here? A quiet hiccup escaped Cove as soon as you asked the question. Maybe he just didn't want to move or something, that's very possible. Almost like they'd never stopped, his tears started up again with a vengeance. My parents, they don't want to— Oh, okay, that makes sense. No, okay, divorced parents. So then maybe it's like he spends this summer with his dads and then he spends every other time with his mom, is possible? Or his other dad? I don't know what flavor parents he has. Spends all of his time with his dad and then he spends the summer with his dad and then all of his other time with like his other parent, possibly, I don't know. They don't want to live together with me anymore. The tears fell fast and heavy over his flushed cheeks, sticking in his dark lashes. My mom made my dad leave and he took me with him and now we have a house here and I want to go home. Okay, so mom and dad. The outburst took you off guard. By the time he was done wailing, Cope's chest was heaving with exhaustion. He sniffled and removed his glasses, wiping at his eyes with the back of his hand before he put them back on again. Dude, you have to clean those fucking things. I know those things are covered in tear stains. I have my character has glasses too. I always carried around like a glasses cleaner with me as a kid. Just take it. Just like, take it. Take it, you fucking freak. I hate this place. I want my real life back. I want my mom. You'll like it here, you just have to get used to it. Slipped his hands underneath his glasses and pressed his fingers against his eyelids. Cove wound himself up again for another long crying fit. Sunset Bird was a nice place to live. It had a beach, playgrounds, a good school. At least you thought so. But from way off in the distance, you heard your parents. Is it mom and mommy? That's cute. Very. Okay, it's mom and mommy. That's cute. Okay. Kids, where did you go? Cove looked at you, tears still clinging to his cheeks. Don't tell them we're here.
I want to go home.
I don't want to go back to that house. I want to go home. You have to go. Even if it isn't fair, he's your dad. You stood up, dusting your pants off. If he says you gotta go home, you gotta. Sorry. Slowly, Cove stood up with you, still looking a little reluctant. His dad's voice rang out again. Cove, can you hear me? He looked toward the sound of his dad's voice, silent, then turned away while rubbing his not bandaged arm. Sorry, I still don't want to go. Are you sure? You'd have to stay outside the whole night and sleep on wet grass. Before Cove could say anything else, you heard his dad's voice again, even closer than before. There you are, bud. The trio of parents appeared over the curve of the hill. Instantly, all their eyes landed on you, and they rushed over. Oh my god, my moms are hot! Sorry! Whoa! God dang! Both of your moms were at your side in a split second, faces filled with worry. Fairy, you're here after all. Cove's dad is also hot. I can't call Cove hot. Cove's a child. I can't say anything about his appearance until he becomes an adult because that's weird. He's very cute. He's a very cute little kid. I will say. We'll say that right now. It's weird. I don't want to call a child hot. That's fucking weird. He might grow up to be hot, but I still want to shave his eyebrows off, that's for sure. Anyways, Barry, you're here after all. We'd been at the park to check for Cove and then heard what happened earlier when you met the new neighbor. I thought you might have gone off further away. I wonder which one is which. I'm gonna assume, I think this one is mom, and this one is definitely mommy, at least to me. I mean, honestly, to me, they're both mommy. Whammin'! No, Cove didn't want to go home just yet. Okay, so this one is mommy. My guess was in fact correct. Okay. Mommy gave Cove a small smile, and then she turned back to you. Thank God you're both fine. Were you two having fun out here? You looked over at Cove, who was wiggling against his dad's tight hug and pushing at his arms. He's good. I think I'm gonna marry him. I like him. You nodded, smiling slightly. Finally letting go of his squirming, scowling son, Cove's dad turned to the three of you. Thanks very much for finding him. I really don't know this neighborhood. Good thing Fairy knows this whole area so well. If you've lived somewhere your whole life, you're gonna know the area well, right? Like, I know my neighborhood and honestly just this town extremely well because I've literally lived here for 22 years. Oh god, 23. Oh jeez. Oh gee, I'm gonna be 23 this month. Oh fuck, that's crazy. That's crazy to think about. Okay. Absolutely, we should be going home now. It's been a long day for us all. Say goodbye, Cove. Bye, Cove. The two of them walked off into the darkness, heading toward the neighborhood. You watched Cove's bright pink cast until it disappeared. I wonder if he'll let me sign it. Tell you what, we'll have a proper playdate tomorrow, okay? Your new friend's dad wanted to bring him by to see you and Lizzie. I wonder what Lizzie looks like. How does that sound? It sounds like words. Both of your moms laughed, the sound overlapping into a warm familiar. It sounds like words. That is such a me response though, that's so good. Mommy put her arm around your shoulder and led you towards the path. Satisfied and more than a little ready to go to bed after your long, exciting day, you followed them home. Then, choose your feelings for Cove. Okay. Honestly, so far, I'd say I feel pretty relaxed with them. I'd say, honestly, I am very fond of him already, right off the bat. Already right off the bat, I'm very fond. I wouldn't necessarily say fond, it's more like I'm curious, right? He's a bit intriguing. I do want to know more about him. But indifferent is definitely not what I choose, so we'll say relaxed and fun. The breakfast table the next morning, you finished your food faster than usual. Your sister Lizzie had run out earlier to go play, but you'd stayed put. I wonder how old Lizzie is, because I don't think it's said. I'm gonna assume she's also a child, but like, is she my twin? Is she like a couple years older than me? Is she... I don't know. Today, just like your mom had promised, Cove was coming over to hang out. Excited to see your new friend again, Fairy? Yeah, I am.
How sweet.
How sweet. I'm so happy he moved in. With that said, are you done with your breakfast? Yeah, your bowl was entirely empty, so you nodded. Haha, I don't know. Am I? You gestured down to the empty dish in front of you, raising your eyebrows dramatically. Okay, we see. Good job, he should be here soon. Cleanup began, and then, on cue, there was a knock. It was hesitant, like the person wasn't sure they were in the right place. Still loud, though. We need to get a more obvious doorbell. I know. Fairy, could you get it? Yeah, sure. Wiggling out of your chair without really pushing it back, you made your way to the door. Hey, Stars family. Thanks for having us. Mr. Holden, as your moms have called him, and his son were here. Holden Cove looked different in the his dad also looks very young. Like, his dad looks more like a teenager than an adult. But I imagine maybe he's just like kind of chill surfer vibes, because it does look more like he's wearing like a swim outfit, because even the shirt looks more kind of a swimming top as opposed to just a normal shirt. Cove looked different in the bright light of your living room, and when he wasn't crying— okay, I'm gonna have to turn down the music a bit more, sorry. Oh wait, because it didn't even— okay. And when he wasn't crying, with his dad standing in front of him and Mom and Mommy behind you, you and Cove looked at each other. Pleased to see your new friend again, you smiled at Cove. He smiled back with some hesitation. Okay? We'll do the crystal bead on my wrist. I'll twist the crystal bead. That is actually something that I do. Like, if I'm wearing a bracelet or a necklace, I'm constantly fiddling with them. Especially if it's like a beaded one. Let's go play in my room.
Okay. Take care.
Let us know if you need anything, you two. Have fun, kids. See you later, son. Play nice. Oh my god, I love that. Why do I have a desk and then no chair? Unless the chair is, like, over here, like, further over, I don't know. You led him to your room, puffing out your chest a little bit at the sight of your treasures. There are lots of stuffed animals on your bed, lots of stuffed animals, a cool bed, a window to look at. Wow. It was a great room. You hadn't had anyone to show it to in a while, but you were really proud of it. You leaned in a little closer to one of your drawings on the wall. I like this. Okay. I don't. Thank you! You're welcome! You smiled at him. You were proud of that particular piece of art, and you were glad he noticed it. He turned to look around the room a little more, studying the books on your desk and the pictures on your walls. I hope he likes my room, yeah. I'd put a lot of effort into making your room as nice as it was. You hoped he didn't say anything bad about it. And his eyes landed on the tiny box of beach things you'd collected tucked away by your door. Took a step towards it before hesitating and pointing at it instead. What's that? A hoard of stuff I found on the beach.
Oh.
Do you have any driftwood in there? Dragging the box in the middle of the room, you and Cove flopped down next to it. I think so, yeah, see? You gestured to a piece at the bottom, still covered with specks of sand. Neat, this is a good collection. Alright, kids being kids. You got the sense from the tone of his voice that he wasn't just saying it to be nice, or to be like Shiloh, he actually meant it. Who is that? Oh right, I almost forgot, Shiloh is gonna be here today. Shiloh? Lizzie's friend, or like, her #1 fan, I guess? Do I have to see him? It should be okay. I mean, he's Lizzie's friend, not mine, but, you know. Come on, check out my shells some more. I found this one under a big piece of seaweed that I'd washed ashore, and you pulled out seashell after seashell, explaining where you'd gotten each one and holding them up against the light. There are big ones, small ones, pink, purple, and orange. Most of them you washed off in the bathroom sink when you brought them home, cleaning off the sand. That's like the #1 thing you want to do, because seriously, that shit gets everywhere. Collection was so huge and varied that you had lots of funny stories to tell for all of them. Apparently fascinated either by the stories or by the shells themselves, Cove listened with what looked like the full force of his attention. Okay, this is pretty cute so far, I will say. This is actually pretty cute so far.
Hi, Cece!
Like when you almost got pinched by a hermit crab while searching for shells, and after watching him scuttle back into the ocean, you found another empty shell that was almost a twin to his home. But Cove hadn't been mean to you, so you didn't mind. You smiled at him every now and then while showing him your collection. Kids, come down to the living room! You could tell the idea was making him unhappy, but Mommy wasn't giving you much of a chance to hang around. Cove hadn't been like this meeting you. You guessed it was because he thinks you found each other by accident, not that a parent made it happen. Mr. Holden must be right that telling Cove his dad was part of that would be a bad idea. Okay, sorry. Before you knew it, you'd both been escorted downstairs and deposited in the living room, ready for Shiloh's visit. Two of you sat side by side on the floor of your home's entryway. I brought the box of shells. I want to keep looking at them. Okay, that's fine. Burst it open. We can keep looking while we wait for Shiloh. That's fine. He should have asked yes, but at the same time, like, no, that's fine. That's okay. We were looking at them anyways. Cove reached in and pulled out a big orange shell. Oh, like he hadn't spoken out loud yet. He turned to you and held it up, his eyes shining. I think this one is the best of them. Do you want it? You can take it. Cove looked at you in surprise, his eyes going wide. Really? Sure, you like it a lot, right? Uh-huh, but I don't want to take it from you. It's okay. You got the impression he was hesitant to accept something because he didn't know you very well. Go ahead. No, it's okay. It's okay for you. You pushed the shell against Cove's chest, willing him to receive the present, but Cove firmly shook his head and kept his arms tightly at his side. It was a battle you couldn't win, at least not today. Cove was your neighbor now, but maybe you could give it to him another time. That's fair. The two of you were sitting on the floor looking through your collection of beach findings when the doorbell finally rang. Cove jumped, startled by the sound. Since the person hadn't knocked, you figured it was probably Shiloh. You knew where to look for that. Lizzie's friend? You nodded, but that didn't seem to make Cove feel better. It was already obvious that Cove didn't hide his feelings well. You could tell what he was thinking right away. This isn't a good idea. He'll be alright. He's here. We can't tell him to leave. It's at our only door, and if you go upstairs, he'll find you. Cove glanced around the room, his eyes wide, and finally paused with his gaze locked onto the back of the house. Go out the window. who's already walking towards it. Scrambling to think of something to say, you stepped forward, then paused. You want to break your other arm? Shiloh is the least scary person alive. Cheer up, Shiloh's gonna like you. Please don't get hurt. I'll come with you. Good idea, let's go. Shiloh's the least scary person alive. Every single bunny rabbit is scarier than Shiloh. But I don't want to see him. I don't know him. It's okay if you're worried. Nobody warned you this was gonna happen. Thanks. Shiloh poked his head into the living room. It was impossible to know for sure if he'd heard what you been saying or not, but you guessed that he had.
Hi.
Oh, he's cute! Hi, Fairy! And, hi, Cove? And, Cove shot you an uneasy glance. Hi. I'm Shiloh, it's nice to meet you. Yeah, you have a lot of freckles. Alright, I do. What are you guys doing? We're looking at shells. Awesome, can I do it too? Cove shrugged, then looked back at your box of beach findings. What about that one? The plan for the afternoon, at least as far as you were concerned, was to sit and look at the beach things some more. You weren't really in the mood to do much of anything else, especially if Cove was having fun. Thank you for the follow. Hey, check out this scallop shell I found. Cool, right? It's a pretty color, kinda like my cast. Beautiful glittering pink did look like... Jesus Christ. The beautiful glittering pink did look a little bit like the wrap around his arm. Pink is a nice color. Okay.
Oh?
Is it your favorite? Not really. Well, what is? Maybe green or blue. It might be yellow. Oh, those are all cool. He's trying his best. I guess. I'm not sure how to deal with the suddenly more awkward silence either. I like those we'll just say I like those colors too. Awesome. Both of them smile. We'll just try to keep the peace. I think that's the best we can do right now. It doesn't seem like Cove is like... I don't think Cove is trying to be mean. I think it's very much that, like, he just got here. Literally, he just got here yesterday. And, like, he just doesn't... He might just be awkward hanging out with more than one person, which is fair. We have to keep in mind that they are children, right? So... So, like, it doesn't seem like Cove is trying to be mean. It seems more like he's just awkward and is, like, being mean without realizing it. More so. Anyways, like usual, it didn't take long for Shiloh to get fidgety, and I think Shiloh is just, like, very, very friendly and outgoing and doesn't... And is, like, trying, but doesn't realize that he's upsetting Cove as much as he is. I don't know, it's weird. Okay. Lizzie was his favorite. Without her and Shiloh around, Shiloh didn't seem to know what to do with himself. And Cove wasn't like your sister. He wasn't that much like you either. Is Lizzie coming back? Don't know. Where'd she go? I think she's at the beach, probably. Is she playing at her park? Cove's eyes lit up at the mention of the park. He looked towards you. There's a park? Yeah, but it's old. Can you show me? I want to go. He started getting up before you had even answered, and Shiloh... it's a Shiloh? Okay. And Shiloh jumped up beside him in excitement. Really? You do too? You do too, right, Fairy? The park is fun. A park is pretty great. Yeah, it's right by the beach, so there's lots of fun stuff to do and lots of sand. It has a jungle gym and a bunch of swings. Okay, well, you said sand and now I don't want to go. Why would you say that? That sounds like it could be cool. So, are we going to find Lizzie? I don't know. I never really wanted to see her. I just want to check the park out. Adrift without any direction, Shiloh finally turned to you. Okay. He perked up, but both boys wanted to go. It was only fair. How old? So is Lizzie my younger sister then? I wasn't sure. Because it's not actually said. Okay, after getting permission from your moms, the three of you were ready to head out. It was a short walk to the park. Lizzie had convinced your moms that it was so short she should always be allowed to walk there by herself. Classic. Okay. When you found her, she was hanging out on the jungle gym, swinging back and forth. Hey, Lizzie. Her face lit up when she saw you, her big brown eyes going wide. Fairy, Shiloh. Hi. She dropped to the ground and landed with a soft thud in the sand. In a split second, Shiloh had abandoned you two and scrambled over to stand by her. You were used to being left out when it was just the three of you, but now Cove was here. You wondered if he would leave too. Oh, she's cute! Who's that? It's Cove. He's new. I remember. Hi, Cove. Welcome to my park. Nobody ever comes to play here, so this is where we get together. She gestured widely with her arms as if to present the area to the newcomer. Without interrupting Lizzie's speech, Cove whispered in your ear, quiet enough that the others wouldn't overhear. That kids couldn't own places like parks or hills. You couldn't help but laugh a tiny bit. While Lizzie continued talking, you took the chance to kick off your shoes and wriggle your toes through the warm sand. Why? Love yourself. Nice, huh? In this neighborhood, I'm the one who comes up with the ideas. You are? Yeah, I am. Who else could handle the job? Lizzie is the oldest, by a lot. My mom said your fairy's age. Yeah, thought so. I'm still the only one in this group with double digits. What about other kids? Other kids? There aren't any. We're the only kids here, and Shiloh is just visiting from another place. Okay, makes sense. Not even tourists really bring their kids here. This is the land of ancients. Be careful that the oldies don't try to steal your youth. Oh, okay. For a second, it looked like he might cry again. No! But something in his eyes shifted and he looked back at Lizzie. What kind of old people? Like moms and dads or grandparents? Grandparents who don't have kids. They hate kids. Why? We haven't done anything. Only some of them don't like kids. You interjected quickly, hoping Lizzie wouldn't take things too far. Cove sniffled, his forehead creasing with worry. Oh no. Lizzie was staring Cove down, but Cove wasn't even looking at her anymore. He didn't seem to care that she was there. He went into his own head. Oh jeez. Shiloh was the next one to speak, completely unaware of the situation. I met Lizzie and Barry in school. You'll see tons of kids there once summer is over. Don't want to go to a new school. I don't want summer to end. Shiloh looked down to the dirt. He hasn't had much luck striking up conversations with Cole. I like summer vacation a lot too. All the building tension in the air suddenly vanished when Lizzie laughed. At Shiloh's discomfort at how weird she thought Cove was, at something else entirely you didn't really know, but she laughed, face scrunching up.
Okay.
Welcome to Sunset Bird, Cove. Take a seat, put up your feet, get used to it. Fair reaction. You offered him a small smile, and that at least looked to reassure him some. For the rest of the summer, Cove was always there. Oh, was that it? Oh man. You saw him more often than Shiloh, and on some days when she was in a bad mood or busy, you even saw him more than Lizzie. He became a staple of your everyday life, the way sun and lunch and the beach were. Okay, jeez. During your first summer together, you really liked Cove. He was a fun person to play with, and he seemed to like playing with you too. Of course, that was only the start of things. Okay, and then summer ended. Moment select. Let's go with the fireflies. Alright, tonight we're going to catch fireflies. At this blunt declaration from your sister, you looked up from your macaroni and cheese dinner. Fireflies were a familiar sight over summer, coming out on warm nights to dance to the sky. Tonight was particularly balmy. You knew there were bound to be a ton of them around. Oh, you are you? You looked out. Yeah! You rocked lightly from side to side in your seat, already excited for your after-dinner activity. Catching fireflies was a great way to spend a summer evening, and you could already envision the little lightning bugs drifting through the darkened sky. That's a good idea, Lizzie. Can we, Mrs. Stars? Shiloh tapped his fork against the table excitedly, his face lighting up as he looked at Lizzie. It was unusual for Shiloh to still be here. Like always, his mom had to bring him over really early in the morning before her job started. But normally she would have picked him up by now. She called before dinner to let your moms know she'd be late. You didn't hear why, probably more work things. You thought maybe getting to hang out with Shiloh for longer is what made Lizzie want to keep running around outside. Staying at home and watching TV was never an option for her with guests over. That's why you were pretty sure she'd get your moms to agree. That's crazy. I guess they are kids, right? So it makes sense that they just want to go out and just play, especially if they have friends over. It's like now if I have a friend over, I'm just like, yeah, we'll just sit in bed together and watch TV. What else? Like, there's nothing to do. Well, it's already so dark out there. Lizzie gave Mom the best puppy dog eyes she could, slowly spooning mac and cheese into her mouth while you waited there for her response.
There.
Let them go. Nights like this don't happen every day. Your parents exchanged a look, then Mom eventually sighed and nodded back. Yes! I like that. Also, I think it's really funny that I look nothing like either of my moms. Like, I have blue hair and purple eyes. I look nothing like either of them. Along with Lizzie's cheers, you threw your arms up in triumph, but waited until you'd finished chewing to say something because you knew it was rude to talk with your mouth full. Fine, fine, just make sure you stay on the hill behind our house with all the poppies, okay? Duh, Mom, that's where most of them are. The idea had only just been planted in her head, but already you could just picture all the glowing lights spread out in front of you, like the fairies from the bedtime stories Mommy read sometimes. All too quickly, it became a race to see who could finish their food first. No choking at the dinner table now. You can choke at the lunch table, not the dinner table. That's right, if someone died, we have to cancel the Firefly trip after all. My god! Mom said it like a joke, but you knew that they were both telling you kids to slow down. Shiloh did immediately. When you glanced at Lizzie, you saw her still eating faster than she should. Elizabeth!
Jeez.
Someone is gonna die, sheesh. Knock on the door interrupted Mom before she could no doubt scold your sister. I'll get it. Your big sister jumped out of her seat and ran over to the door, pulling it open without even looking out the window to see who it was. Huh? Shifted in your seat to try and get a glimpse of the unexpected guest.
Hi.
Good evening, Cove. Your mommy had already walked to the door by the time you managed to see past Shiloh's flappy hat. Oh, Cove, hi, you're here. Cove smiled at your enthusiastic greeting, and you hoped Mommy would ask him to stay. Didn't matter why he was here, and it meant he could join you all in catching fireflies. Then, for a few seconds, Cove said nothing. He only stood there and looked up at your mommy with a face almost like he was considering turning around and leaving. My dad told me to drop this off because I guess he borrowed it from you. Cove took a familiar screwdriver from out of his large side pocket. His eyes now dropped to the floor. Left ours back home when we moved. Great, thanks, bye!
Thank you.
Thank you. Here, why don't you come inside for a bit? Lizzie crossed her arms and lifted her chin. Cove shrugged, and Mom stood from the table too. I'll give your dad a call to let him know you got here alright. Cove shuffled fully inside, eyes remaining on the ground. Mommy closed the door behind him. Hi, Cove. Shiloh gave Cove a friendly smile while waving by holding up his hand and opening and closing his fingers. Cove nodded in response. Yeah, we'll say, Cove, are you gonna come outside and catch fireflies with us? You can see Lizzie eyeing you for mentioning the excursion to an outsider, but she'd get over it. You hoped Cove would say yes, that way you wouldn't be the odd one out with Lizzie and Shiloh anymore. I can do that. I never caught one before. It's too bad he didn't have a chance before now. The fireflies weren't out when he first moved, and there must not have been anywhere he used to live. We can't go until after dinner. After she pointed this out, Lizzie walked back to the table and took her seat. There wasn't much left on her plate. Since this was very true, you decided to finish up your own stuff as well. Cove stepped closer and eyed what was on the menu for your family's meal. Have you eaten yet? Yeah, my dad and I ate earlier. What did you have? Egg. The clipped one-word answer seemed to discourage Shiloh from asking any more questions. His eyes slowly wandered back to the last scraps of food on his plate. Her phone call with Cove's dad must have ended because your mom came back into the room. Cove, your dad said you can stay for a little while if you like, but he's going to come get you before it gets too much later. Sure.
Fun.
Oh, fun. This will be so nice. As you polished off your meal, you hoped it would be too. Okay. Three of you all finished eating shortly after, and Lizzie led the way outside. Remember, don't stray too far. I mean, I'm sure you fucking big-ass windows, you could probably see us, but I get it. It's fine, Mom. Shiloh trailed so closely after Lizzie he was nearly stepping on her heels. Cove hesitated at the door. Coming? After a moment, he did. Bye, children. So much talking. The two of you were a good 10 or 15 feet behind Lizzie and Shiloh by the time you walked outside. You pushed the door shut behind you, watching their figures get farther and farther away. You're so slow, Fairy. We don't have all night. You started to run when you heard Lizzie's voice calling you, but paused when you saw Cove still walking at a relaxed pace. Now we'll walk with them. You fell behind, sliding up next to him and matching his stride. He noticed right away. You can go ahead if you want. You smile and shake your head. I don't. After a short while, the two of you reached the hill behind the house. Fireflies were out in full force, floating on the breeze, their gentle glow winking in and out and creating an almost magical effect. Lizzie had already climbed to the top. Shiloh was spinning in circles somewhere around the middle.
Wow.
Shiloh took a moment to come over and welcome the both of you to the hill. Hi guys, it's really great out, huh? See how many there Yeah, okay. Gee, I can't fucking read. Yeah, I'm illiterate, guys. I say this, I'm illiterate. A firefly danced through the air, landing on Cove's sea-green head. We'll say you and Shiloh can help but giggle. Covering your mouth with a hand, the sound escaped you, and Cove looked at you in confusion. What? Gestured to his head and he reached up, making the firefly dart away. Cove jumped, then followed after the glow. Oh, look, Lizzie has one. That's amazing. Shiloh ran to the highest point of the hill, making sure not to lose his hat or backpack along the way. You hummed as the group divided and conquered, shifting your gaze to the dozens of other fireflies sailing around. The game was on. Classic. I was awful at not getting cuts or scratches as a kid, so we'll say I had 2 bandages on my hand and tried to be cautious of that. I was constantly getting hurt as a kid, like, actually. Whether it was, like, from falling off my scooter or whatever. Spotting one close by, you approached it with assassin-like stealth, crouching down to make yourself seem like less of a threat. Slowly dragging one foot in front of the other, you crept up towards it, arms outstretched. You closed your hands around the little glowing orb, careful not to crush it. The firefly landed on your palm, almost docile, and you stared down at your prize in delight. Its tiny legs tickled your skin, and you giggled at the sensation. Cove kept up with his own target, but when he tried to grab it, his pink cast waved awkwardly through the air, foiling his efforts to clap his hands around the firefly. Cove watched it vanish into thin air with a dissatisfied expression on his face. Make a joke. If you used that thing like a bat and hit a few, maybe they'd be stunned enough for you to catch one. Cove rested the hand of his good arm on his hip. It's not funny. Kind of was, but instead of saying so, you brought the firefly closer so Cove could have a look. Cove narrowed his eyes, but you can see him fighting back a smile at the sight of it. He leaned closer, eyes widening a tad behind his glasses. Cove remained hypnotized by the little bug as he itched his hand closer to yours. Ultimately, he settled his fingers lightly over top of the ones you were holding out. It tingled. Ooh, stay still, it's fine. Last thing you wanted was to accidentally scare the shiny treasure off. Woo! The firefly, noticing the new connection, crawled up onto Cove's hand. He quietly gasped. It worked! Yeah, you got one! Cove's lips turned up into a slow smile and his eyes shined brighter than the bug. Thanks, Fairy. With a laugh, he gave the palm of your hand a friendly smack, performing an awkward low 5. Startled by the extreme movement, the tiny light disappeared before you could even blink. Your firefly was gone. Sorry. This is fine, dude. It's fine. That's okay. I couldn't keep it forever.
You're right.
Right. Bugs have to stay outside. They fucking better. Let's get another. Yeah, we'll go ahead. We can work together. His face broke out into a wide grin. We'll get a bunch. With renewed vigor, you ran out into the hill. You're not sure how much time passed while you were in the thick of it. All you could focus on was the adventure at hand. No critter was safe from your grasp. At first, you tried to keep a tally of how many you had caught, but once the number grew higher than 10, you had no more fingers left to count with. I have 10 toes! Just use those next! Oh my god! You were having the time of your life, racing up and down the hill while the crash of the ocean and the sound of everyone's laughter echoing in the background. Sorry. Fairy, this way! Followed the sound of Cove's voice to the top of the hill, watching as he stretched his arms in front of him, reaching with his fingers and only narrowly missing his target. Cove and you took turns trying to scare fireflies in the direction of the other. You showed him some techniques that you had learned, like how to cup your hands correctly, and he listened attentively before trying for himself. There were a few times you almost ran into each other, giggling as you dove to the side at the last moment. Luckily, disaster was avoided each time. It was an overall huge success, with the both of you catching multiple fireflies each. Eventually, the fireflies began to thin out and your energy started to lapse. You decided it was time to call off the hunt. Cove didn't complain. He breathed in heavily and his face seemed really flushed. Ah, yes. See, I feel like if I went out and tried to catch fireflies now, I'd be like, wow, this sure is. It's also that I don't like bugs. I didn't really like them as a kid, but it was still fun to go out and chase the fireflies, you know? That was fun. A lot of fun. You smiled at him broadly, happy to see he had enjoyed the activity. Yeah, it was.
Come on!
Fairy, Cove, get up here. We're gonna have a race. The shouting caught you off guard, and it had been quite a while since you heard from Lizzie or Shiloh. You glanced over to see them both standing on top of the hill again. Lizzie beckoning to you with quick hand gestures. If she was like that, you knew there wasn't much room for disagreement. Up the incline you went. From the corner of your eye, you saw Cove was coming as well. Didn't care for Lizzie a lot, so you thought he might be intrigued just by the idea of a race. Hi.
Cove.
Hi, Cove. Hi, Cove, you can't roll down the hill. You could hurt your arm again. You'll be the referee for the rest of us. Lizzie pointed this out. Cove hove in place. Cove froze in place. The fuck did I just say? Oh, it was that kind of phrase. He frowned down at his cast. That was the second time it got in the way tonight. What? Yeah, you'll watch and see who gets to the bottom first. That's important, got it? He can just like hold his arms up. You can still roll down a hill with a cast, just don't like have your arms near your chest. Just like hold them up above your head. I've seen people do it before. It's not that hard. Cast was sturdy. If he was careful, he could have done it. Lizzie might have just been looking for a reason to make someone else the referee, but it was already decided. I'll stay with Cove.
Really?
Really? Why? You don't have to. It's okay. I want to watch. You moved beside him on the top of the hill, even though Lizzie eyed you and made a face. It's not how races work. We only need one referee. And I don't like her, but at the same time, she's acting like a 10-year-old, so like, okay, whatever. Shrugging your shoulders, you refused to budge, and Lizzie let out a huff before throwing her hands in the air. Fine, I'll be the winner, whether you join or not. Poor Shiloh is just like, I'm here. He's like, I'm here too. Like, no, Shiloh, you poor baby. Lizzie moved to lay down, and Shiloh did the same. Cove stood slightly to the side to get a better vantage point, and you stood next to him. Countdown. Cove stood up a little straighter. It seemed like he was taking his newfound referee duties seriously. 3, 2, 1, go! Lizzie and Shiloh took off, letting gravity do the work and rolling at high speed towards the bottom of the hill. You and Cove leaned forward to watch them go, eyes peeled for which of the two would reach the bottom first. They were both neck into neck until about halfway down the hill, Lizzie started to veer off to the side, giving Shiloh a huge advantage. She obviously hadn't noticed a thing, and as soon as Shiloh reached the bottom of the hill, he jumped up excitedly and threw his hands in the air. I won! Almost immediately, he fell back onto the grass, still dizzy from his roll down the hill. Lizzie stomped out of the bush she had ended up in, spluttering angrily and brushing leaves from the front of her dress. Not bad, you got lucky. Let's do it again and see who wins for real. Are we, like, girls gonna get covered in grass stains, by the way? Which are, like, honestly, I feel like out of all of the stains I've ever seen my dad have to deal with, grass stains are 100% like the worst to fucking deal with. They're so hard to get out. Alright, kids, it's time to come in. No! You snickered, feeling grateful you hadn't been part of the mini debacle. You caught Cove's eyes and saw that he was doing the same. It had gotten late and was beginning to feel just a bit chilly as you made your way out of the hills. The cold in the air hadn't dampened anyone's spirits. The four of you walked back home together, side by side, down your neighborhood street, discussing the evening, with each person trying to prove that they were the one who caught the most fireflies. You know that whoever really did catch the most didn't matter much anyway. All that mattered was that you had a good time, which, judging by the smiles on everyone's faces, you did. Oh, I can just do as many here as I want? Oh, I didn't realize, like, oh, they did say that, didn't it? Dude, I don't remember, like, anything that it said about the fucking tutorial. Like, I don't remember what each color does what. I'm going to do grown up. Oh! One sweltering summer day, you were in your living room with Cove, listening to the sounds of the birds chattering outside the window while you lay across the rug on the floor. Cove's dad had dropped him off earlier, and your moms had left the two of you along with Lizzie to play amongst yourselves. It's been too hot to go outside in the afternoon.
Just according to your mommy, so your sister was starting to get impatient waiting for her golf class that evening. Two of you had trouble finding something fun to do. The beach and the playground were off limits, and you felt that it was too warm for anything like playing with your fuzzy toy stuff, your fuzzy toy animals. Then suddenly, a light came to Lizzie's big brown eyes, and your smile spread wide across her face. Having an idea gave her a new wave of energy. Since we're stuck inside, we should be adults. They don't play outdoors anyways. They're always inside and telling everybody they're too busy to play.
Why?
Alright. What? I said why. And it'll be fun, duh. What do they do inside that we don't besides use the phone a lot? Excluding a small huff, Lippy decides to ignore
What do
Cove.
you think?
Barry, what do you think? Do you want to? I bet we could come up with something else, but that's what I'm going to do, and it's not as fun when I play pretend adults by myself. Do you do that a lot? What's it to you? Looking at Lizzie, it seemed Cove felt he could understand where she was coming from, and he sighed. You really not want to play Fairy? It was clear he wanted some way out, but still felt guilty about it. I'll try, but it sounds boring. It's not gonna be, I guarantee. Lizzie seemed more determined than ever, and you could only sigh. Satisfied that neither of you were about to bail on her, Lizzie thought over her options while you watched. After a few seconds, she clapped her hands together and beamed, apparently having settled on something without asking either of you. Okay, I'm gonna be a professional golfer. Fairy, you and Cove can be a beach volleyball player, a gymnast, or a tennis player. Why can't we pick anything we want? Because I have a fun idea, that's why. And we have to play sports as adults. Yep. But there are other kinds of sports too. It isn't the same. What do you think, Fairy? Don't those choices sound super cool? You want to be that, huh? Like, it can... It really doesn't. Like, I can't... Girl, I get that you're the one that suggested it, but, like, I don't care. Lizzie pouted, resting her hands on her hips and tapping her foot impatiently. Well, too bad. I made the plan and you are a part of it, so choose one already. Cove was not impressed with Lizzie's attitude, and though he didn't bother talking more about it for now, you thought over the list of possibilities. Beach volleyball, gymnastics, or tennis. Out of all of them, you'd prefer to play, I guess, gymnastics. If you couldn't spend the afternoon doing cartwheels and handstands in the backyard, then you might as well practice them inside. There wouldn't be as much space as there was outside, but you could still try. Yes, that was clearly the top option. I'm going to break something. I'm absolutely gonna break something. Okay, I'm gonna be a gymnast. Alright, what about you, Cove? I picked volleyball. I should have known. Okay, so Fairy, you're a famous gymnast, and Cove, you're on a popular beach volleyball team, and Lizzie's ponytail bobbed when she proudly stretched her arms wide. We're Olympic athletes who just competed in the Olympics. Cove didn't seem all that impressed with the announcements. He made a face and adjusted the glasses on his nose. That's really specific.
Rude.
That's what makes it fun anyway. Lizzie marched back and forth in front of the both of you, getting lost in her own imagination. I won all gold medals, and people are calling me the next Mickey Wright. Who's that? Lizzie stopped on the spot and turned on him, her brown eyes shining with impatience. Doesn't matter if you know who she is, it's a golf thing. You guys won medals too. Cove, your team was bronze and barely missed out on the gold and got silver. It's more real if we're not all in first place, but why do you get to be the one in first place? It's like silver, yeah, silver sucks. I don't want silver. You folded your arms across your chest, staring Lizzie down. Me neither. You nodded at Cove, happy that he held your back. Lots of people lose at the Olympics. Them's the breaks. Then you're the one who did and not me. Lizzie looked taken aback by Clove's declaration, as though... Sure, we'll save. Sorry, as though the thought of her losing was completely absurd. No way, it wouldn't make sense. I'm already practicing my golf game. She took a golfing stance to make her point, pretending to swing her club and hit an invisible ball. So what kind of house do you want to live in? Cove hadn't changed his mind about winning, but thinking about where he'd live as an adult appealed to him, apparently, because he looked back at Lizzie with some of the anger fading. I'm going to live on the beach. Lizzie made a face at him, poking out her tongue. That's kind of boring. We already have that. No, not like the normal houses here on the street. On it. Right on the sand, by the water. Just like that, all the tension was back. You hadn't even had a choice to choose where you would want to live. That's not very fun or smart, Cove. You can't live on a bunch of sand and shells, but I want to, and I will. Cove narrowed his eyes at Lizzie, even though she stood half a head taller than him. You didn't give us out a list of things to pick from this time, so I'm picking that. Why are we even playing pretend if we can't imagine anything? Jeez, well, I'm gonna live in a mansion far away from here, and far away from you. Okay, bye! Freaks you have ads in 5 minutes. One with an indoor pool and a place to practice my award-winning golf.
It's not fair.
How come you were yelling about mine when your idea is even more impossible? Lizzie's face flushed red, her hands balling into fists at her side. It's not impossible, and it's better than yours. I'd rather live in the mansion, but that's also just because I don't like the sand. I don't dislike the beach, I just don't like the sand. That's all that it is, really. Disagreements always seemed to crop up when the two of them were together, and you always felt like you were stuck in the middle. But when it came to the topic at hand, this time you thought, I'm tired of deciding between either of you. You didn't engage with their bickering and instead dreamt up your own dream house. And you weren't going to share your idea with them either. You already knew it was a good one. You can swim whenever you want if you live in the beach. We can still swim anytime we want from where we live now. Being a little closer doesn't mean anything, says you. Two of them scowled at each other. You're being so unreasonable. I don't get what you want. This game doesn't make sense. It does. You have to be realistic. I said that. But you're not. You had no idea what to do to make them stop at this point. It seemed like the two of them would just keep working each other up as long as they could. Nothing you said so far had kept them from being mad. Thankfully, like a greeting card angel, Mom walked into the room. Lizzie rushed over, hanging onto the hem of her shirt and poking out her tongue at Cove. Lizzie, Fairy, it's time to get ready to go. Sorry you have to leave already, Cove. Mommy said she'll walk you home so you won't be left in the cold. Cove was still glaring at Lizzie, his face flushed red with anger. I can go by myself, but bye. Okay, bye. There was still a harsh edge to the brief farewell, but you knew it wasn't you he was mad at. Okay. Without giving Mom a chance to stop him, Cove stood up and stalked out of the room, shoulders drawn tight. Doesn't he live, like, just across the street, though? I can understand wanting to walk him home, he is very young, but, like, at least he's not going to a different neighborhood or something. Okay? Worried, Mom turned to look down at you and Lizzie. You two were playing nice with our new friend, weren't you? Sorry, okay. We were playing pretend and things got intense. They were like cats and dogs. Your sister's jaw dropped, looking betrayed as Mom put both hands on her hips. Elizabeth! I told you to be kind to him. He's having a hard time right now. Lizzie's mouth closed back up, replaced by a tiny frown. I know, I tried, but he was no buts. We both know you can show someone a great time when you put your mind to it. We're going to apologize to Cove and his dad over the phone when he gets home from work tonight. Lizzie hung her head, dragging a foot across the ground in front of her. Okay, Mom. Good girl. Cut pieces of Lizzie sulking to herself and how it was his fault too, but it was over. Alright, we better get a move on. Let's go, kids. Is that Nolani? Where did you leave the car keys? Mom hustled you all out the door, and you noticed during the car ride to golf practice that Lizzie was quieter than usual. She was usually the first one to request which music to listen to in the car, but she didn't say anything. Your parents noticed she wasn't in a mood to be bothered. They gave her space, and Mommy just asked you what you'd like to listen to. What's your favorite song? It always made the favorite song on repeat. That is actually such a me thing to do. No, you chose the soundtrack to a cool movie you saw a couple months ago. You chose a song you knew Lizzie liked. Maybe that would cheer her up. Oh, fine. We're happy to see it brightened her up right away, and she started singing along with you. Soon enough, her bad mood was a thing in the past. When the car ride was over, you spent the twilight hour watching Lizzie hit things with other girls her age. You didn't know much about golf, but you could tell that she really liked it, so you sat with your moms and tried to puzzle it out. It was nice sitting outside after being cooped up in the house all day, and you stretched out your legs to let the last few minutes of sun warm your skin. When the sun was finally out of sight, dipping behind the horizon, you all got ready to leave. Instead of going straight home, your moms took the family out to dinner. You went to a restaurant you had all been going to ever since you could remember. The whole afternoon had been a bunch of shouting. You hadn't been able to stop, but you could kind of tell that all this helped Lizzie be less angry. The car ride home was silent, with only the radio providing escape from silence. Lizzie had been in better spirits now, but the closer you got to your neighborhood, the more she wiggled in her seat and frowned out the window. She knew what was coming when you all got back home. Clearly, she was dreading it. Soon enough, Mom was turning onto your street, then reversing into the driveway. Once she cut the ignition, it was dead silence. No one spoke, only unbuckled their seatbelts and opened the doors. Lizzie was the last one out. Once everyone was inside and done taking off their shoes, she propped her hands on her hips.
So,
Now then, Mr. Holden's car is in his driveway, so he should be back from work. That's good news, isn't it, Elizabeth? You and Cove can hash things out before the day's done. Lizzie didn't complain or put up a fight. Her head ducked so she didn't have to meet everyone's eyes. She nodded once. Good, let's move to the kitchen. Mom went over to the house phone, the rest of you following behind her. Mommy put a gentle hand on Lizzie's shoulder as they walked side by side. You watched them from the back. This was only happening because you told on Lizzie. Yeah, I don't regret it. Frown to yourself, recalling how Cove had left in such a bad way. Hopefully time and Lizzie's pending apology would raise his spirits and smooth things over between them. Four of you stood around the kitchen in a lopsided square. All eyes were on Lizzie, who kept her gaze on her feet. You remember the number to Cope's house, don't you, honey? Lizzie jerked her head in another nod. Sullen, without further prompting, she stepped forward and she began to dial. Mom reached over and pressed a button on the base. Suddenly you could hear the phone ringing. She turned on the speaker. The phone rang a couple of times, then stopped. Mr. Holden's warm voice came through the other end. Evening, Holden Revenant. Sorry, his last name is Holden, so every time his name comes up, all I can think is Holden Macaque. Holden Macaque! I hate everything. I'm finishing my muffin. Cause fuck you. I still have bagels too, like. Okay, sorry. Lizzie looked over at Mommy, unsure. She nodded encouragingly. Hi, Mr. Holden, it's Lizzie. Can I talk to Cove?
absolutely.
Lizzie, stars, what a surprise. But of course, you can say hey to the boy. He sounded cheery as usual, though definitely meant it when he said it was a surprise. Not hard. And you were sure that your sister had never called Cope's house before. Mom spoke up before Mr. Holden or Lizzie could say anything more. Her arms were crossed over her chest, her lips pursed. Hi, Cliff. Nolani, Fairy, and I are here too. Good evening. We're sorry to bother you so late. Hi. Hi, Mr. Holden. The gang's all here! The gang's all here! Is something the matter? Voice grew a bit concerned. Mommy was quick to reassure him. No, well, yes, but it's going to be okay. Lizzie and Cove got into a bit of a fight today. We were hoping that the two of them could talk and make up. Is this a good time for you and Cove?
What?
A fight? Cove didn't tell me anything about that when I came home. It does explain the funk he's been in, though. Chuckled lightly. Despite that, it didn't seem like he really thought it was funny. Anyway, it's good you didn't catch us at a bad time. I'll go grab him for you. There was some shuffling on the other end. He must not have gone far because you could still hear him calling out. Cove, there's someone on the phone for you! After a beat of silence, there was more muffled talking from Cove's dad. Come on, bud. Lizzie called just so she could talk to you. Fairy's on the other end listening too. Don't you want to say hi? It took a bit of back and forth, but the conversation seemed one-sided since you couldn't hear Cove properly. Eventually, Cove took the phone from his dad.
Hi.
Hello? Hey, it's Lizzie. Yeah, I know. Dad told me. Cove's tone was defensive. Lizzie turned to Mom, scowling. One stern look from her, though, and Lizzie turned away.
Sorry.
I just called to say I'm sorry for not playing nice with you today. I won't do it again. Lizzie's eyes were downcast, her voice low. You could tell she felt uncomfortable apologizing to Cove in front of everyone. She was still being genuine about feeling bad. Cove must have realized that too, because he sighed quietly. Me and Fairy should get gold too. That's right, Lizzie had kept denying you two what you deserved. Lizzie was momentarily stunned to silent by the demand. She probably forgot that had even happened already. Alright, we all win the gold. Okay, I guess I'm sorry too. A sense of relief washed over everyone at his acceptance of the apology. Mom uncrossed her arms while Mommy's shoulders relaxed. Lizzie's eyebrows raised up. Wonder if she thought that he'd refuse her apology. Dad, can I get off the phone now? You couldn't see him, but it was obvious that Cove felt awkward about the situation. He had come off uncomfortable the entire time, really. Yeah, you can go back to your room if you want. Be sure to say goodbye first, though. No, bye, Lizzie. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Fairy. You perked up at the mention of your name. He smiled, even if he couldn't see it. Bye, Cove. With that said, Cove must have handed the phone to his dad and left since Mr. Holden spoke.
That's a relief.
Sorry. All's well that ends well, as they say. Thanks for arranging this. I'm sure he appreciates it. As Mom replied, Lizzie tugged on Mommy's hand to catch her attention. Can I go now too? Sure, sweetie. Thank you very much for apologizing to Cove. Mom flashed a brief smile at Lizzie and nodded in agreement. Given permission to leave, Lizzie scurried off towards the stairs. She seemed to be feeling much better with the incident behind her. Mom and Mommy returned to the phone, taking it off speaker. They continued talking to Mr. Holden, you couldn't tell what about. You were glad that was the end of it all. Lizzie and Cove might not get along, and probably still won't, but they weren't mad at each other anymore. Mom and Mommy weren't upset either. Everything was finally back to normal. With that thought, you retreated to your own room with a spring in your step. Classic. I'm just going in order of, like, ones that don't interest me versus ones that do interest me. Okay. This is a good bagel. Come back before it gets dark, alright, sport? A familiar voice drifted across the street and drew your attention away from the snail you'd been watching inch slowly across the pavement. Cove waited in front of his dad, pushing his green hair back off his face from where the breeze was blowing it over his glasses. He looked to be paying only a mild amount of attention as he was being handed a few slips of green paper. It reminded you of when you first met Mr. Holden, although he's probably not paying Cove to be friends with himself. Cove's dad seemed to feel your gaze somehow, or maybe you made a noise because a second later his eyes were on you. He waved you over with a smile. Looked happy to see you, but you still felt a little weird for getting caught. You've got to learn how to be more sneaky. You brushed your hands together to free them of sand, then jogged over to the two, smiling at Cove first, then at his dad. Fairy, hi!
How's it going?
Good to see you again. What excitement are you up to today, Fairy? Taking a walk? I found a pretty cool snail across the road. There's lots of snails around here. Mr. Holden grinned at you kindly. After you finished answering the question, Mr. Holden's attention returned to Cove, who was preoccupied with folding the bills he had into a tiny rectangle. Sounds fun. You know, Cove was about to hit the stores by the beach. Why don't you go with him? You gave a ready nod, turning to squint in the direction of the stores, like you could see the goods they had to offer all the way from where you stood. Oh, is that okay? I don't mind. Great, I'm sure you guys will have loads of fun. Mr. Holden reached into his pocket and pulled out a leather wallet filled with money. You found it odd, since your mom's only ever seemed to have cards in theirs. Here. He leaned in to pass a crisp 10 to Cove, giving him a wink and a whisper. Get something for your friend, too. Hello, boy!
cat's in here.
Good kid.
Sure, that's my boy. Cove's dad ruffled his son's hair as he was straightening back up. The bill in his hands still held out towards the green-haired boy. Take care. Cove accepted the bill after a second and slipped it into his pocket. We're gonna lose that money, aren't we? Then with one last nod to his dad, he turned and started walking. You followed after him, intrigued at the possibilities this outing might bring. Cove strayed towards the gentle tide creeping up the sand, and you fell into place behind him. It was a nice day, the sun was shining, and there weren't too many clouds in the sky. What the fuck are those? That though the wind coming off the ocean kept it from being too hot. You took a deep breath, enjoying the scent of salt and ocean air. When you looked at Cove, he was dragging his feet through the sand a little, and you slowed down to wait for him. His eyes searched the ground intently. Are you looking for shells? Cove was startled a little at the sound of your voice, and mumbled a sort of. If you see any, you can let me know. You can manage that. You dropped your view to the sand, walking carefully so you didn't step on any. You were good at finding shells. You had a lot of them at home, and always found new ones whenever you visited the beach. Crazy. Comforting sound of the sands filled the silence with pleasant white noise, and you played a little game with yourself as you walked along, getting as close to the water as possible without getting wet. Resulted in you having to run up the sand quickly when a wave rushed in more than a few times, and although Cove threw a few glances your way, he didn't say a word. What do you usually do on the beach? Lots of things. I like bodyboarding and volleyball and surfing and everything and stuff. The idea of standing on a big board while the waves propelled you towards the shore was mystifying. I'm not allowed to surf. It looks hard. Not once you get the hang of it. I could show you sometime. To be fair, again, I did mention earlier, I do think that Cove's dad does do surfing. So it would make sense if he let Cove do surfing also. But I'm not supposed to surf right now because I have this. He lifted up one arm, showing off the glaring pink cast wrapped around his wrist. Yeah. That's sad for him. Cove still smiled, though. You thought his nonchalant attitude towards the injury was pretty brave. Also like collecting stuff that's on the shore, shells, sand dollars. I found a shark tooth once. You did? Cove stretched out his forefinger and thumb. It was this long. It was somehow both scary and delightful. No way. I mean it, I still have it under my bed. You'd have to remember to ask him to show it to you sometime. What about you? What do you do out here? I like looking for fish. They don't like me, so they always swim away if I get too close, but they're pretty before that. Cool, starfish are fun. They aren't going anywhere, even if you touch them. Small laugh escaped you. That's true. Don't touch sea creatures, guys. Just don't touch wildlife, fellas. Unless it's a blue ring octopus. Go touch blue ring octopi. They're super safe and friendly, I swear. Oh, for legal reasons, that's a joke, I guess. Once you reached the shopping area, the noise level grew exponentially. No longer just waves and footsteps, but the chatter of people enjoying the lovely summer day. The call of birds trying to find bits of food left behind, and lots of salespeople trying to get attention. You sniffed the air as you walked beside Cove. You could still smell the ocean, but there were other scents now too. Pizza, pretzels, hot donuts. It was nice. Sounds nice. The energy surrounding the area seemed to fill you, and there was, minus all the people, but that's more, so many conversations, Jesus. And there was a bounce in your step as you began looking at all the familiar sights. There were so many things to do, you didn't know where to begin. Looked at Cove, hoping he was just as excited as you were. Cove was glancing from one side of the street to the other with a look in his aquamarine eyes that you couldn't quite work out. What's that? Cove pointed to a large crowd of people gathering near a few tables with large, colorful umbrellas blooming from their middles. You couldn't see past the adults who were blocking the way, but you knew there must be something worth seeing. Without another word, the two of you hurried over to see what all the commotion was about. Feast your eyes on the amazing Alexander. Okay. The center of the crowd was a man with a tall hat and a funny green coat that had 3 long tails.
There was a little table next to him with a cloth hanging over it that read The Amazing Alexander in glittery golden script. Why tell people his name if it's already on a sign? Cove hummed with understanding, then turned to walk away just as The Amazing Alexander began a shuffling of a deck of cards. Maybe we could stay and watch? Cove glanced back at the man. He then briefly lifted his arms up off his sides before returning them to place. You grinned, waving for him to follow you as you raced back to stand in the crowd. That, if he can, I pigeon. The magic man pulled one card out of the deck, showing it to the curious onlookers. It was the Four of Diamonds. Watch closely. You did, squeezing through a few of the adult onlookers to get a better view. Suddenly, the man snapped his fingers and the card just disappeared. Whoa! I was in a magic show once. It was actually really, really cool. Like, I actually went to Niagara Falls when I was a kid. And it was like specifically a magic show for kids. So when they asked for a volunteer, I was actually the one that got chosen. It was actually really cool to see. I got a bird! Anyways. The Amazing Alexander, who had earned his title, turned his head and looked directly at you. He reached out with a kind smile. What's this behind your ears? Tell me, this had to be going somewhere and you needed to find out. He smelled like popcorn and candy when he stepped closer. It was great! He felt a tug and then he pulled the Four of Diamonds out from behind your ear. You know that couldn't really have come from your ear, but you still didn't get how he'd done it. There was light applause from the crowd, and the man gave a deep bow. This is for you. The magician plucked a pair of balloons from a clump of them tied down to his table. Both were in the shape of a dolphin instead of being a normal circle. And one for your friend too. Thank you for being my assistant. Wow. Now you were really grateful he chose you. After that, he went to someone else in the crowd. Pick a card, any card. My uncle does that every time he visits. Not the balloons, the stuff with the cards. Pope spoke plainly while reaching over to take the dolphin that had been designated for him. Wonder if so, he was with Cove's whole family is magic. I can imagine if you see that every single time somebody visits, it probably does get old, yeah. It seems like my character's obviously never seen this before, though. The crowd started to clear some, and you noticed to the side there was a whole rack of brightly colored kaleidoscopes on display. I fucking loved kaleidoscopes as a kid. I don't know why. Ooh, these are cool. You shifted your balloon string to your other hand so you could bring the mysterious tunnel to your eye. A whole palette of patterns appeared right in front of you, spinning it into all kinds of different shapes as you twisted the end of the tube. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna go through, finish the memories, and then stop on this game for the day and then switch to something else. Purely for the purpose of I cannot sit and just talk and talk and talk for this long. It's like one thing to have a conversation occasionally, it's another thing to just sit here and read out loud and just talk. It's a pain in the ass. Cove picked one up and looked through it, twisting the tube at the end. After a second, he set it back on the rack, moving to the other side of the stall. He went under the awning, careful of his own floating dolphin, and you joined him. You have places like this in your old town? Cove blinked at you for a moment, and you wondered if you shouldn't have asked. You knew how much he missed that place. Not really. You nodded in understanding, looking over at the stalls nearby. While Cove looked at Sandpails, look at that shark, oh my god, he's just happy to be here. You were drawn to a table with colorful keychains laid out on it. They were sewn in the shape of sea creatures, and there was a plaque that read, "Handmade," standing proudly in front. There were lots of different types. You saw a dolphin, a shark, a crab, a turtle. Your hand stopped on the shark, a devious smirk filled with sharp teeth on its face. Yes, so devious. Look at how devious he is. You weren't supposed to go near sharks in real life, but there was something about the shark you liked. The fabric on its back was soft when you up. You were instantly enamored. Checking the price, though, your heart fell. $6. You didn't know how much about money, but you thought that was a lot to spend on one thing. If it's handmade, I'd say that's fairly reasonable price. You barely had more than a $5. You rarely had more than a $5 bill to your name. Is that what you want? Huh? Oh, it's $6. I didn't bring any money. It's fine. Are you sure? Cove took the keychain from your hands, and that was that. He was holding a small yellow bucket for himself, too. I was always gonna get you something. I already got the money for it. He smiled, pleased to have things work out. It was nice of Cove's dad to let Cove buy something for you two. You had to remember to thank him next time you saw him. After Cove paid, the two of you stepped out of the store side by side, your balloon dolphins knocking together and spiraling around in the air. You watched Cove hold up his new pail to his face, examining it thoroughly. Hey, Cove? Yeah? I really like this keychain. Thank you. It's nice. Cove looked further down the street, where different food carts were lined up. He rested his non-cast arm over his stomach, and just as he did, yours let out a light growl. You hadn't eaten since breakfast, and after all this wandering around, you were definitely ready for some lunch. Let's get some food. Yeah. You two wandered around a short while, looking at the delicacies that were available. Everything looked delicious, and as much as the different smells, both sweet and salty, wafted over you, your stomach growled even louder. After passing up hot dogs, snow cones, ice cream, and pizza, you both agreed on pretzels. Cove got something sweet and cinnamony, and you... Is there no option to have one with cream cheese? I guess I got one with chocolate. You licked your lips hungrily as the vendor handed your pretzel over, ready to take a big bite. Tiny marshmallows on it and was dripping with chocolate, just how you liked it. Okay, that does sound pretty good. Your moms didn't let you eat too much sugar, but this was a special occasion. You found an empty table close enough to the beach that the grit of the sand made terrible noises when you dragged the chairs out to sit down and eat. My god, the balloons are gonna make it hard to eat. Cove placed his bucket on the table as he stared at his still balled up hand that was wrapped around the string. You opened your mouth to agree before an idea hit you. I know. After carefully placing your pretzel somewhere it wouldn't get sandy, you tugged the balloon dolphin out of Cove's hand and tied it in a delicate bow around his wrist. I don't know why you guys didn't do that sooner, but whatever. Cove bounced his arm up and down in place, testing the stability of your knot. After watching his balloon jostle around but remain attached, he smiled, satisfied. Can you do it for me? He repeated the ritual. Cove struggled somewhat with the cast restricting his fingers on one hand and a string already tangled around the other. Got it. Two of you spent a moment admiring your handiwork, both hands now free to allow easy munching on your pretzels. You bit into the doughy treat, savoring the taste on your tongue with a smile as you looked out over the ocean. After a time you finished your pretzel, you were done before Cove. It was boring not having anything to do. You pulled on the string of your balloon to bring it down to your level, then you held the dolphin in your hands, manipulating it to make it look like it was jumping through the air. You turned to face towards the beach. It almost looked like it was swimming in the waves like a real dolphin. A laugh came from your side. When you glanced back at Cove, he had left the remaining part of his pretzel on the wrapper and he was gripping his dolphin too. Mine's name, they're just regular dolphin. Sighed, thinking about how great it would be to have a pet dolphin of your own. I'll stick with the shark. I think I'd rather have a pet shark, thank you. What's yours? Cove considered this question, placing the balloon against the table and resting his free arm across it in contemplation. It's a lot of pop. The dolphin exploded into ribbons. Damn. Oh no. For a second, all Cove did was gape in shock, like you. Then his cheeks puffed up, squinting his eyes, and you saw tears start to glisten. Maybe the amazing Alexander is still there? I'm sure he'll give you another one if you tell him what happened. After a long second, Cove gave a tiny nod of his head. You took hold of Cove's hand. He brought his gaze back down and gripped yours in turn. The two of you wandered up and down the street, but you saw no sign of the amazing Alexander. Finally, you were forced to give up. Still, it seemed to lift Cove's spirits, and that was good. Passing of Cove's balloon was the last major event. The passing of the balloon! In the end, the two of you headed back late that afternoon. You separated on the beach, and while Cove went straight home with his brand new sand pail in hand, you decided to sit for a while. You watched the waves and the sunset, fiddling with your new keychain. Another summer day was drawing to a close. It had been a good one, except for the sad final note. Okay. It was another scorching summer day. Sorry. The kind where no sooner had you finished one cup of water, you were already filling it up again. Everyone else had something going on, so that afternoon it was just you and Shiloh. This didn't happen much, especially since Cove had arrived. Without Lizzie around, Shiloh looked to you for all the answers. It made you feel nothing, I guess. Shiloh went along with whatever you wanted, so he wasn't a bother, but he also wasn't that much fun. You drained yet another drink and frowned at the empty vessel. Your thirst was gone, but you still craved something icy cold and refreshing. Something sweet, something like an ice cream sandwich, definitely. You craved a soft ice cream sandwich between two cookies. There was nothing like that to be found at home. You knew that without needing to look. Your moms didn't keep sweets in the house. Outside there were plenty of places where such goodies could be obtained, but they were shops and demanded payment in exchange for their products. Shiloh, do you have any money?
Oh,
Let me check. That was easy. You felt like you should tell him why you were asking. Thanks. I want an ice cream sandwich, but my moms don't keep any here. Shiloh rummaged in his backpack and proudly produced an assortment of coins plus one stray button. Put the button aside and counted the coins in neat piles. Just over $1, you announced this to Shiloh. He had almost certainly come to the same conclusion, but he'd been watching you expectantly. It's a start! Shiloh beamed at you, only to find some more. Okay. Two of you lifted couch cushions, stuck tiny hands down deep crevices in the sofa and under furniture, and scoured the back of drawers. Most of what you found was useless or gross: bad paper clips, fluffy wisps of dust or sandy crumbs. But every so often you would strike silver or bronze and would add it to the growing pile of coins. Not gold. You guys don't have any dollar coins? I guess that's not really a thing that people have. Normal people, at least. So many fucking. I've got like a whole coin pouch that's just full of dollar coins. Dusty and disheveled from checking every room and squinting into every nook, the two of you finished pulling your finds. Shiloh held his breath as you counted the coins once again. $2.53 and 2 buttons. You didn't know when the second button had decided to join the party, but you were too pleased with your successful hard call to throw it out. Is that enough? You figured he knew the answer without looking at you for confirmation, but the thrill of your success and the reward that would follow canceled out any other feelings that you might have had about that. Yeah, you could now afford something at the shops, just one thing, but that was infinitely better than none. Shiloh clapped his hands. Yeah. Two of you dashed outside, the promise of sugar buoyed you on your destination, where, breathless but happy, you started on the overwhelming number of options. You knew what you wanted, but it wasn't just you who had contributed to the funds to get a treat. He seemed to notice your pause. Aren't you getting an ice cream sandwich? Shiloh asked as though he was entirely separate from the decision, rather than someone with a stake in the outcome. You mind? Shiloh cocked his head to the side. It was your idea, you should choose. I'm gonna try to get something we both want. It wasn't fair for you to just be the only one to decide when he'd been a main factor in making this happen. Some of the money came directly from his backpack. What do you like? All of them. They're so good. You pressed further. But what do you really like? Popsicles or ice creams? Which is your favorite? It's so hard to pick. I don't know. Frustrated, you cut to the heart of the matter. You want me to choose? Yeah. That was that. You got the dessert you wanted originally and hoped Shiloh would actually like it too. Finally, the reward for all your hard work was in your hands. You bit the ice cream sandwich. The chewy chocolate biscuit complemented the creamy vanilla ice cream inside. You held it out to Shiloh so he could take a turn. He shook his head. You can finish it. He didn't want any after everything he did to help get it. That was weird. Even if Shiloh said it was okay, every story you'd ever seen on TV or read in a book said that sharing was caring. You stood your ground even as the treat started to trickle dangerously towards your fingers. It's only fair that you have some. We both bought it. But you want it more than I do, and getting to play was a lot of fun already, so you can have it. That's more fair. Shiloh, buddy, don't be such a pushover. Seriously, just fucking eat it. Don't, it's fine. I want you to have some even more than I want to finish it, so eat your part. Relenting, Shiloh took the treat and gave it a taste. His eyes lit up. It's really good, thank you. You smiled, pleased with your good deed. You picked the best one. And to mean that, Shiloh was always nice no matter what happened. Even if he hated it, you knew he wouldn't say so. Maybe he thought it was gross and that's the real reason why he didn't want to take some. You had no idea. You studied him as he ate a little more. He had every appearance of enjoying himself. Still weird. Shiloh, it's allowed to be, you're allowed to be your own person, my guy. Like, seriously. I kind of wonder if, like, his mom dictates all of his decisions for him, so he just doesn't know what to do with himself or something. Two of you began to head back home as he ate. You walked side by side on the shore in silence, but your thoughts kept drifting to the boy beside you. Why didn't he speak up for himself? It was almost as if Shiloh didn't know how to say what he felt or was too afraid to. Are you scared of me? Shiloh opened his eyes, seemingly caught off guard by the blunt question. No way! But you don't tell me things, like what you want to do or what treat we should get. That's not because I'm scared, it's because you have better ideas than I do. Fortunately, this was yet another thing you couldn't entirely believe Shiloh on. You hoped it was true and that he really did feel okay around you, though. Shiloh made you unsure about setting a label on the experience of spending the afternoon with just him. There had been good times and there had been confusing ones. You were positive of one thing at least, the treat was delicious and that was nice. The sun was low on the horizon and you returned to your neighborhood. There you spotted two very familiar figures up ahead, Lizzie and Cove. You opened your mouth to make your presence known to them just as you saw the tears on Cove's face. Walked straight over, Shiloh stayed at your heels. Once there, you asked what happened. Without a time machine, the only way you were going to find out was by asking the witnesses. Lizzie might have done something, but she could have been in the wrong place at the wrong time, or even come to Cove's aid. You wanted to hear the story. Cove, what happened? I got yelled at. You took a deep, steadying breath. Some grandparents got mad at me. Oh, sorry. Lizzie jerked her head in the direction of a nearby house. Your heart sunk. You knew exactly what had happened. Every year, the same mean old couple rented out that condo for the summer. You, Lizzie, and Shiloh knew to stay away from them, but Cove couldn't have. They're like that with everyone. Even your mom struggled to find anything nice to say about them. But the elderly pair particularly took offense to kids. It didn't matter if they were really nice like Cove. Yeah, Lizzie said. Lizzie drew herself up at that. She looked pointedly in your direction. I was helping. That's cool. Is there anything I can do? Girl, I never accused you. Like, I didn't want to just accuse you, but now I'm kind of wishing I had, because, like, shut up. I know she's a child. But my god.
No.
That's cool. Is there anything I can do? No, I'm just gonna stay away. Or you could teach them a lesson. There was a devilish glint in her eyes. What? You should ding-dong ditch them. Go ring the doorbell and run. It'll be great because they're so slow. They'll never catch you. That's dumb. I don't want to go near them.
Saying that because you're a chicken.
I don't. Yeah. Cove glared but didn't take the bait. Lizzie turned to you. You're not a chicken, are you? I'd rather just avoid them. He looked at the house. Behind those closed doors lurked two beings, rich in years but poor in patience. Maybe they deserved retaliation, maybe they didn't, but that punishment wouldn't be coming from you. It was safer to stay far away from them, especially since Cove took their outbursts to heart. I'm not doing it either. Another chicken for the coop. This is a hen house now. If we're chickens, you're a lizard, Lizzie. She wagged her tongue at his face. Still better than a bird brain. Chicken. Why don't you go do it? Why don't you go ring the doorbell? Bonk, 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 bonk. Get bonked, Lizzie. Yeah,
Oh yeah. It's all coming together.
I hit the wrong button. You bonked, Lizzie. Anyways, the condo door opened, revealing one of the two culprits. The old man's wizened face was set in a scowl, which was to say he looked exactly like he always did when you saw him. Maybe that was his normal face. What are you kids doing loitering outside my house? Or maybe he was just always in a terrible mood. Nothing. Nothing. He repeated the word as if it was the greatest crime anyone could commit. Nothing good. More like, get lost. What? Huh? It wasn't as if he owned the space outside the house, but Cove's eyes, still red from earlier tears, were wide, and you thought it would be best to heed the old man's command. Lizzie took off, and Shiloh immediately trailing after her without so much as a glance back in your direction. So much for your friendship. You waved your arm at Cove, summoning him to follow you, and ran after Lizzie. The man's hollers propelled you all from the street to the sanctity of the hill. Only once you were safe did you notice the stitch in your chest and the ache of your legs. You flopped down, the blades of grass tickling your face. Lizzie, who had taken the lead in the end, was already lazing on the ground. The four of you took a moment to catch your breath and enjoy the feeling of cool grass against your skin.
Cove.
Hey, Cove. Cove lifted his head. I told you there were mean grandparents around here. Cove rolled his eyes and decided this wasn't enough and rolled his entire body away from your sister. Lizzie chose to ignore his response and started chatting with Shiloh, who eagerly joined in the conversation. In the back of your mind, you knew you'd be second fiddle again to Shiloh once Lizzie came around. It always went like that. And I felt a little sad. We've been hoping the two of you might have become closer, but you had to let it go. He was happy where he was. There were other things to attend to. Anyways, I think it is the thing of, like, Shiloh's indecisive. It is very possible, like I said, his mom is just, like, dictating his entire life for him. So that makes it hard for him to make decisions. And Lizzie is fucking bossy as all hell. Because she's just kind of at that age. So it would make sense that Shiloh would be more latched onto Lizzie than onto you. You wriggled closer to Cove. He had calmed down for the most part, and was inspecting a flower. His fingers pinched the stem and tilted the white petals towards him. That's a poppy. Cove glanced at you in acknowledgement, then back to the flower. And the type of poppies on this hill have the name white linen poppy. Mom told me. He quirked a smile. That's funny. Ran a finger around the edge of the petals. It doesn't feel like cloth. You need a lot of them to make anything. He nodded and released the delicate plant. Evaluation complete. This is my favorite kind of flower, but I didn't know what it was called. Thanks. Jeezums. Please don't cap. I like the blue ones. No. Blue. Type in your I don't actually have a favorite flower. I just like blue ones. I accidentally hit Y. Yeah. We'll go with bleeding hearts, I guess. Thanks. You moved onto your back with a small smile and looked at the darkening sky. The blanket of clouds reminded you of a thick throw you curled under on cold, rainy days. You wondered if the clouds would be as soft. They lazily floated on by, splitting from each other, merging and morphing into new shapes. Saw cloud shapes. Let's say I saw a dolphin. You saw a dolphin leaping through the sky. Nudged Cove and pointed to it. Look, a dolphin! Cove joined you in gazing skywards. Yeah, I see it. Really? No, but I like dolphins. Hey, that's actually the only reason I chose dolphin was because I knew that Cove liked them. He chuckled at your reaction. All the sun's light faded from the sky and the moon rose higher. Lizzie got to her feet, dusting strands of grass from her bare legs, and surveyed her surroundings. The ocean, visible from the crest of the hill, beckoned with every sweep of the tide. Let's go to the beach! There was no argument from the other two. Shiloh was still Shiloh, and Cove would never say no to going to the shore. He was a child of the sea. You... Yeah, sure. Let's just go. So you eagerly joined the others in descending the hill down to the water. You stepped onto the sand for the second time that day, but it felt different at night. The beach was nearly quiet at this hour, abandoned sandcastles and footsteps in the sand, too big to belong to any of you, were only the indication of how busy it had been only hours earlier. The four of you kicked your shoes off and removed your socks and walked along the water's edge. Waves tickled your feet. I wonder what would happen if you tried to take a bath in the ocean with shampoo and everything. That would be bad for the fish. I didn't say anyone would do it, She's. You don't have to be so serious about everything. You're the one who asked what would happen. That is what would happen. It hurt the fishes. I like bubble baths at home. They're a lot of fun. Me too. Bubble baths are luxurious. I hate baths. You've never heard Lizzie use that word before. Mommy loves to have bubbles in her bath. She'll turn the lights off and have candles. I'm gonna do that next time. Hey, when's your mom coming to pick you up anyway? Not for a while. She's busy. What about your dad? How come you never talk about him? Nobody does. Don't you know you're not supposed to ask something like that? Why would somebody want to talk about something they never talk about? Kept your eyes on the ground, watching your toes get swallowed by the waves. Even if Shiloh never seemed upset when this topic came up, it made you feel awkward just for having both of your moms. It's okay. I'm like Lizzie and Fairly. I don't have a dad, but I don't have two moms. I just have one. She's really great. Oh, sorry. I only have one now too. My mom isn't here. She's back home. Just my dad with me. I never had a dad or anything, so I don't feel bad. It's really sad that your mom is gone. Cove nodded.
Yeah.
And if they're all different, our parents are all good in their own ways. Cove couldn't muster a response. You don't think he truly disagreed, though. The silence broke with a splash as Lizzie kicked in your direction. Cold water and sodden sand splattered against your legs. Lizzie giggled, foot still outstretched from the kick. Cove joined in, striking the incoming waves to make a splash of his own. Shiloh scurried out of Cove's spray zone with a grin. You used your foot to smack the water pulling around you, sending an arc of sea foam flying back onto your sister. You laughed as she spluttered, some of the salty water having landed in her mouth. She spat it out. Yuck. Lizzie chased you, intent on revenge. You dashed up and down the coast, taking it in turns to be the predator and the prey, as well as joining forces to take down Shiloh or Cove. Alliances were silently forged and wordlessly broken. Everything was fair game in war. Shiloh's brief exclamation was drowned out by this biggest splash yet, caused by him falling face first onto the ground. That would have been bad enough without the wave that followed, cascading over his prone body. Shiloh sat up, shaking his head like a dog coming in from the rain, as you all hurried over to check on him. His hair was plastered to his head, and his soaked clothes clung. If there was any part of him that was still dry, you couldn't see it. It was crazy. Are you okay? Yeah, my foot got stuck and I fell over.
You Dumbo.
Way to go, Shiloh, you Dumbo. Shiloh didn't take your outstretched hand after a moment you dropped it. Lizzie was too busy snickering to notice and held her hand out to Shiloh too. He reached over and took it. Slowly, he started to pull himself from the ground. Oh, so you can have Lizzie's, but not mine, I see how it is. Then he slipped on the slick sand, dragging him and Lizzie down just in time for another wave to hit. The water rolled over them. Sorry. What were the odds of that happening twice in a row? You thought they must be low, but there was no way Shiloh would do something like that on purpose, then pretend it was an accident, especially not to Lizzie. Even if your relationship with Shiloh felt unclear, he did at least like her a lot. Lizzie was his favorite, right? Smiling boldly, Lizzie extracted herself from the ground and wiped a streak of sand from her cheek. She didn't intend to let this embarrass her. Shiloh got up again as well, this time without incident. He still looked like a drowned puppy, but that didn't stop Cove from laughing at the two of them. With that, it was time to call it a day. The four of you made the journey back home, leaving a trail of wet footprints and sand in your wake. Damp clothes may have weighed down some of the group, but your spirits were high. Your arms swung side to side as a cool breeze flew past. Your moms were outside chatting to Cope's dad. We're back! Your mom's faces fell as they took in the state you were all in, ranging from messy to soaked. Elizabeth, is that all you have to say for yourself? You brought half the beach back with you. Certainly did. What's Marigold going to do when she comes to get Shiloh? Is that how you want him to be for the long drive home, cold and filthy? Lizzie's expression turned sulky over the scolding. Being the oldest could be fun, but it also meant she was the first to get in trouble when something went wrong. Mr. Holden, on the other hand, chuckled as he ruffled Cove's matted hair. You've been out making memories. You've been out making memories, Bucko? I'm glad you had a good time with your friends. Cove used his slightly moist cast arm to push his dad off. Mr. Holden's eyes widened when he noticed that even that had gotten wet. Now he was worried too. I think they could have found a less risky way to spend time and had just as much fun. That might be right, kids. What can you do? Come on, Cove, let's go get you cleaned up and dried off. We don't want that cast to have to be reset. Cove winced at the thought. Okay. Attaboy. Mr. Holden casually bent down and plucked Cove up off the ground, ultimately holding Cove against his chest. Sand was already transferring from Cove onto him, but that didn't seem to bother Mr. Holden. Cove protested being carried away, but only got a reassuring pat on the back for his trouble.
Take care.
Good night, Cove. Thank you for the talk, Cliff. Night Star's family, and Shiloh too. Resigned to his fate, Cove twisted his body in his dad's arms in order to turn around and wave goodbye. Smiling, he waved back. Good night.
Fine.
Well, we'd better do what we can to fix you guys up too. Come on, everybody inside. I want you to march straight towards the downstairs bathroom.
Ugh.
Yes, Mom. Okay, Lizzie's mom. Don't worry about stepping to wipe your feet on the mat this time. That won't do much good tonight. Sitting on an old beach towel your mommy had found, you waited in the hall until you were less sandy. You weren't allowed to go to your room or walk around the house. But you did get to eat a sandwich for dinner there. It felt like an indoor picnic. It had been decided that Shiloh would wash first and borrow some of your clothes. He was already finished and packed away in his mom's car. Miss Fields had come to collect him a while ago. It was a bit of a funny experience seeing him without that hat on for once. Lizzie, being much more soaked than you, got to go in the tub next. It wasn't a bubble bath, as she had hoped. This was a no-fun-allowed clean-up session, at least that's what she'd claimed. Not much longer and it would be your turn. When the bath was done, you'd have to go right to bed. After a day like this, though, you were glad there weren't going to be any further events. Drifting off to sleep sounded like a great idea. Alright. Cool. Last one. So much talking. Cove wasn't able to do many things that summer. When you, him, and Shiloh sat out on the shoreline one bright morning, you could tell he wanted to be in the water. There was no way he'd be swimming anytime soon, not with that cast. The waves washed a single shell to the shore, glittering in blue, another reminder of the places he couldn't go. From what you'd heard about Cove's old life so far, in tiny pieces and fragments, you could tell that he'd do anything to be able to get the cast off. Like make a pact with a witch or something, just to get it off his arm. You thought about how his summer last year must have been totally different from this, his old home and his mom and dad, but now he was here with you and Shiloh and Lizzie and everyone else. And he couldn't even go in the sea. This town wasn't bad, it had all your favorite things in it, but sitting there on the same beach you'd grown up on, you could understand that not everybody else felt the same way about Sunset Bird as you did. You watched him from the corner of your eye quietly, and he finally said aloud what you had been pondering. I wish I could go in. The water? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. You're going to be able to do it soon. Cove only sighed in response. Apparently soon wasn't enough. It's so pretty, the ocean. And huge. There could be anything out there, like mermaids. Yeah. So it would be fun if we could. It's not like there's anything we can do about it. Obviously not interested in hearing much more of your input on the situation, Cove turned back to the water. But as he looked away, something about Shiloh's slow, careful movements caught his eye. Fuck. Okay. Hey, are you building a sandcastle? You can scroll to go back. Thankfully. So I just skipped that, but it's fine. Sort of. I was only playing around while you were talking. I'm listening. Maybe I could too. I've only made big piles before. It's really nothing special. I'm sure you'll be good at it right away. Well, how do you do it then? Shiloh's cheeks lit up. You could tell he was a little bit uncomfortable to have Cove's expectant stare on him. I'll play too. I love making sand stuff. Okay. Put his hands back to the seashells and sand and nodded. I don't do a lot. That's how I like to get a house. Here's how I like to get a house started. Shiloh, focusing more intently than you'd ever seen him, guided Cove through his process. You happily used your own method. It didn't take long for the three of you to each have humble structures prepared. That's all, kind of. You can do anything now, like make it bigger, add some seashells, carve a pretty pattern. I bet you'll have great ideas.
Okay.
I'm gonna make it bigger. Mine is gonna be a real castle. Cool, this is gonna be a house. Looking at the base of your sandcastle, you decided to make... I'll make a mansion, I guess. The better part of the next hour was spent focusing on your work. The boys were the same. You and Shiloh didn't sneak as many peeks at everyone else as he usually did. You finished shaping before either of them did, glancing up from what you'd built. It seems like you got done so fast because you already searched around for extra decorations. Shiloh had grabbed most of the really interesting stuff, and Cove had a lot of the shells, but there were still options. First thing you reached for was a... Oh, fuck. We'll go with the sea glass. It was the best fit for your mansion, you decided. It was see-through and sparkly, so you put it in a funny place where it'd take a second look to see it. Pleased with your result, you finally took a proper look around that wasn't focused on the sand itself. Both Cove and Shiloh seemed super immersed still. You knew you could probably sneak a peek at either one's work. We'll wait. You instead watched some clouds go by. The silence was then broken. What's on top of yours, Shiloh? Sorry, I have to take my birth control really fast. Peeked closer and discovered something shiny sticking out of Shiloh's sand chimney. Oh, it's just a gum wrapper. It looks like
Neat.
smoke. It's good. That's smart. You should be an architect. You'd be good at it, Shiloh. Shiloh smiled without a word. And that was that for the current topic. Fairy, can I see what you did? Sure. He scooted just a bit nearer and began surveying your work. All you really knew about mansions was that they were supposed to be big, so you'd gone really big. It was the size of the country club that Lizzie played golf at, compared to Cove and Shiloh's buildings, probably even bigger. Shiloh quickly decided to jump in the new conversation. Hey Fairy, what did you do? This is my mansion! Cove scowled for a moment. Apparently the anger was actually still there after his argument with Lizzie more than a week ago. Looks great, your house is so big. I guess, yeah, mansions are just really big houses. Huh? Is being a house bad?
No.
No, but No, but we each made our own place. Nobody is the same. I think we are. Cove raised an eyebrow at that. If something is only one of that thing, that makes it special. Yeah, for sandcastles and stuff. People too. My dad always says how everybody is their own man, a real individual. I don't think I'm very special. Why not? Nobody else is you. Shiloh simply shook his head. I'm not different. A beat passed between the two. Cove then looked down at his own work again. Okay. Didn't seem to be bothered leaving the disagreement hanging there. Cove had other things on his mind. My dad tried to get me to make castles at first. The first time we came to this beach. I didn't want to. Cove trailed off. Again, there was another moment of silence. Shiloh shifted and opened his mouth to say something, but Cove spoke up before he could. You didn't think he noticed that Shiloh was going to talk. Hey, do you know what happened? What happened when your moms met my dad, Barry? You wanted to see if Shiloh would say what he wanted to, but he didn't. You considered Cove's question. I wasn't there. They didn't tell me. I just remember what happened when I met your dad. Mr. Holden had been a weird stranger then. Well, he was still kind of strange. No other parent acted like him, but you knew him better at this point. Now that you thought about it, it made a lot of sense that Cove's dad talked to him about people being unique. You were pulled from your thoughts when Cove continued. Oh, well, I was there. I don't think my mom has met your dad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she hasn't. Barry's parents and my dad met the same day I met them. I'm going to say what happened. Shiloh frowned to himself, ducking his head. His hat cast a shadow over his face. You could still tell he was upset at not being included in Cove's choice of topic. That was kind of boring for him, though giving people their own turn to say the things they want is important too. I think Shiloh wants to talk to. Huh? We were talking, just not right now. I'm talking to you. He can listen. Shiloh's expression barely flickered at the words. He still looked put off. Cove continued like the interruption hadn't happened. He was determined to tell the tale. When we moved here, we didn't bring a lot of things with us. Only some stuff that wouldn't fit in Dad's car. We didn't even get a moving truck. Oh, that would fit. I mean, I sat in there while Dad brought it all inside. Didn't want to get out because I knew Dad would make me look around the new house. I really didn't want to do that. His lips twisted into a frown as he recalled that. Then I saw your moms. They were in a car too and stopped at your house. I guess they were coming back from somewhere or something. My dad noticed. He waved his hand, then went over to the front of your house where he started talking to them. Don't know what they said. I couldn't hear it. But he couldn't see me anymore since he was looking the other way. So I opened the car door and left. I wanted to get away and went behind the house. I found those hills there. The ones where we met for the first time. Cove nodded, then stared at you. You stared back. He didn't go on to say anything more. Aren't you gonna finish your story? Cove's brows wrinkled, like he didn't understand why you were surprised. That's all that happened. Yes, thanks for telling me. You're welcome! Even if not much happened, you weren't gonna complain about knowing the story. Shiloh's mouth twisted into a scowl of disbelief, but he said nothing. Why'd you bring that up anyway? There was a slight shrug of Cove's shoulders. I was thinking about it because of the sandcastle. It made me remember when I moved here. Dad showed me the beach first before we went back to the car to unpack. I was really excited about it for some reason. Cove's brow was furrowed a little more as he quietly raked his hands through the sand. I get it. You thought maybe Mr. Holden wasn't that excited about the beach and was instead hoping Cove might be. But the line of conversation had come to its end. Even Cove was done with it. Some other topic had popped into his head. Shiloh fidgeting uncomfortably in the sand had made Cove unaware of his presence again. They looked at each other, and you could only wonder what this might be about. Hey, Shiloh. Yeah? Why are you always turning so red, even when nothing is happening? Clearly startled, he jerked back. Neither you or Shiloh had expected that to be how he got included in the conversation again. I don't know, I guess. Okay, it's kinda weird. Shiloh's eyes were wide with embarrassment and his lips twitched, and he was blushing even harder than before. Maybe it was only this, perhaps it was simply the last straw, but it was a big deal to Shiloh, a huge deal. He didn't look sad, he seemed almost panicked. You weren't sure if he was about to cry or run away or what, but you soon got an answer. Why do you wear glasses? Most kids don't wear glasses, and nobody is named Cove. Oh, fricks, you have ads in a minute, sorry. Who asked you to come? It was probably just your dad bugging Fairy's family some more because you don't have anyone else who will ever play with you. Cove blinked. The tension on the beach was suddenly uncomfortable in a way you didn't know how to laugh off. It didn't seem like the kind of thing you'd get upset about, though you hadn't ever known what kind of thing would bother Shiloh. Sorry, me too. I was just wondering. Let's build another sandcastle. The day is gonna be over soon, huh? Fairy, you're right. The sun is going down so fast. You all went back to making more sandcastle buildings, but the whole mood had changed. Shiloh's cheerleadiness was clearly gone, and Clove looked as confused as ever about why the other boy had blown up. I honestly, and I've been thinking this like since we first met Cove, is Cove supposed to be autistic? Or is he it's kind of difficult to tell with like kids, because it's like he could just be a really, really awkward kid, or he could be autistic. The air stared uncomfortable the rest of the afternoon, right up to the moment that Shiloh's mom appeared at the beach to take him home. At least you tried to do something to resolve it, though, and it seemed like it helped. Even though Shiloh's smile when he said goodbye to Cove wavered, it stayed as bright as ever for you. It had to count for something. With Shiloh gone and the sun going down, you knew it was time for you and Cove to head to your own houses. Two of you trailed out of the park together toward the neighborhood. The walk home was quiet. You passed by familiar landmarks, shoes thumping against the sidewalk in a near-perfect unison. Cove was clearly caught up in thinking about something. Something was definitely up, so you chose to reach out to him and ask, "Hey, Cove, is everything okay? You're making a funny face." "Oh, I was just wondering." Cove fell silent for a few more seconds, then sighed. Why'd Shiloh act like that when I said he was all red a lot? He gets embarrassed. Embarrassed, but I didn't say anything that bad. It might have upset him anyway. I guess I can get it, why he would do that. Sometimes I get really mad too. Despite seemingly coming to a conclusion, Cove's mood was still sour. "Hey, Fairy, was Shiloh telling the truth?" "Huh?" His gaze left yours as he dug the sole of his shoe into the ground. He looked oddly vulnerable for a second. "Does my dad make you hang out with me? I know he talks to your moms about that a lot." An uncomfortable weight settled in your chest at the question. You liked spending time with Cove. You didn't even have to think hard about it. You knew you did. But you couldn't help feeling guilty. Cove still didn't know what happened when you met Mr. Holden. I'll tell him. "Well, remember how you talked about how our parents met and I didn't know what happened? Yeah? I kind of had something happen that you don't know about when I met your dad." As you struggled to find the right words, Cove looked at you passively. You wanted to turn away, but you kept your eyes on his as you spoke. "I was walking home, and your dad was sitting in front of the house. It must have been after you ran away. My moms weren't there either. I think they were looking for you. Your dad saw me. He got up and came over. Mr. Holden told me that he just moved into the house next to mine." Cove was still listening, his expression as plain as before. Paused for a moment, wondering if you should really keep going. I'm gonna save, mostly because I'm scared. I don't want him to react poorly. I'm gonna tell him the full story. Even if it was supposed to be a secret, you thought Cove should still know. I didn't take the money! Your dad thought that you might be lonely here, so he wanted me to be your friend. He said he'd give me $20 if I did. Cove was so still you thought he hadn't heard you. Then his eyes widened, his mouth fell open, but no sound left him. Silence stretched between you, so tense that it was almost tangible. You shifted from one foot to another, and your hands tensed up. "Please say something." Instead of speaking, he closed his mouth. His eyebrows went up, crinkling his forehead. He looked more sad than surprised now. He was going to cry. You were certain of it. "I didn't take it. The money. I didn't want it, honest." Cove raised his eyes and brought them up under his glasses. His fingers pressed over his eyes, hiding them from your sight. Then, right in the middle of the street, the tears began to fall. His shoulders shook with the force of his sobs. You could glimpse wetness through the cracks of his fingers slipping down his cheeks. "Cove, it's okay." Awkwardly, you reached over and rested a hand on his shoulder. Oh no, but Cove shook his body from side to side, rejecting your presence. "Oh no!" As you stood there listening to him cry, you felt... I don't get You didn't want Cove to be this upset, you just wanted to be honest. Cove continued to weep from his face, covered by his hands. Worse, his voice raised in volume. You were frozen in place. The situation was awful, and you kept feeling worse every second. You didn't know what to do to stop Cove from crying. You began to panic. Before you realized it, your eyes were misting over, then you were crying with him. You couldn't stop. You heard a door opening, and you flinched, expecting to see one of the mean old grandparents preparing themselves to yell at you. At this hour, most people weren't around, either because they were working or down in the town. The grandparents rarely left the house except to complain at children making noise in the street. You didn't want Cove to have to deal with that right now. You tried to come up with something you could do for him, for the situation, for anything. But the door that stood open now didn't belong to the grandparents. To your utter surprise and relief, it was Cove's own. His dad was already home. As he peeked out his door, Mr. Holden momentarily looked unsure. Perhaps he had suspicions on the noise outside, but wasn't entirely positive, though a kid crying is pretty distinct and there aren't a lot of kids. Maybe he didn't want to believe something might be wrong with his son. His face fell as he spotted the source of the commotion. It was pained and it was scared, and it reminded you of the one he'd worn the first night you'd met Cove. Mr. Holden didn't go down the steps in front of the house, he just jumped right over them and stumbled into a run. He skidded to a stop before Cove bent down on one knee and then solidly cupped Cove's teary face with his hands.
What's wrong?
What's wrong? Are you hurt anywhere? Cove continued to cry, unable or unwilling to cough out an explanation. Not taking his hands from Cove, Mr. Holden turned to you for an explanation, his eyes wide and imploring. Was asking if you made me hang out with him. You did, so I told Cove how you wanted to give me money to be his friend. As you spoke, Mr. Holden's chest rose while he inhaled a deep, shaky breath, culminating in a gasp at your final words. What? Dude, what did you expect? He clamped his mouth shut, shaking his head. He faced his crying son again. No, it's my fault. I shouldn't have done anything like that in the first place. He cast his eyes down, sighing. When he next spoke, it wasn't a part of a conversation anymore. It was barely loud enough for you to catch his words. Barry's only a kid. Tears were still streaming down Cove's face, smiling sadly. Mr. Holden wiped Cove's cheek with his thumb. He furrowed his brows and looked at the ground. When he next glanced up, his mouth was set with determination. Mr. Holden finally took his hands off Cove. He reached for his wallet. Confused, you stared at the little rectangle that all adults seemed to carry in some shape or form. It had been the source of all these problems. You were sure that Cove wouldn't want to be reminded of it right now. Mr. Holden was clearly of a different mind to you. He inexplicably retrieved another $20 bill, rolled it up, and raised it to Cove's face. Cove's eyes were hidden behind the tightly clamped fingers, so Mr. Holden poked Cove's nose with the bill. Cove peeked between his hands and grunted as he saw what he had been prodded with. Even if it was surrounded by sobs, you were glad that something else had finally left Cove's mouth.
Come on.
Quote, "Hey Cove, can you stop crying? I'll give you this cash if you do." Is this just something he does? Cove dropped his hands from his face. It had already been red and wet with tears, but now his features were scrunched up with a scowl. Not for the first time, you questioned Mr. Holden's tactics. He had to use two hands, but Cove firmly shoved his dad's own hand away. But Mr. Holden just chuckled at Cove's reaction and tossed the money aside. It unfurled as it flew through the air, rising before slowly drifting to the ground. Mr. Holden took Cove's outstretched wrists and lowered them to Cove's sides, stopping him from hiding his face once again. Cove's dad clearly wasn't going to let go. Huffing, Cove turned his whole head away, tears continuing to roll down his cheeks as he glowered at the ground. You can buy a lot of cool things with that, but it can't do everything, can it? Cove didn't respond, not even to look at his father. Mr. Holden continued. Your old dad likes to make things nice for you with the money he earns, but you're smart. You know that I haven't really done anything.
I'm sorry.
I still make you sad and upset, just like right now. I'm sorry. Cove sniffed, the harsh line of his brow mellowing. Mr. Holden squeezed Cove's hands as he continued. Barry is smart too, right? Mr. Holden spoke in a soft, encouraging tone, and Cove continued to calm. You have nothing to worry about, except for me. Okay. Mr. Holden chuckled. He seems more like an older brother than a dad, honestly. But whatevs.
Cove pressed his lips together, mulling over his father's words, though the stream of tears had eased. I guess he is just like awkward, kind of goofy dad. Drops still budded in his eyelids and threatened to spill out. I love you, son, so much, more than anybody else. Sometimes that makes me a little too hasty to see you happy, and I make it all worse. I really am sorry. Scrunching his eyes tight, Cove nodded. When his eyes opened again, they were red and glossy. There were no tears left on the precipice of his lower lashes. Aside from the occasional stiff, he was mostly back to his usual self. He swallowed.
Okay.
Though Cove had refused to echo Mr. Holden's exact words, the sentiment seemed to be enough for his dad. He moved his hands up under Cove's armpits and hoisted Cove high into the air with a grin. Cove's hands flew to his glasses, holding them back from falling off. Cove's lips were shut tight, all betrayed by the telltale smile in his eyes that he was trying to hide. Holden laughed. Mr. Holden laughed, lowering Cove so that he was securely pinned against his chest. Cove looked away, face angled to the ground. Now that his dad could no longer see him, he was allowing himself a smile. Mr. Holden might have missed it, but you didn't. Cove wriggled, pushing a hand against his dad's shoulders. Can I go back down now?
Yeah.
Mr. Holden set Cove gently on the ground, waiting until his feet found their footing before releasing him entirely. I have to do something. Wait here. As Cove wandered away, Mr. Holden's gaze stuck to him like glue. He sighed, eyes downcast. You felt weird that you'd only been able to stand there while the event unfolded. You weren't able to fix it. I couldn't make him feel better. Don't worry about it, please. We don't need another tragedy today. He winked and you weren't impressed. Hey, I mean that. The first part anyway. There's only so much you can do to try fixing someone else's mistake. He smiled sincerely at you. You've done plenty for Cove. Just the fact that you were honest with him when his own dad wasn't proves
That's a
it.
relief.
Thanks for being such a good kid. I hope you'll keep spending time with the boy. If he lets me. Okay, it seems like it turned out okay, so I'm hoping. As though the sound of his name summoned him, Cove returned, clutching the bill his dad had cast aside earlier. Cracked your head, and Cove's dad raised his eyebrows. Cove looked at the crumpled note, then walked over and held it out to you. I stopped crying. I don't want this. You can have it. He gave you a small smile. Behind him, Mr. Holden was still watching Cove closely, clearly relieved. You shared the feeling. Cove was making peace with the deal that happened behind his back. Shaking your head, you pushed the note back to Cove. I don't need it. But I don't want it. You were at a stalemate. Mr. Holden hummed thoughtfully, tapping his head. He gazed up at the wide skies. He pretended to give the conundrum serious consideration. I know. Plucked the bill from Cove and tore it into. You and Cove gasped in unison. Dad, we can't do anything with it now. True, it won't work at the store like this, but now you can split it. Why didn't you just, dude, you have your wallet on you, why didn't you just give us $10 bills? No, I understand what he's trying to do, it's just really funny. Crouching down, he held out the pieces to you and Cove. You both looked at the two halves, neither of you reached for them. It still has value, as a keepsake, a memory. That's one of the most valuable things you can use money on. That sounds pretty good, huh? Maybe I'm getting smarter. Wordlessly, Cove stretched out a hand and took his half. You took yours, running a finger along the jagged edge of the bill. It was cool to think that no other note would share the exact same feature. The precise peaks and tress of the tear, except for Cove's, which would bear them in reverse. Thank you for the follow. It did feel like there was value left in it.
Just followed.
And Mr. Holden stood up. Oh, I got an achievement for telling him about the deal, I guess. Hello. Mr. Holden stood up, stretching his arms out casually. Well, then it's about time for dinner. Me and the Rugrat need to be going in. You probably should too. I bet your moms went to see you. Alright. Bye-bye.
Thanks very much.
Have a good night, and thanks, Fairy. Father and son waved at you as you turned and dashed back home. I have Pride Month. I wear all Pride outfits. I was trying to find a Pride earring, and then I remembered that my earring that I wear all the time is actually already Pride, so it doesn't matter. Father and son waved at you as you turned and dashed back home, the note clenched tightly in your hand. You felt lighter. Okay. And then Oh, I'm not playing through the whole thing right now. I can't talk out loud for that long. I can't just sit here and read out loud. I hate it. I'll never get tired of that view. You stood beside your moms, Lizzie and Cove, as the five of you watched the sun dip into the ocean somewhere far, far away. You like to imagine it cooling off in the water, resting itself before getting ready to shine brightly again tomorrow. I think it'd be really funny if, like, the sun was just going up and down in the sky. Like, it doesn't circle, right? It just, like, it sinks into the ocean and then it rises back up. like if that's what the character is thinking. I am also enjoying this game so far. It's pretty cute. I just can't, I don't like reading out loud, so I can't do it for too long. That was a fun day. I didn't know they had magicians on the shopping street now. Neither did I. Oh no, we are so dull. Let's get out more. He didn't do real magic, Mom. How did you figure that one out? Because I know, that's not what real magic looks like. Oh, Lizzie dear, there's all kinds of magic in the world. Lizzie gave Mommy a suspicious look, but didn't dispute the claim. You looked over at Cove, who hadn't said a word since you started home. He didn't look upset though, just content. You're aware he still hadn't quite warmed up to your parents. That's fair. Well, we can't sit out here all night. Time to hurry home and get cooking. Who's helping with dinner? Lizzie immediately let out a groan. No spoilers! Mom, summer's almost over. The protest was obvious. You could practically see school on the horizon. I like Cove. I do like Cove a lot so far, but no spoilers. No spoilers. Alright, you practically see school on the horizon. You certainly didn't want to spend your last bits of freedom cooking dinner. You could do that any other day. That's it. Puppy dog eyes, they're coming on. Oh, don't look at me like that. Like what? Soon we'll have homework and reading to do. We can't do work now, too. That's good. Do they not have summer homework? Because, like, no kid does their summer homework in the first week of school. They always wait until the last week. And you will not convince me otherwise. Unless they already did their summer homework. Like, since it is, I think it's the last day of summer. It's like, I understand that they're 8 and 10, but I had summer homework when I was that age, so, like... how dare they? Lizzie made her case and then stomped her foot into the ground. You mimicked her, feeling that would add something to the argument. Well... oh, come on, Pam. I can help you with dinner. Yay, we finally know Mom's name! we finally know it! Mommy leaned in for a hug, and you knew that you were very close to victory.
Okay.
Alright. But as soon as dinner's ready, you lot are coming inside. Understood? Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom. Cove, dear, you're welcome to join us as well. You grinned at Cove and nudged his arm with your elbow. Cove gave a non-committal shrug to your mommy, which you took as an agreement. So much to do, so little time. Maybe I could still get the seashell bracelet at Tines and Trinkets. Oh, or maybe the playground? Or the fireflies would probably be coming out too. I'm making my own plans. Lizzie had her own ideas of what she wanted to do. But what were you going to do? You glanced over to Cove, considering. Strong gust of wind made you shiver. Lizzie huffed as she wrapped her arms around herself.
Rude.
Doesn't the wind know that summer's not over yet? That's all Lizzie said before abruptly turning on her heel and heading off in the direction your mothers had gone. Where are you going? I'm going to my room. I have lots to plan if I want to make the most of tomorrow. You thought this over, looking off towards the water again. Lizzie didn't wait, and before long she was disappearing over the... she was disappearing off the road, Jesus. Meanwhile, Cove was going in the opposite direction, heading for the beach. Dude, of course I'm following Cove! Lizzie's fine, she's with our moms. We'll go to Cove. We shouldn't leave Cove out here alone. Cove gave you a smile that you couldn't help but return. He made a little gesture that you interpreted as follow me, and then started heading to the waves. Cove knelt down, picking up something you quickly identified as a smooth rock. He reared his arm back, then tossed it into the water. That's a good toss. That's a good toss. I'm looking, good toss. Going insane.
Deciding to join Cove, you searched nearby for any rocks or shells that you could throw to. You found a shell that would suit your purposes, a smile growing as you tossed it as hard as you could. It landed with a wet-sounding thunk a few feet away and slumped down into the water. When you looked over at Cove, you didn't seem to notice that his throw had been more impressive. I was fucking terrible at skipping stones as a kid. I was awful at it. Cove was looking down at his cast, scratching idly at the pink surface, even though you were pretty sure he couldn't feel it. His brows were furrowed, and there was a frown on his face.
It's not fair.
It's not fair. I've had to wear this cast for ages. I can't even swim. It was jet ski. I've wondered how he got it, like, the entire time that he's had it, so I won't just ask. Okay, so I was jet skiing. Cool. You beamed at him. You'd never gone jet skiing, but you'd seen others do it all the time from the shore. It looked impressive. Cove looked a little taken aback by your outburst, but after a second he gave a small nod. He then continued to explain. I crashed. He gestured to his arm as if to say, and this was the result. It's hard to believe you're allowed to jet ski. Well, I'm not. Oh. Cove let out a huff, plopping down into the sand. I can't believe summer's almost over. You sat down next to him and nodded in agreement, regardless of the sudden topic change. I don't want to go to school. I mean, I would. I don't want to go to a new school. I think it'll be the same school as you and Lizzie. My dad said something about that. Cool, you're going to like it. Everyone's super nice. You'd only ever been to the one school, but you were sure that his old school couldn't have been that much better. Then again, he did have to make new friends and meet new teachers. It could be kind of scary. Cove shook his head, then wrapped his good arm around his knees as he drew them to his chest. You heard a sniffling sound, and when you took a good look at his face, you realized that his eyes were wet. Dude, at this point I should start carrying around tissues with him. For him, I mean. You never had to move before, but you thought you could understand. If you had to go to a new school all of a sudden, with all new people, you'd probably be dreading it too. Though you sort of maybe understood, you weren't sure how to help. Okay, I'll see you later. Cove gave his head a small shake. No, I want to go back home. Right, Cove wanted to go back to his old home, the one that sat waiting someplace far from here, the one he would bring up whenever he felt this sad. It had been a while since he had moved in, but he didn't seem to feel any better being out here. I mean, he's 8, dude. He is 8. I can imagine. I'd say, like, at least this happened during summer break and not in the middle of the school year. I understand, like, no matter what, it's gonna be hard considering he's 8, his parents just got a divorce, and now he's moving to a brand new town with brand new people. But at least it's happened in the summer, and not during the school year. I see. Settled back down into the sand, trying to consider what to do. This can be your home. It's a really nice home, if you give it a chance. Cove didn't respond to that. He just tightened his arm around his knees, resting his chin on them. You're not going to leave, right? You'll still be around? The question was a little surprising. Bro, did you not read the tags on the game? I think he misread the dating sim tag, guys. I don't think he realizes that I don't own any of the DLC, and by default, he's my only love option. Honestly, I feel like it would get to the point where, like, unless the other love options are with you as kids, I would still just default to Cove, right? Like, even if I had the DLCs for the other games, because it's this whole thing of, like, that's part of the thing with a dating sim where your childhood friend is just a love interest in general, especially if you've been playing since the MC was a kid. Like, you're gonna be extremely attached to the childhood friend. You're going to want to, like, see them be happy, and you're probably gonna want to be with that specific character over some character you like, just met, right? So I feel like even if I had the DLCs, I would probably still just migrate towards Cove in terms of a romantic relationship. The question was a little surprising, and yes, I do plan to romance Cove when we're older. So, of course. Parents would have mentioned if you were going to move or something, right? Yeah, my parents mentioned we were gonna move, like, 7 years ago, and we still haven't done it! For a second, Cove gave a little nod. Once I get my cast off, we could go swimming. You were fine with him changing the subject again. Yeah, that would be fun. Cove smiled, then looked back to the waves. My dad keeps saying I'll get used to everything eventually, that I'd feel better then. It used to make me angry. I didn't want to get used to everything. Spared a glance over at Cove and saw the anger had slipped off his face in favor of something almost puzzled. But maybe that would be okay after all, as long as I really do feel better. I can't see it. I can remember a long time ago when you'd first started going to school, assuming that was like 3 years ago, I don't know, unless they went to preschool. Absolutely not been okay with the idea of being away from your parents for most of the day. Debatable. A kindergarten that's only like a few hours long. Anyways. Listen to strangers tell you what to do and sit with kids you'd never met before. Things changing is hard. I'm gonna hold his hand. You're not quite sure what to say to that, so instead you reach out and take hold of Cove's hand. The one closest to you is the one in his cast, so you made sure that you were very gentle. As you watched, Cove's eyes got a little misty once more. You got the feeling that they were different tears than the ones from before, though. I hope next summer I'll surf and go exploring and everything will feel like it's supposed to again. You will. It will. The two of you sat quietly, just taking in the sounds of the waves. You hoped that Cove would be able to accept this place as his new home. You'd definitely try to help in what ways you could. There were so many wonderful things here Cove probably hadn't even seen yet. Lost in thought, you started a bit when you heard a faint, familiar sound. Sound of your mom shouting your name. You looked over your shoulder, realizing it was probably time for dinner. Time had really gone by fast, jeez. You stood and dusted the sand off of yourself. My mom's calling. It's time for dinner. You should come. Cove looked up at you, expression screaming reluctance, yet ultimately, okay. When you smiled, Cove returned with one of his own. Fairy, thanks.
Thanks.
It was nice where you were right then. But the two of you couldn't stay there in your own little world any longer. You were being called forward. So the both of you ran off towards your house, leaving the waves and summer behind. This sucks. It's like, I want to stop for the sake of my voice, but this is genuinely a very, very good, like, life simulator and dating simulator so far. Okay. So we might, I might keep going. I'm gonna say, oh, I can have braces? That's cute. I'm gonna say, over the summer, I definitely got some scars. And... nice. Say, over the summer I definitely got some scars, and we'll say... I don't know, I get sunspots. Like, if I'm out, I get sunspots, so... We'll say my character gets sunspots here. We're definitely moving up to crush for my relationship with Cove. And I still feel very relaxed with him, so... Let's go. Ooh. Oh, he's so cute! Oh, look, he's got this scar from the... Okay. I'm not gonna change his hair or anything too much. Oh, wait. I can change his hair. I like this one. This one's floofy. Okay. I was expecting the, like, changing him to be a full-on customization. And I'm very happy to know that it's not, like, a full-on customization, that it's just, like, a... you get to change just, like, a little bit of stuff around him. Okay, actually, hold on. I'm saying I like that I don't get to, like, change his hair color or, like, his skin tone or anything. That's what I'm trying to say. Those are good, I think. Obviously, we want him to be warm towards me. I tried my best to be, like, as nice but also as open and honest with Cove as possible. Okay. August ended, summer began, it was time to go back to school. I'm gonna finish my food that I've just had since the beginning of stream, by the way. Lizzie groaned and complained the entire first week. She hated going back to classes. Still, there were interesting things to do that couldn't be done anywhere else. You weren't sure how Cove felt about it. He was enrolled that year. That was like a sign Cove would be staying in Sunset Bird for a while. At school, he was alright, but kept his distance from the other kids. From what you saw, anyway. Whenever he could, Cove stuck to you like glue. He didn't even mind that much what you did to pass the time, as long as it was together. Okay. That year, the divorce of Cove's parents was finalized. You overheard your parents talking about it, saying Cove's dad got full custody. Okay. First, you were worried that meant bad news. It made Mr. Holden cry, apparently. Then you found out it meant Cove would keep living with his dad. He would only stay with his mom a few weeks of the year. Cove cried too, for different reasons, you thought. Seemed like Cove and his mom and his dad might move again, but Mr. Holden decided to stay after all. Mom asked him about it once. He said he didn't want to uproot Cove's life a second time. Okay. Mr. Holden tried to get Cove to like Sunset Bird more. He kept encouraging his son to go out and see the place. Sometimes Mr. Holden volunteered you to spend time with Cove. Seemed very confident that it was an effective strategy. Cove never talked to anyone about what happened with his parents and withdrew whenever it was brought up. It was hard for him, yet nobody knew how to help. Therapy! Eventually, Cove stopped crying on his own. You couldn't understand what had changed. Still, you were worried about him. You could tell he wasn't completely happy. Maybe one day he could say out loud what he felt inside. After that, it felt like things had gone back to normal. Except what was normal didn't stay the same. Shaking the cat, sorry. Years passed, and suddenly you were in middle school. You weren't a kid anymore, you were 13 years old. Did I start middle school at 13 years old? Because that seems really late. I'm just saying. It's coming from the... Oh. Oh, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not 100% sure where this game is actually meant to take place, specifically because of the way that some words are spelled. Like, one word that's usually spelled with an S was spelled with a C earlier, so I don't actually know. I'm bringing that up because, like, most kids are 10 to 12 when they start middle school. I was 10. So, I don't know. You weren't a kid anymore, you were 13 years old, that officially made you a teen, even if your sister didn't agree. The toys and crayons that used to litter every free space in your room had been packed away somewhere, replaced by new hobbies. There were other changes, too. Cove's cast had got taken off. It was weird to see him without it initially. Underneath the pink plaster ended up being a long, thin scar that snaked across his forearm. Cove's chest puffed out in pride whenever someone drew attention to it. He also went through a major growth spurt. He was the tallest student in his class for 2 years in a row. Cove will probably hold that spot again next time. That's gotta be awkward, though. I was never the tallest in my class, but it's gotta be awkward, like, being the tallest one in your class. When I hit puberty, like, I got thicker, but I didn't get taller, and that was already awkward on its own. Especially being the first person to hit puberty. But, you know, imagine it's a similar feeling. It's just super fucking weird. Alright, in class, people knew him for more than just being tall. He also stood out because of how well he did on tests and in other academic situations. Over the years, he began opening up more too. You saw him talking amicably with other kids or neighbors from time to time. The only kid that came to visit the neighborhood when you were little, Shiloh, well, he was gone. He and his mom moved back south because of her work just 1 year after Cove came to Sunsetburn. That sucks. It had been really upsetting when he left. Lizzie was inconsolable for weeks, but nobody talked about Shiloh anymore. It was a long time ago. You learned some heartbreaking things became less sad the further away they were, even if it had never gotten any better. That was sad in its own way. Oh my god. Things were different too. Things at home were different too. You still lived in the same house and all that, but it wasn't how it was before. Are we Ma? Okay, is it Mom and Ma now instead of Mom and Mommy, I'd assume? Since I'm a bit older. Ma dyed her hair purple, wanting something new, and liked it so much she kept dyeing it. I was right. I remember calling her Mommy as a kid, but something like that seemed awkward nowadays. You were much too old for that word. I mean, I still want to call her Mommy, but that's just because she's hot. Ah! Lizzie felt too mature for her nickname. She insisted on everyone calling her Elizabeth, so you did. Your mom soon gave her permission to go places other than the playground and shopping street, which she took advantage of. You rarely saw her around the old neighborhood. She's assumedly 15 at this point. In fact, she hardly spent time with you the way she did before. Elizabeth instead associated more and more with the girls from school who were her own age. Yeah. Maybe the difference between 13 and 15 was greater than the difference between 8 and 10. You started befriending new people yourself, like Derek Suarez, didn't live in the neighborhood or go to the same school. What happened was his and Cove's dad struck up a business partnership a few months ago. Since then, Derek would pop up in the area every now and then. It seemed Mr. Suarez was happy to let Derek tag along to his work if Derek had the time for it. Without a doubt, everyone and everything around you had changed. In small and big ways, you had too. As time went by, though, it was easy to settle into this new normal. Then, before you knew it, school was over, and summer vacation had come again. Ooh, nice new room! See, I a scuba mask over there. That's pretty big epic, I guess. It was the first day of summer vacation. The sun was as hot as ever. But you were inside, away from a charged space. Okay, I see the monitor and then the mouse and keyboard. Where's the computer? Unless it's in this little cabinet, because I don't see it under the desk. To be more specific, it has to be in this little cabinet, because it's not under the desk, or I don't see it behind the monitor. Wide awake. We made sure to slather on a generous amount of sunscreen so you don't get burnt, but knowing you, you're probably gonna get burnt anyway. I finished my bagel. Mostly because it's been sitting on my desk for 3 hours, just, you know. Ah. You were looking in the mirror, studying the clothes you'd thrown out when your bedroom door opened without warning. In the reflection, you saw Elizabeth raise an eyebrow. Ooh. Okay, queen. Looking really pretty here. Okay. Yes, I know, Cece. I'm on top of my headphone cord. Sorry, Kat's here, and I had to roll. No, you're Cece. Ooh, okay. Have you been staring at yourself this whole morning? Did you knock next time? She ignored that, crossing her arms over her chest with a disgruntled expression. Clearly, she hadn't come in just to see you. Mom told me to tell you that your friend's at the door. He brought some happy summer gift from Mr. Holden. Mom wants you to take it from him. It says say thanks or whatever. So come down already. I was trying to give her an angsty teen voice, and I'm happy to know that it's pretty accurate. I'll be there when I'm there. Elizabeth rolled her eyes and left, having done what was instructed of her, so I was putting on chapstick. Now alone, you focused on the mirror once again. I'm Aberragay. Cove was really tall, Derek was kind of short, and you were pretty much the exact height that someone would expect for a 13-year-old. It suited you well, in your mind. Then you put the finishing touches on your outfit while ruminating on the situation. Careless as they had been, Elizabeth's words piqued your curiosity. You planned on going over to see what Cove was up to, so this worked in your favor. Your reflection grinned back at you. You were looking forward to seeing him. You left your room, taking an easy time down the stairs. Step 2, second a chance. Why is it called that? I'm scared. You spotted Mom first, reclining on the couch. She held a magazine in her hands, which she was perusing through. Morning, Mom. She looked up at your greeting, a smile instantly appearing on her face. Oh my god, she got hotter! No! Good morning, Fairy. Thank you for coming down. Ma's at the door with Cove. He can't stay over today, unfortunately. Why don't you go talk to him? Why don't you go and thank him before he leaves? You nodded and made your way to the front of the house. Just as she said, Ma was there making conversation. She must have heard you because she looked over her shoulder.
Oh.
Okay, that is not the purple that I was expecting, but I'm glad that it's that shade of purple. I was expecting like a bright purple. And was sat here like, no, that would not look good on her at all. That shade of purple, that's fine. That looks great, honestly. She looks fantastic. Look who finally made it. Morning, sleepyhead. Ma reached forward and you knew she was about to pat you on the head. She was taller than average, so you were little in her eyes despite being a typical size for your own age. Just let her pat me. That type of small, affectionate exchange was nice. She placed the whole of her hand on top of your head for a second before lifting it back up. Ah, you're the last one down today, you know that? Sorry about the wait. Oh, there's no need for that. What matters is you're here now. With a small laugh, Ma stepped aside. Cove was just as you remembered, exactly how you came to know him to be. Oh my god. Oh my god, look at him, he's so cute! He leaned uncomfortably to the side in your doorway as his bushy hair covered part of his face. His features were pinched in embarrassment and he shifted from one foot to another. He was holding what must be the much talked about gift. Is it a fruit bouquet? Yeah! I'll happily take that. I fucking love fruit. At first you figured it I thought it was a bouquet of flowers too, and then I was like, why are they star-shaped though? I was like, no, it's gotta be a fruit bouquet. No, instead it was carefully cut fruit. It made a lot of sense that it was actually from Cove's dad. You had to suppress a laugh at this showing. You couldn't imagine many folks buying that sort of things for their own personal enjoyment. I would! That kind of arrangement was built for the presentation, likely to impress whoever was inevitably gonna eat it. I'd buy it and then take photos and then go, look at this, and then I'd eat the whole thing by myself. And then everybody would be like, well, why did you send me a photo if I wasn't allowed to eat it? And I would just hiss at them. I'd hiss at them and then I'd gremlin back into the shadows like the creature that I am. You'd hear me go, and and then you'd see me creeping back into the shadows. I don't know what's wrong with me. Okay. Whoop. I hit right click. It seemed no matter how long he lived here, Mr. Holden would keep going out of his way to be neighborly, and Cove would always be roped into participating. Cove smiled at the sight of you. The sting of his goofy errand was he was clearly embarrassed to be uneased. Hey, Fairy. He smiled back. It was second nature to you. Cove had always been such a close friend ever since the two of you were kids. Hey, it's nice to see you. Yeah, you too. Oh my god. He's so cute. Actually, like, he's adorable. Look at him. I'm so happy I chose the fluffy hair, also, because fluffy hair for the win. Your grin widened even more. Every time he came, your mood was brightened. It was already shaping up to be another long summer with plenty of time for the two of you to have fun together. His awkwardness over the task started to creep back in, so Cove nudged the gift closer to you. He was ready to be relieved of it. With that, the gift was accepted. I hope you and your family like this. It's a pretty good gift. I think so anyway. He smiled earnestly. Oh my god, he's so fluffy. Dad spent a lot of time picking out the best size and design. There were so many options to choose from. You are too cute sometimes. You are too cute. Just thank my dad for all this, okay? Haha, alright. Mr. Holden's behavior really was different from any neighbor you'd ever had. Though after 5 years you were used to his antics, and you'd since made up your mind on what your opinion was. Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with that one, because honestly, Cove's dad, DILF. Cove's dad is a DILF, and both of my moms are MILFs, and you will not convince me otherwise. They're hot, okay? He was great, kinda handsome to boot. Though there were some things people didn't like about Mr. Holden, you didn't mind them and liked him quite a bit. And even if he was Cove's dad, you couldn't pretend like he wasn't a nice-looking guy. That was good too, but it was something you kept to yourself. Your thoughts were quickly interrupted by a shout. There you are! You shared a confused look with Cove as, both of you stepped through the open door onto the neighborhood street. It didn't take long to locate the source of the noise. You spotted Derek just a few yards down the road. He ran up to you. I'll say I was confused. You hadn't expected to see Derek today, but you never really knew when he'd appear. Oh, he's adorable! After stopping a couple steps away, Derek hunched over to catch his breath. I know this is one of the boys you can romance if you do, if you have the DLC. Then he looked up with a wide grin.
Hey.
Hey, Guy and Powell. Pat and Pal, sorry. I was just at your house, Cove, but no one was there. Okay, I know they said he's shorter than average for a 13-year-old, but he doesn't look 13. I'd say Cove doesn't really look 13 either. Cove looks more like 14 or 15. This kid straight up looks like he's like 11 or 12. But okay. Should have figured you'd be at Fairy's place. Do you ever spend time in your own home, or are you always just here? Derek laughed at his own joke. He either didn't notice that it embarrassed Cove, or the embarrassment was what he was actually laughing at. Derek turned to you. He was going to say more when his eyes widened and he gasped. What's that? You followed his gaze, unsure, then you realized what he meant. You were still holding Mr. Holden's gift. It's like a bouquet of flowers, but made out of fruit.
Nice.
Nice, can I have some? No, fuck you. It's my fruit. Yeah, I haven't even tried any yet. Derek pouted at your words, not hiding his disappointment. Aww. Then he nodded his head as if to clear it. Anyways, that's right, I came here because I needed to say something big. He paused, possibly for effect. There's some other kid here in Sunset Bird. Cove was as surprised as you were by the news. Such a reaction made sense. No one around your age had moved here since Cove did 5 years ago. Were they with their family? Maybe they were cutting through. Nuh-uh, the new kid was all by himself, just walking. Did you talk to him? Nope, I came to report the sighting right away. He had green hair, glasses, was pretty small, and seemed really upset about something. I hope he didn't leave. You blinked. Slowly, you looked over to your longtime neighbor. That sounds a lot like you, Cove, when you first got here anyway. Kinda does, doesn't it? That's weird. Is this a half sibling? Is that what this is? Sounded almost fond, a small smile playing on his lips. Derek snickered good-naturedly. I can see that went really well, now that you say so. What do you say? Let's go find Cove's look-alike. We should all meet him.
Sure.
I'll do it. Sure, I want to see who this person is. Derek grinned, then he pointed down the street the way he came. Last I saw him, the mystery visitor was going in this direction. Nothing else needed to be said. The three of you were off, with Derek leading the way. Derek brought you to the beach, and as a trio, you made your way down the shore to the old playground. You walked to the familiar path in a comfortable silence. When you were almost there, you spotted the kid in question. His bright colors almost shone like a beacon beneath the rays of the sun. He scuffled around, kicking up the sand as he paced. It was true, certainly seemed upset, but you didn't think he was sad like you had originally pictured. No, with his erratic movements and scrunched up expression, he came off angry. Started to have doubts about this expedition. Maybe it'd be better if you left him alone and let him sort himself out. Derek didn't feel the same. He waved wildly, calling out to the boy. Hey guy, over here! Oh my dear god, never mind, he looks nothing like Cove. What is it? I'd be pissed off too if I had a bowl haircut, my god! The kid whipped around, an impressive scowl carving deeper onto his face. His eyes were tired, but a strong hostile energy still radiated from him. What? What is it? What do you want? Sharp tone made Derek flinch. He shifted on his feet. What's your name? Jeremy. Was that it? No, I'm Derek. That's Farian Cove. We were just walking around and saw you. We wanted to say hi. There aren't a lot of kids our age in the neighborhood. Yeah, see, it's cool to see someone else here. Freaks, you've ads in 5 minutes. Strangely, Jeremy grew furious by your response. If steam could erupt from a person's ears, it would have happened then. They did bring me somewhere stupid. Of course, I knew it. What?
My parents.
My parents, they're the ones who brought me. I didn't walk to this town. Can you not figure that out on your own? Oh my god, I'm gonna punch him in the face. Right, my dad brings me to Sunset Bird too when he has to come for work and all that stuff. It's not bad. That earned a glare from Jeremy. Derek winced beneath it, glancing away. It was a struggle to remain friendly with this Jeremy guy. I mean, I wouldn't want to come here for a real vacation, probably either. That's an understatement. This doesn't count as a vacation, it's a waste of time, a chore. Parents' family is nearby, and we just had to come see them. Ugh! If they're your parents' family, doesn't that make them your family too? Oh my god, I'm gonna punch this child. That's a pretty good reason to come by. Did you want to go somewhere else? No! Jeremy crossed his arms with a huff. He turned away. They should have gone by themselves since they cared so much and left me home. But I'm not allowed to be by myself. It makes no sense. They're the ones who don't know how to do anything and I'm the kid? Yeah, you know what? Who peed in your cereal this morning? Who pissed in your fucking cereal, huh? Who pissed in your fucking cereal? Stupid child. Your turn to get bonked. Start bonking the child. Jeremy's lip curled as his face contorted from anger to horror.
Disgusting.
Why would you think of something like that? It's disgusting.
Eesh.
Just an expression. He took a deep breath. You thought for one hopeful second that maybe he was calming himself down. He was not. So what? You're putting it in people's heads. I don't want to have to think about it, and someone brainless might decide it's a good idea and actually do it. There's some real stupids out in the world, you know. You're all living proof of that. Hey, we're not stupid. Just stop it. You first. You turned to Cove, lowering your voice. The two of them aren't that similar at all. Jeremy must have had good hearing, though, because he caught the private exchange and scoffed. Ugh, of course we're not similar. My eyebrows aren't stupid. Okay, I do hate his eyebrows. Cove's cheeks flushed crimson at the insult. You couldn't be sure if it was out of embarrassment or anger. Maybe both. Come on. Yeah, how can you say that when you've got a bowl cut? Yep, it's embarrassing and awful. But my parents made me. I won't have to have it when I'm older. I don't know what he's gonna do with those things except maybe shave them off. He probably should. I bet he'd look less dumb with no eyebrows. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest with you. This child pissing me off. With your fist balled, you made a quick step forward. I only asked for say on this weekend. He'd made it clear that words wouldn't work, leaving you to resort to action, even if it was just for show. Derek and Cove jumped in to stop you before you reached him. They each grabbed you by the arm. Still, Jeremy instinctively stumbled backwards. He practically fell over. If that's all you can do about what I'm saying, I'm just proving I'm right. You're brainless. Oh my god. Jeremy continued to defensively fume and throw out insults. The reaction you got was definitely worth any consequences. Wow, what is wrong with you? Instead of taking offense, Jeremy only parroted Derek's words in a nasally voice.
Wow, what is wrong with you?
Wah, wah. This is dumb. Okay, bye. Fuck you. And Jeremy stuck out his tongue and skulked away, throwing more sand everywhere as he went. You watched him go, hunched over, until he became a speck in your vision. Silence reigned in his wake. The three of you tried to process what just happened. I can't believe it. What a mean kid. Derek wasn't kidding. By the sound of those earlier complaints, the new boy Jeremy was going to be in the area for at least a little while this summer. Derek sighed in dismay, flopping onto the ground. You followed, and Cove did too shortly after. There wasn't much else to do.
This sucks.
I was hoping we could meet someone fun, hang out maybe. He shook his head after a moment. He slowly turned to you with a hopeful expression. But you know what would really improve the day? What? Didn't respond. Instead, he used a hand to point right at the fruit arrangement that you were still holding. Oh yeah, I forgot I was still holding that. You had completely forgotten about it during the mini drama that unfolded, and you had gotten used to the weight. Glancing over at Cove, you noticed he was eyeing the fruit. He must want some too. I need to save it, guys. Sorry. Okay. Sagged, still staring at the glistening fruits, but he didn't insist further. Yeah, it was a gift for the Stars family after all. They should be the ones who get to have it. Sorry for asking. It's fine. No, bro. Oh no. Oh no, he's got a little goblin face on. Quiet once more descended upon your group. Cove turned towards the ocean, a peaceful expression on his face. Why does Derek look like a goblin? Okay. Hey, you two remember the Land Before Time? That fruit thing made me think of it. The dinosaurs all like the leaves that were shaped like stars. Yeah? Tree stars.
Yeah.
Yeah, chopping leaves looked so delicious when they did it. Do you think things take best days? You know what? I fucking love that movie! Littlefoot's the shit, man! Oh my god. I haven't seen that movie in for fucking ever. Me too. Derek didn't say anything further about dinosaurs or otherwise. For the next few minutes, the three of you watched the waves crash onto the shore. Hey, Fairy. Yeah? Two of you met eyes casually. Were you seriously gonna hit that guy? No, I just knew he'd get all scared over it.
Ew.
That was pretty bad, Fairy. I thought it was cool.
Ugh.
What? You're both crazy people! You know when Derek said things like that, it wasn't serious. He liked you and Cove. Yeah. Derek then leaned back on his arms. He contemplated the sky with a content sigh. So, are you both ready for summer break? Yep. Cool on you. Wish I could say the same. Feels like there's a lot to plan for. What about you, Cove? Are you ready? Yes. Before you could say anything else, the light atmosphere was shattered.
Hey!
What? You glanced over your shoulder to see your sister. She strode closer and closer, appearing none too pleased. Been looking all over for you. Ma said you and Cove ran off with the thing Mr. Holden bought for us. She leered over you with arms folded. So, where is it? It's fine, and right here. Turned your body to face her and held up the bouquet, proving that it was in one piece. She inspected the fruit arrangement with a small frown. Alright, looks good. But if all you're doing is just sitting around, you better take it back to the house now. It's not just for you. She grinned, glancing at Cove who sat beside you. Even if you do have an in with the delivery boy, this was up to Mr. Holden. Cove stifled a chuckle that gave you a conspiratorial look. Get going. This wasn't okay just because you hadn't done anything yet. Oh no, I think I hear the mean kid coming back. We better get out of here. Elizabeth blinked confused and turned around. What kid? I don't see anyone. Derek didn't bother explaining. He just launched to his feet and ran off. Cove hopped up too, gladly taking the opportunity to exit the situation. He followed after Derek, but he sent a look to you from over his shoulder. You turned to Elizabeth. She stared back, brow raised. Bye! Is that a word? You two got to your feet and bolted down the beach. Unimpressed, Elizabeth rolled her eyes.
Immature.
She shook her head as she walked towards the house, not bothering whatsoever to follow. While the three of you made it back to the shoreline. Derek pumped his fist, grinning in triumph. We escaped and shall live to see another Moms are gonna be so mad when Elizabeth tells the story. Oh well. Chuckled together, walking further down the beach side by side. You definitely wanted to stay outside a little longer. We could have brought back the gift. You had gotten a bit of a talking to for running off with the gift twice, even though you hadn't eaten any of it. But Elizabeth was also asked to be a bit more patient in the future. In the end, the four of you had split the bouquet and the event was fully resolved. That was a while ago now. Later that night, you found yourself seated near the kitchen counter. Fingers drummed on the surface as you waited, your gaze trained on the phone. You were waiting on a call tonight, specifically from your cousin, Leandra. You didn't want to miss it accidentally. Your uncle, aunt, and Lee used to live many hours away. Your families only saw each other a few times a year for big occasions. A while back, though, they'd moved and were closer to you than ever before. You now hung out regularly. The school being out, you're positive she's gonna want to come over a lot. The two of you were the same age and got along well. She used to be really fond of Elizabeth, too, but now that your sister had become allergic to interacting with her own family, it tended to be just you and Lee who spent time together. She's 15, that seems about right. She's my only friend who's a girl. You weren't a girl yourself, so maybe that's why. Nah, I don't have many friends. Mom always said that quality was more important than quantity when Elizabeth bemoaned your small social circle. Dude, I literally only have like 2 friends now, and I only talk to one of them consistently, so like... relatable. You weren't sure how friendship quality was judged, but nevertheless, you thought that what you had with Lee was good. Then the shrill ringtone announced an incoming call. You jumped before grabbing the receiver and pressing it to your ear. Stars, Residence Fairy speaking. You were You're greeted by a distorted, high-pitched giggle.
What?
Oh, she's so cute! Oh my god, she's adorable. Why do you sound so weird? That's my customer service voice, Lee! Come on! Let me be my customer service voice. That is not my customer service voice. My customer service voice actually sounds more like this than anything else. I hate it. It's disgusting. It's absolutely, it's funny because it's like more fitting for like what my avatar looks like, but then it gets to that certain point where you're just so used to hearing this voice come out of like this face that it's like, if I were to start using my customer service voice, I think most people would just be like, what the fuck? Who is that? Who the hell? Mom answers the phone like that sometimes. It's supposed to be polite. Should go with hi. That was something a robot would say. There was static on the end as if Lee was shifting wherever she was. So, can you believe school's actually over? I thought it'd never be done. Now we don't have to wait to do any of that boring stuff when we get to hang out whenever we want. Speaking of hanging out, Lee, can you wait a second? Just let me head to my room. She's actually so cute. Like, she's so adorable. Oh my god. You got up from your seat at the counter. Luckily, the phone was wireless, so you didn't have to worry about any cords tying you down. Yeah, but you do have to worry about it running out of battery. By the way, that is the thing. Wireless phones. They do have a battery. As somebody that used to have like a landline, you know, like they do have a battery. The ones without the wire have a battery. Your mom's had a rule about not moving the phone unless a call was in progress, which was why you'd been sat by its cradle waiting for Lee to call. It makes sense. It was nice to keep everything in its proper place. It makes sense to me personally, because again, like it's got a battery. There's a that's why it's got to stay in one spot. Plus, you could lose it. Like, I mean, it was nice to keep everything in its proper place. But now that Lee had called, it was okay for you to go upstairs to your bedroom and talk to her. Also, I am gonna go ahead and turn off my, at least the keyboard, mostly just because I'm only using my mouse right now. So, like, yeah. And I'll move the, I can move the trackpad over a little bit here. Wow! Oh, that's so awkward. Hilarious. Sorry, I'm just watching it collide with my fucking
with my wing. I can. Oh Jesus! Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Wait. Oh God, why is it doing it on both hands? If I moved it over, would it only be on the one hand? Nope. That is so fucking awkward. Well, I broke it. I think I can fix it. Okay, there we go. Alright. Made your way up the stairs, smiling. After you had arrived, you shut your bedroom door firmly behind you. You took a seat on your bed. Alright, I'm here.
Cool.
Hey, did you know the girl down the street from me has her own phone now, a cell phone. She doesn't have to wait for someone else to stop using it or anything. Wow, really? Thought of someone having a phone that was all their own seemed unbelievable to you. I'm gonna assume, by the way the fucking radio looked, that this is probably like the time of flip phones or something. Right? I wish I had one too, but my parents said I couldn't get my own phone until I'm more grown up. I didn't get my own phone until I was 13, and even then that's because I went to a school that was like 45 minutes away. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Wish they'd change their mind. We could call each other every single day. No one would be able to stop us. How great would that be? Wouldn't I still be using the home phone? My moms would be able to stop us if they wanted. Lee laughed. You didn't put a damper on her imagination. Oh, then you have your own phone too. That works. She sighed dramatically. Okay. I bet I'm not gonna get one until I'm all the way in college. Squeezing the phone between your shoulder and your ear, you puffed up your pillows and made yourself more comfortable. It was strange to think of a time when normal school would be over and you'd have to choose whether or not to go to college. Don't do it. It's a trick. School was such a big part of your life right now. Yeah, studying. I hated fucking studying. You know what was important and you wanted to do well, frustratingly, even your best, it didn't seem to quite ever be good enough. You didn't know how it could be harder. Yeah, no, that's pretty accurate. I felt a lot of pressure to get your future dependent on it, yeah. Tried to sound engaged, but your mind had decided to go back to school despite the season. Lee knew you too well to be fooled. You sound so spacey. What's up? Just thinking about school. Ugh. Are you thinking about that? About how we don't have to... Are you thinking about how we don't have to think about it because it's summer? That's what I'm doing. It's so awful. I hate going. I get what you mean. Though I guess school isn't all that bad. We can do some good things there. You can just do more when school's out. You get to do good things in school since when? Yeah, there's nothing good about my school. I won't fight you on that. Now, I decree the topic of school is officially closed. Fair enough. We have to talk about the summer first before we start plotting the rest of our lives. I've got some plans already. Ooh, tell me. I'm gonna visit my cousins. Chuckled, of course. What's something you want to do? The first thing that comes to your head. want some new art supplies. I can't wait to try them out. Can't wait to see what you make. You leaned back in your bed, settling in. As you continued chatting with your friend, even though it hadn't been that long since you saw her and you'd be seeing her soon, you found plenty to talk about. For one, the events of that day. Sat up straighter. I bet Jeremy is gonna get a crush on Lee when she comes over. I was with Cove and Derek today, and we met a new kid. Like, at your neighborhood? His parents are visiting families, so it sounds like he'll be around for a little while. I don't know how long. What was he like? Mean. He kept snapping when all we were trying to do was talk to him. He just kept being rude to everyone. Especially Cove. It was awful. I don't think I want to meet him. You want a boy to stay away before even meeting him? That's an unexpected twist. Kristen was pretty popular with the boys who knew her. She seemed happy enough to have them around until they started to annoy her. I mean, I can see why she's popular. Like, again, she's adorable. She's fucking adorable. She's probably just popular with everybody, honestly. Who are you to talk? Cove and Derek are always around. They're both boys, you know. But I'm also not a girl. Like, you're a female. I'm not. My character is Envy. Not the one who invites them to show up on their own. Lee laughed at your response, deeply amused. Even though she couldn't see it, you shook your head at her, grinning to yourself. There was a stomping noise approaching your room, heralding the arrival of your irritated older sister. She flung the door open, a frown etched on her face.
Come on.
How long are you going to hog the phone? Glancing at your watch, you realized that your quick call had gone on much longer than anticipated. Elizabeth held out her hand, the other one lodged on her hip. She noticed the realization on your face. Time's up. No. Get out of my room.
Dreams.
I don't think so. You can't have everything in the world. Neither can you. I'm not the one asking for it. You had your turn. Now you want to get mine too because you were first in your dreams. I will get Mom's. She glared right back before whipping around and shouting at your door. Mom! Fairy won't give me the phone and it's way past my turn. She hollered back up the stairs. Let Elizabeth have her turn. Sharing is caring, and you only get rights to the phone if you use it responsibly. You heard her. Fine. Lee, I have to go now. Okay, see you soon. Tell Elizabeth and your moms I said hi too. Barely pressed the end call button when Elizabeth whisked the hand set from your fingers and began dialing someone new as she strode out of the room. Your mom's voice called from downstairs. Hey, has anyone seen the phone? I'm using it! With that, she shut your door behind you since silence was left in the wake. That was one way to end your first day of summer break. Sometime later, it had gotten dark outside, and you laid in bed wide awake. The window rattled all of a sudden, startling you badly. You flinched, staring over at it with furrowed brows. What? From your vantage point, you saw only the moon and an open sky. You were now curious. Hi, boy. What caused that noise? Cocking your head, you sat up and moved closer to the window. You wanted to get to the bottom of this. To your utter shock, your gaze was met by a pair of familiar ocean blue eyes. Yeah, I was like, is that Cove? Did he throw a rock at the window or something? Cove. You squinted. Yep, Cove was right outside your window. Your house was very angular, and some parts stuck out further than others, so it theoretically wouldn't be hard to climb around on. Still, just because somebody could, it didn't mean you expected it to ever happen. Cove looked awkward and unstable. His feet were braced against a section of the wall that jutted out, his arms flexing with the effort to keep him upright. With difficulty, he waved, then he waddled, immediately dropping his hand in alarm. You hurriedly opened the window. Cove scrambled inside, and nearly falling flat on his face, he was able to right himself at the end. He released a breath once he was steady. Hi, Fairy. Amazing. My dreams have come true. Well, that's good. I know it's late, but I didn't know what else to do. If I ring the doorbell, I know your moms would have answered, and they just make me go home. I didn't really want to explain why I was coming over anyway. I don't want to talk about it. Besides with you, I mean, that's why I did that. As unexpected as this was, you were touched. Cove felt like he could tell you what was wrong. I'd have tried calling or something, except my dad was on the phone. Cove suddenly looked very cross. Dad. He was talking to my mom. Still is, probably. Raised your eyebrows. Cove had eavesdropped on his parents' phone conversation. I'd have done that too. Cove smirked at the agreement. Yeah, I don't do it a lot, but I heard them talking about me. Are you going to stay with your mom for a while again? Every year, Cove was sent off to live with his mom for a few weeks. When it happened varied. Sometimes he would go during winter break, but usually he went during summer. Even though it was hard news when you found out he was leaving and you missed him those weeks, you understood. To your surprise, however, he shook his head. That's what I thought too, but no, that's not what they were saying. My dad asked my mom to not have me leave this year. He said she could come stay with us here. Waited for him to continue. He didn't. The conversation abruptly dropped off. Couldn't help but stare at Cove. There was a complicated mix of expressions on his face. What did your mom say? She told him she'd come. I know she's coming soon, before school starts. Oh. I heard Cove talk about his mom a lot over the years. He'd tell you about past memories or what had happened while he was visiting her. Still, it was one thing to hear about someone and another to actually meet them. Very soon you were going to see Cove's mom in person. You were taken aback by the news, so you could only imagine how Cove felt. You looked over at him. He was pacing across your room, his features pained with dread. Before they'd barely stay in the same room long enough to have lunch, and now they're gonna be all together again, the three of us, after all this time, just for a few weeks. You know, I should probably be happy they can talk to each other now, but I'm still not. I'm just confused and freaked out, and now I feel really bad for feeling this way. Fairy, so... His fists tightened and his eyes became misty. I shouldn't keep getting like this. It's been a long time already, and I'm not a little kid. Though he wouldn't meet your eyes, you knew he was waiting for you to say something. There's nothing wrong with feeling bad that is hard to deal with. Tense line of Cove's shoulders eased. Thanks. That makes me feel a little better, like I'm not freaking out for no reason. Momentary silence fell over the two of you. You marveled at how the day started. You had woken up eager for summer vacation, but now things seemed so crazy. The May debacle with Mr. Holden's gift, the newest addition to the neighborhood being so rude, and as if all of that wasn't enough, now Cove's mom would be living with Cove and his dad again. Your whole life was kind of like that. It seemed complicated and hard and different. Why couldn't things just get better with time? A fairy? The sound of your name said quietly pulled you from your thoughts. Cove gazed at you, concerned.
Are you okay?
I don't know. I get it. At least, I think I do. Cove grinned reassuringly. It was small and delicate, but you knew it was genuine. He had come here, conflicted and upset, only to end up worrying about you. He really was a great friend. No, I think I don't want to talk anymore about this. He looked away, his lips thinning into a line, and rubbed at his arms. But I kinda don't want to go back home either. Could I stay a little longer? Just doing something else? Appeared equal parts hopeful and vulnerable. How could you possibly turn him away? I can always stay here, Cove. Held his gaze confidently, hoping your words got across to him. Yay. Cove perked up at your response, a smile appearing on his face. He immediately took a seat on your bed, not afraid to get more comfortable in your room. You felt a little better at the sight, somehow. You still had a lot of worries, but you were glad he was here. And not just tonight, you were glad he came into your life in the first place. That was a change you'd never want to undo. It felt totally natural to let him into your little world. That initial friendship had deepened so much over these past years, and you were certain there was room to get even closer. You joined Cove on your bed, taking a seat across from him. He smiled at you again, but you could tell this time it was half-hearted. He was still easy to read. Though he didn't want to talk about his mom and dad, he must be thinking about what happened and what's going to happen. Move closer and wrap your arms around him. It wasn't much, but you hoped the contact helped, even a little. Cove froze up, startled. After a moment, his arms came up and returned your hug.
Two of you remained like that for some time. He might have mumbled something to you, but it was too quiet to tell what it was. When you pulled back, his expression had softened into something more natural. Conversation was stilted and broken often by silence at first, then both of you were able to get into your usual candor. As your secret hangout sessions stretched on, you thought that you truly wanted to keep having moments like this with him. You hoped a day would never come when life decided that the two of you would have to part ways, and you knew Cove felt the same. Why do I feel like that's foreshadowing? Why do I feel like that's foreshadowing? Oh no! You opened your eyes, groaning as they adjusted to the bright light that was streaming through your window and warming your peachy skin. With a loud yawn, you rolled away from the sunlight and blinked a couple of times, clearing the sleep from your eyes, before realizing with a start that it was actually morning. You couldn't even remember falling asleep. Cove had crept through your window during the night, and the two of you spent time together trying not to wake your parents. You must have fallen asleep while you were hanging out, but couldn't put a finger on exactly when. You wondered how late Cove had stayed before heading home. You rubbed your face and yawned again, contemplating whether you should get out of bed and get ready for the day or stay snuggled up for a little while longer, until your gaze— oh my god, he's still here, I knew it! Until your gaze landed on an instantly recognizable mop of pale green hair, and you bolted upright and gasped in surprise. He never left, he was still there in the morning. Well, hold on a sec, also I'm realizing I never actually told my bird child that I'm like alive or whatever. So I should probably do that. You know how it be. Okay. Fallen asleep while sitting on the ground and precariously leaning his head on the side of your mattress. With your laugh, Cove's eyes snapped open and his head slipped from its source of support. Didn't stop going until he smacked right into the floor with a crack. Oof. You clamped a hand over your mouth and looked down at him with wide eyes, curled up where he had landed rather ungracefully. Oh no, sorry, Cove. I'm gonna laugh even more. Cove gave you an unappreciative look, but you couldn't help it. That was too funny. Either your moms found out Cove had slept here last night, the two of you would be in big trouble. Cove blinked at you a couple of times, his eyes growing in panic as some thought that only he could hear settled in his mind.
Oh my god!
I fell asleep. You're fine. You weren't exactly sure what to do as you watched Cove pace your room, looking around frantically. Cove's hands flew to his face, letting out a sigh of relief when he found his glasses right where they were supposed to be. Despite that, he hadn't calmed down completely. The atmosphere was still frazzled. It's gonna be alright, Cove. You just need to leave before anyone else notices you're here. If they knew, we would have heard about it already. Cove nodded, his shoulders tense as he fixed you with a firm stare. With his turquoise eyes. Letting out a heavy sigh, he ran a hand through his hair in exasperation. He couldn't look at you again as he spoke. I'll see you later. You were confused by how all of this had played out, but hoped that was true. Right. Bye, Cove. At that, you were suddenly wrapped up in a tense embrace. As panicked as he was, this seemed to be something he couldn't forget before leaving. Thanks, again. You're a good friend, Fairy. Firmly whispered the words into the top of your shoulders, but you were let go before you had the chance to respond or even fully react. In a matter of seconds, he had climbed over your bed and opened the window. A cool breeze rolled off the ocean, fluttering through Cove's hair and filling your room with its salty scent. Cove anxiously stepped out onto the ledge. Good luck, be super careful. You weren't sure if he heard you or not, but he kept going along, one foot in front of the other with increasing speed until his form disappeared out of sight. You stuck your head out the window as far as it could go to try to try keeping watch. He walked the full length of the ledge before jumping down to the top of the garage, then lowering himself onto the fence. From there, he finally dropped down to the ground. He threw out a thumbs up at his successful climb, ran off towards his house without stopping, disappearing behind the side of another building. You had to admit that you were pretty impressed at how doable he made that look. Little sigh, you reclosed your window, deciding there was nothing more you could do. You hopped off your bed and got ready to head downstairs for the day. It was a habit of yours. It just straightened up the sheets, smoothed over your comforter, and fluffed your pillows before stepping back and admiring your work. You took the stairs, slowly attempting to mask your face into a look of innocence. You were sure that someone would have come into your room if they had heard anything strange, but you couldn't be too careful. You just had to play it cool. You stepped into the living room. Elizabeth was there, tapping her finger onto the counter. Good morning, Elizabeth. She looked you over immediately, her eyes squinting at the greeting. Jesus. Why are you being so weird? You hadn't even done anything. Your big sister never missed a beat, unfortunately. You turned and offered a tight smile, and her lips pursed together even tighter. Barry? Wouldn't you like to know? I would. That's actually why I asked. You shrugged non-committally, determined not to tell her a thing. Further suspicious squinting occurred as she waited for something. But ultimately she rolled her eyes, and you weren't sure if you were in trouble or not. She didn't seem to care enough to dig any further. Whatever. And then she walked straight out the front door, letting it slam shut behind her, and you let out a brief sigh. Elizabeth went out most days to hang out with her friends from school around town. Today, you were extra glad for it, though you were also grateful she hadn't left the house any sooner and risked running into Cove. Looked like you were getting away with that. Breakfast was eaten in peace and alone. Your moms were both out by the time you had gotten up. They'd left you a serving of food from the breakfast they made, hash browns, an omelet, fruit salad, and there were a few sausage links. I'm taking a bit of everything! It was tasty. You appreciated that there was a variety in the meals your moms made. The day lazily drifted by at home and eventually your parents returned. You pulled open the fridge again, lingering in the frosty air for a moment or two before grabbing a bottle of ice-cold water and taking a long drink. A perfect, balmy summer afternoon, and you had decided to head outdoors and find something to do. You hadn't decided what that something was just yet, but you were sure something would pop up to occupy you in no time. As you were heading out the front door, you paused for a moment. Sorry. Turning out the front door, you paused for a moment. You hadn't seen Cove since he had left that morning, and you couldn't help but think about what had happened to him. Would it be bad to go over to his house right now, or to call him to check in? You stepped out of your house, still stuck in an eternal debate with yourself, when a voice caught your attention. Hi, Fairy! Confused, you looked over to where an unrecognizable woman was waving at you, a friendly smile plastered on her face. You racked your memory for where you might have seen her before, but nothing came to mind. Not your school or from the country club your moms took you to. You had absolutely no idea who the woman was. The woman crossed the road towards you, and you were a little unsure whether you should stay put or go back into the house and lock the door. Oh, is that Cove's mom? Oh, she's hot. Anyway. Damn it! Why are they all attractive? Oops, I'm sorry. Was that presumptuous? I've heard about you, but you have no idea who I am, do you? You shook your head and she removed her sunglasses to reveal sparkly ocean blue eyes. All of a sudden, she seemed a little more familiar. My son lives here. My ex, too. With that smile, she lifted a hand to point at the condo across the street from your own house. She was Cove's mom. Oh my god, that's Cove's mom! Literally the second I saw her, I knew who she was. Okay. You didn't know why you hadn't realized sooner, now that you'd gotten a good look at her. This beautiful lady was Cove's mother. Wow. Kind of crazy how both his parents were that good looking. Just casually making my character pansexual.
Just casually, they're pan and they're attracted to MILFs and dill. Oh my god. No matter your thoughts on her, you still felt taken aback that she had appeared here so suddenly. Cove mentioned she was coming, but you hadn't gotten the impression it would be the very next day. She extended a hand again, this time for you to take, and you studied the manicured fingers in front of your face and the assortment of bracelets that dangled from her wrist. I'm Kyra? We'll say Kyra. Okay, I'm Kyra Priest. You can call me Kyra. We'll shake her hand. We'll be polite. You reached out and took her hand, and she shook yours firmly, grinning wide. I'm Fairy, but you already knew that. Cove's mentioned you to me before. It's nice to officially meet you, Fairy. Cove talked to you about his mom. He hadn't mentioned how he said things about you to her. I'll just say nice to meet you too. I mean, obviously he's gonna talk to like his mom about us, right? I mean, that just makes sense. She smiled at you fondly, her eyes crinkling at the corners. The sound of a door opening and closing caught both your attentions, and when you turned towards the sound, it was to find a Cove exiting this house, his eyes skimming the ground. Considering just how tall he had grown, you kind of figured his mom also would have been tall, but she was much more on the short side. For an adult anyway, Cove's height must have come from his father.
My baby.
The tall gene is genetic. It's like you're if tall, if parent tall, you be tall. If parent short, you still possibly be tall. Yeah, what's it called? It's the dominant gene. There we go. The tall gene is the dominant gene. The small one is the submissive gene. I don't remember what it's called. I know that, like, I'm pretty sure the dominant gene, that is like the proper term, but I don't remember what the other one is called. Like, I don't think is it? Yeah, you guys know what I'm saying. Anyways, there you are. I thought you were gonna keep me standing out here all day. You tried to catch Cove's eye as he walked towards you, but his gaze was firmly fixed on the sidewalk. When he finally crossed the road and looked up, he gave you a pitiful look. After the way he had acted last night, you knew he must be feeling pretty mixed up about this. You tried to wordlessly express that you understood. Cove and I are heading into town to grab something to eat while the snore is at work. Kyra beamed at Cove and ruffled his hair, which only seemed to upset him more. You assumed the snore she was talking about was Mr. Holden. Hey, you should come with us, Fairy. I'd love to get to know you better. Yeah, you should come. Okay. There was a pleading in his tone that you couldn't miss. Of course, we'll run it by your parents first, responsibility and all that.
Hey, Hoosies.
It'll give me an excuse to meet them, which I need to do at some point. It's important to be neighborly if I'm going to be roosting on the street for the time being. Any Hoosies, let's go. Any Hoosies? I say any Hoozles. I've never heard of any Hoosies, though. Kyra walked ahead towards your house, and you hung back with Cove, who crinkled his nose as he watched her. Sorry about her, but I really do want you to come. I don't want it to be just the two of us. Not right now. That's fine. You leaned in closer and whispered while checking around for anyone who might hear. What happened? Did your dad know you were gone? Cove shook his head and sighed heavily. Dad was so focused on Mom showing up that he didn't even notice. Thought when I heard them on the phone last night that it was something they were planning for the future. This morning, Dad said she was supposed to be a surprise. I guess I was surprised. She was going to be here all summer. Oh. You're surprised to hear that too. Cove sighed again, even heavier. I'll go with you if you really want me to. Honestly, I was gonna say no unless Cove wanted me to go, because, like, obviously, like, come on. You know? He smiled, his shoulders relaxing a little in relief. Thanks, that'd be cool. She's so fucking, goddamn, she's so hot. The two of you headed over to where Cove's mom had just knocked on your front door and stood behind her. She does look really young, but she's very, very pretty. Mom answered the door after a minute, her eyebrows lifting in surprise at the group she found in front of her. You realized that like you, she would have no idea that it was Cove's mom who was hanging with you. However, that after blinking at the woman a couple of times and looking between her and Cove, the realization seemed to strike her. Hello there, I'm Pamela.
I see.
See, you've met my kid, Fairy, and I'm guessing you've already known Cove for a while. Kyra laughed and you and Cove exchanged looks at your parents' weird sense of humor. I'm Kyra Priest, Cove's mom. It's so nice to meet you. A head of purple brown hair caught your eyes as Ma popped up behind Mom, squeezing herself in beside her. We have company. I was wondering what all the commotion was. She grinned excitedly at Kyra. The two of them introduced themselves and shook hands. Hi, Fairy. Cove. Cove smiled at Ma shyly, and she gestured a hand towards the living room. It's no use hanging around in the doorway. Why don't you come in? I'd love to, but I promised to take my son out to eat, and I wouldn't want to hold you up with a surprise visit. Oh, I understand. You're welcome to stop by any time. Take you up on your offer when I can. Count on it. Would you mind too much if Fairy went with Cove and I? My treat. We won't be driving, just a quick walk down the road. Sure, that sounds nice. I hope you all have fun. You gave your moms a look, and they smiled at you fondly. I mean, yeah, it's fine. I'm happy they let me go. You could tell that Cove really needed the support, and you were happy to be there for him. I need to see something. I need to see who. I need to see who voices Aw. Just looking, sorry. I need to see who voices her, that's all. Mostly because she just sounds really, really familiar. It's funny because she's been in like so much shit that I've actually seen. Hilarious, but I don't. I'm looking for something like specifically. Okay, no. I swear to God. They sound like, sorry, they're non-binary. They use she and them, but she sounds like she sounds like one of the characters from fucking Honey Pop. It might also be the wrong mom. I might have looked at the wrong mom. Okay, I don't know. What? It's fine. Just keep going.
Marvelous.
Marvelous. Expect us to be back in an hour or two. We look forward to seeing you again. Take care. Your parents waved goodbye to the three of you as you
up onto the street. There was the sound of the front door closing behind you. I'm pretty positive I saw some restaurants when I was in the taxi, not too far from here.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of them around. The answer was straightforward and the tone was curt. Cove was usually more lighthearted than that. Kyra put her hands on her hips and smiled at her son. Well, you sound like the area expert. Do you have any recommendations for a place nearby? Not really. Kyra pouted at him a little and turned to you instead. How about you, Fairy? Want to point me in the right direction? Sure, I have a couple favorites. You'd been to a lot of places in town, and there were a couple that stood out from all the rest. There's a Chinese restaurant that me and my family go to all the time. It's my mom's favorite. There's also a tropical themed place that tries to be sort of fancy. Both sound like a treat. I'll leave it to you to pick for us, since Cove is going through a phase over here. He huffed at her and turned his face away. There's a bug on my monitor. It's just like a gnat, but you know. For the tropical
Thank
place.
you.
Thank you, Fairy. Will you show us the way? You nodded, taking the lead of your little group as Cove and his mom followed behind you. Together, the three of you left the neighborhood behind. The walk was about 15 minutes, and along the way, Kyra asked a lot of questions about the area. Cove was quiet most of the time, so you ended up answering her instead. Kyra explained that she lived in a large city, and she loved how peaceful and relaxing everything seemed in Sunset Bird. Yeah, I imagine that's probably pretty nice. Oh, that's so cute. The restaurant was busy as usual, but luckily, you were shown right to a small table. Kyra lowered herself into a chair, while Cove picked the one diagonal to her, not facing her or to her side. It was awkward. Let's see. To start, what would you all like to drink? I'll get an orange soda. Noted. Fairy? Tea? Where's the tea option? Why is there no option for tea? Bruh. Choose. Which flavor? Lemonade, but only if it's pink. Sure. Kyra placed the order for your drinks, getting a black hot coffee for herself, and it didn't take long before they were brought to the table and set in front of you. You took a long sip of your drink as you looked around the restaurant. The small group checked over the menus, deciding what to order. The last time you came here, the dish you ordered was amazing. Wanted to order something different this time. Kyra and Cove didn't need any encouragement for this. They were totally focused on the information in front of them. Soon, the meals too were ordered and the menus taken away. You glanced at the table surface, waiting to figure out what to say. Cove sunk back further into his seat and avoided eye contact. He started to twiddle his thumbs while acting like all this was perfectly normal. Sour feelings today were unignorable. Instead of asking more open questions he'd brush off, Kyra had mercy on her son and instead put her focus towards you. So, Fairy, what's a few things that you're into? There's gotta be something you do for fun, especially now that you're not buried in school assignments. Oh my god, I'm really into Cove! Your son is great! I didn't know what, I was like, I could say music, I could say art, I could say reading, like, these are all fairly decent options. I'm just gonna say I'm really into Cove. Kyra let out a sudden laugh and Cove gasped beside you. It was a dramatic enough inhale that he almost choked on his soda. You shrugged at the reaction. It was a truthful answer to the question. Fairy! Cove whispered at you disapprovingly, obscuring part of his face with a hand, but Kyra only waved him off and encouraged you to go on. We spend time together when we can. I like it. Well, we have something in common. Kyra smiled at Cove, who didn't look too impressed with either of you at that moment. I like to read. I honestly, that's really funny. I like to read, and I spend time on art, and I like to read because I hit it. And games are fun to play, and I go to the beach, and I like to watch, and
music. I do listen to a lot of music. I have an MP3 player at home that my mom helped me put some music on, and I've seen some concerts. Awesome. Should do play the guitar. I'm getting really good at it. I also play the violin. It is a beautiful instrument. And that's it.
Thanks.
Thanks, I'm happy to learn more about you. There's so much I hadn't heard. Cove leaves the details out a lot. So what exactly did Cove say about me? Kyra laughed, holding a hand in front of her mouth. I can't tell you that. I didn't come all this way to embarrass my son. Too much. Kids are delicate at this age. She laughed again, and you gazed at Cove to see his reaction. He was trying not to pay attention, but you could tell he was uncomfortable. Hoping it would clear some of the tension in the air, you decided to ask Kyra a few questions of your own. Cove hadn't told you much about her, and you were curious to know more about this woman who was such a big part of his life. What exactly do you do for work? I'm a travel writer for magazines and things. I keep people in the loop on what's worth seeing. It's good work. Wow. What do you like to do? Let's not ask something that's like super duper personal, because I feel like that would make Cove super uncomfortable. Spending time with my little boy, of course, and traveling. A real shock, huh? Sorry. I'm playing with, like, the dangly light switch that's on my ceiling fan, because I have a mermaid up there right now, and I need to take it down and hang up the other one. So I've just been sat here playing it, and I just kind of threw it across the desk a little bit. Where do you live normally? Nevada. Have you ever been there before? You shook your head. It's a beautiful place. Check it out if you can. Anyways, that's all the questions that I have. It didn't seem to bother her that the conversation dropped off. Cove sipped his soda angrily, slurping up the remaining drink with furrowed brows. He looked ready to run straight out of the restaurant. You weren't sure if coming along had ended up making the lunch better or worse. You stared at Cove until he glanced at you in annoyance, and then you lifted your nose with a finger and poked out your tongue. It took a couple of moments, but finally he cracked a smile. That made you feel a little lighter inside. You two really seem cute together. We are. Cove covered his face with his hands and leaned back in his seat.
Seriously?
Ugh, Mom, why would you say that? Thanks, we are cute. Very. Your meals were delivered shortly after that, and everything was delicious. Even Cove enjoyed his food. Alright, now that we're all full and content, can you please explain why you've had a bug up your butt all day? Cove's face scrunched at that. Seriously, baby, what did Mom do to make you this mad? I haven't even been around a full day yet. He gripped the edge of the table, refusing to make eye contact. The words he spoke were barely audible over the din of the restaurant. Could have told me. She leaned forward to not miss anything else, eyebrows raised. Told you what? He finally seemed to find his voice and spoke the thoughts that had been on his mind. That I wasn't going to visit this year, that you were going to be coming instead. Didn't you invite me? You wanted me to be here with you? Cove's eyes began to shake and his frustration ebbed. I do want you to be around, but I didn't know it'd be like this. It's not the same, and nobody said anything. I see. Her expression grew tense. She threaded her fingers together and placed her hands in front of her on the table. We've both been given another Clifford surprise. Referring to that as a Clifford surprise almost caused both you and Cove to crack a smile. You also had no idea his name wasn't just Cliff. Over 5 years, nobody had ever called him Clifford until now. She smoothed her hair out, not letting go of her stern look. The more things change, the more they stay the same. They let out identical sighs, but smiled weakly at one another afterwards. I can go home, Cove. We can still set up a normal trip to my place before the summer ends. Cove's lips tightly closed together. He seriously pondered the option.
I mean...
I think I do want you to stay. I miss when you're not there. My heart! She reached across the gap and grabbed his face and planted a kiss on his cheek. Cove tried to wiggle away. Mom, stop! Sorry, sweet young men need to be smooched by their parents. Okay. If I don't, they'll take away my mom license. Okay. Alright. Kyra was
completely enthused by Cove's admission, though a tone of seriousness did return to her voice when the conversation continued. Do you want to talk to your dad too? Cove had snapped the word instantly, but reeled his annoyance back just as quickly. Maybe later, not
It's
today.
alright.
I understand, we can shelf it. Thanks, Mom. Thank you for talking to me, little mister. She grinned affectionately at him before turning your way. And thank you, Fairy. What did I do? Easy to act like a baby with your mom. It's harder to keep that up with your neighbor watching everything. Especially when you really care about what said neighbor thinks of you. She winked. Mom! She just ruffled his hair with a laugh, then moved her hand down to tap the end of his nose. And that was how the issue was resolved, at least between Cove and his mom. That makes a lot of sense. I can understand that he was upset that she was coming and that she came like that very day, but it makes a lot of sense that she wouldn't understand why he was so upset because their dad just didn't say anything. Because the dad kinda sorta lied. When the three of you left the restaurant and Kyra had paid the bill, you walked back to your neighborhood slowly. You'd eaten so much by that time you were beginning to feel sleepy. Didn't help that the lunch had happened late and the sun was already beginning to descend from the sky. But eventually, you reached your street. Someone was there to greet your group upon arrival. Welcome back, family. Fairy, too.
Huh.
Cliff. Oh no. Dad. The two walked past him into the condo without sparing another word. Despite the summer heat, their shoulders were cold. Oh no, freaks, you have ads in like 4.5 minutes. Oop. Just hit the lamp next to me. It's fine. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. He rubbed the back of his neck with a crooked smile, but his eyes were soft as he looked on after them. He's so much like his mom, don't you think? I like that it's Kyra and then it's still just Cove's dad. Like it's not even Mr. Holden or anything, it's just Cove's dad. You gave a vague nod, not sure what he was expecting you to do. He nodded back, far more energetically. Okay, have a nice night, Fairy. You too, Mr. Holden. With that, Cove's dad disappeared to join the others inside. It was your turn to go home now. Summer hadn't started off at all how you imagined it would have, though it turned out to set the tone well. Having Kyra in the neighborhood was a new experience for not only you and Cove, but also both your families, and a dull moment was rarely had. Okay, so I've realized... What is this? Oh, there's just more, okay. I've realized... I think I'm meant to just be going in, like, order here. So we'll just go, like, in the order. The family shopping trip had lasted most of the morning, and you still had to unload everything from the trunk before you could go enjoy the afternoon. You cradled another bag in your arms as you headed towards your house. It was one of the heavier bags from the grocery store, loaded with fresh apples, ripe tomatoes, a bunch of carrots, and even half a watermelon. Why only half? Why can't we get a full watermelon? You're robbing us! You're robbing us! Ma came out the front door and paused just ahead of
no
you.
trouble.
Need any help with that, Fairy? I can bring it the rest of the way if you want me to. No, I got it. I'm doing fine. Even if it was large, it wasn't really any problem for you. I mean, dude. I gotta show off my epic, non-existent muscles and carry everything into the house at once. The masculinity, it must be shown. No, because I do. I will just carry, like, everything inside at once if I can. Ma gave you an encouraging grin and rustled your fingers through her blue hair. Wait. Through my blue hair. Sorry. Right, yeah, I was about to say, like, wait a second. My hair's blue. My mom's not, though. You set the next bag on the counter. Your older sister began to root around inside. Okay, sorry, no, I saw the fucking dust bunny down here and was like, is that a video game dust bunny? What is that? Your older sister began to root around inside for the contents with a sigh. How much is left? Still a few more bags? With a huff and a puff, Elizabeth continued putting away the groceries and you retreated out of the kitchen before you could become the target of her bad mood.
Be careful.
You hadn't been looking where you were going and bumped right into Mom, almost stepping on her shoes to boot. Sorry.
give you a pass this time. Be sure to watch where you're going. If you run into the wrong person, you might get your license revoked. She grinned at the bad joke as you continued through the door. Outside, Ma has started organizing what remained and putting back any loose objects that had fallen out during the trip. When you stepped up to the trunk beside her, she took in a big breath of air, her just gently swaying around in the breeze. The shame we had to spend the morning cooped up in that shopping center. It's a beautiful day, don't you think? You tilted your head to the sky, gazing at the clear blue expanse. What about the clouds? I wish it was raining. Let out a sigh. Hello, pigeon! Searching the skies for any sign of a fluffy gray rain cloud. Maybe we'll get a sun shower one of these days. You perked up at that, hoping it were true. It'd be a refreshing change right now. With renewed enthusiasm, you turned back to the trunk to help Ma with the last of the bags. Oh, hi, Cove! You noticed Mom wave over at Cove, who had just exited his front door, his surfboard propped up under one arm. Let's see. Surfboard and wetsuit. Where might you be off to on this beautiful day? Where would you be off to? Cove flinched at being called to so suddenly. He hadn't realized there were people out there already, but he quickly recovered. Good one, Mrs. Stars. He crossed the pavement to properly say hello to you and your moms. Hello, honey. It's a beautiful day for surfing. I haven't been out on the waves in a long time. I'm jealous. Cove smiled, pleased to have some people around who shared in his hobby. Yeah, I'm hoping to get a few good waves before it gets dark. Do you want to come hang out there later, Fairy? Sure, of course.
Cool.
Of course. Can I help out with anything? No, this is our job. You go enjoy the beach. Fairy can catch up as soon as they are finished here. Alright, I'll see you. Yeah. You watched as Cove headed off towards the beach, unable to hide your grin, knowing that you'd be joining him soon. Once everything had finally been taken in and put away, you got yourself ready to meet Cove at the beach. I will say I don't know how to surf, in the hopes that he can teach us how to surf. You know, eyebrow wiggle. You said the same thing to your parents, and while Ma laughed a little, Mom gave you a smile.
Well,
You'll just have to go there and see what happens. Cove must have been so excited to invite you there that he forgot you don't surf. Or he's hoping you'll go watch him so he can show off. Oh yes, I used to do that. I know, hon. I experienced Fairy's situation firsthand. I was stuck on the shore too. You noticed what I was doing? Yes, after the very first time. It's not a subtle move. How embarrassing. I was still impressed.
aw.
Oh my god, they're cute. Wow, Ma. Hey, what are you still doing here? Go on, have your fun. You're only young once. But don't do anything I wouldn't have, okay? Your parents prodding, you hurried to leave the house and head to the beach. Okay. When you arrived at the shore, you were greeted by the crash of waves and the soft calls of seagulls. You took in a lungful of the ocean air and felt your peachy skin warm in the sun. You noticed a small set up nearby with a towel, some sunscreen, and a bottle of water. Must be Cove's. You spotted Cove himself nearby. He hadn't gone out to sea yet. He was just sitting in the sand at the water's edge, his board propped up beside him. You strolled up beside him. Hey, I'm here. Barry. He looked at you with a smile and quickly hopped to his feet. I was wondering if you were still coming. I wouldn't have missed it. He chuckled shyly at your insistence. Okay. Then he cast his eyes out towards the waves. What am I supposed to do while you watch? Oh.
Oh.
Oh, no. I'll stay here and watch you surf. Okay, you were ready to spread out your towel and
Don't
take
worry
it
about
easy.
it.
I don't have to go out. I'll stay with you on the shore. Or if you want, you could use one of my other boards. I could teach you.
Yes! 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 That's what I was hoping for!
I knew you that much, right? I was the one who always promised to show you about surfing. True, he's offered that option to you for pretty much as long as you've known him. You were touched, he remembered. Yes. I'll do it. Let's surf. Cool.
Yes!
It was settled. Cove left up the shore and then returned, with an extra board under his arm in no time at all. You paddled out into the sea to where the good waves were. The water was cool against your skin.
It's nice.
Not too calm, but nothing crazy. Looks perfect today. He smiled at you and you couldn't help but smile back. You felt totally content.
until Cove kicked the water a little too hard and it inadvertently splashed you. Hey! Sorry. The apology did not come across as especially repentant, as he was practically laughing when he said it. You laughed but waited for an opening for your revenge. The second he looked away, you kicked back, spraying him.
Seriously?
Is that any way to treat someone trying to help? I came out here to teach you. I was just following your example. Cove tried to keep a straight face but ended up looking away. The water you flicked at him landed in shiny droplets in his hair. Then here's another lesson. He soaked you deliberately this time. He used his full leg and an impressive curtain of water hit you in the face. You lost your balance and scrambled to keep hold of your board. You just managed to stay on it, but it was close. Cove winced. Are you okay? That wasn't what I was trying to do. I'm fine, but we should do the real teaching. Yeah. He chuckled awkwardly and shook some water out of his ear. Dude, I need to fucking get earplugs, because I hate, like, I already have ear problems, right, because of my POTS and whatever. So if I go to the beach or if I go to the pool, I always get water in my ear. I need to buy earplugs, like, so desperately. With that, Cove started telling you all the tips and tricks of how to stay on a surfboard. Demonstrated both good and bad posture and explained where you needed to put your weight. Like this, you wiggled your body so that you were more in the center of your board. Cove nodded. So here's the number one issue. I'm kind of just like going under the assumption that like my character is AFAB, mostly because obviously, like, it's a dating sim. This is a self-insert, clearly. The center of gravity, my center of gravity would be completely different from Cove's. I would, like, females do not have the same center of gravity as a male does. So, like, yep, just like that. I don't know how that would work with surfing, I'm gonna be honest, but, you know, we'll see. The little lesson continued, and I'll say I had to go slowly, but I got it. Cove did his best to guide you through the process, and by the end, you felt you had picked up the basics of surfing. Since you'd spent so much time working on balance in stable water, you wondered when you'd actually get to catch some waves. You brought it up to Cove and he nodded. You think you're ready? Go for it. You'll do great. Alright. With that, you graduated from Cove's class and the two of you were able to surf together more casually, even if he was still better at it. What an afternoon. The setting sun was visible on the horizon. Every time you would look away, it had sunk a little lower. The beach was darkening, but still pleasantly warm. You knew you should get out of the water before it was completely dark in the sea. You rode one last wave to get back to the beach. There, you picked up your surfboard and gave it a quick once-over. Cove followed behind you to the shore. He put his board with his other things and grabbed his towel to start drying off. As you ruffled his hair with the towel, you watched the sunset together. The colors were beautiful in the distance, and the shadows around you deepened. There was no need for words between you two as you both enjoyed the sight for a moment. Cove broke the silence. The waves were good today, I think. So, no. Perfect for surfing. You chatted a little more until the conversation truly died out and all you could hear was the rhythmic sound of the waves. Then Cove sighed. This day can't be over. Not yet. He scowled into the distance as if the sun's exiting the sky was a personal offense. Don't you think it should have been longer? Yeah. Cove stood up straight in defiance of the approaching darkness. I'm not gonna go home just yet. I'm gonna go somewhere. I don't know. Cove was still dripping in salt water, so you weren't sure what the alternative was. Wetsuits were fine for the beach and not much else. Wasn't a good idea for him to lug his surfboard around town either. Will sure be welcome anywhere soaking wet like this. Cove finally took note of his current state and laughed. He shrugged. I was gonna flirt, but we'll be silly, you know? Be silly. Oh. And then he looked down the shore with wide, shining eyes. There's at least one place that's always okay to hang out in, no matter what time it is. The park. Actually, most parks are closed after dark. Them's the rules. I don't know if it's on the beach. I don't know if the rules would be different, but I don't know. I'd also like to say that I guess most of the time I don't really care. You nodded. The park was virtually always empty. Even Elizabeth only went over there nowadays if she was looking for you. Now times have changed. She used to be so protective of the place. In fact, the only person there was a chance of running into might be that Jeremy kid again. You brought the idea up to Cove and he cringed, but I'm still going. The sun is still there, a little. I'm staying out as long as it is. Okay, let's go. Obviously, I'm tagging along. Come on. Cove took a minute to put his stuff in order. He made sure to get it all, though it didn't take much care to shake the sand off. You dealt with your own things. Taking our time. Two of you finished at about the same time. The final touch, Cove plucked his glasses off the beach and put them back on his face. He looked more like himself now. What do you mean he plucked them off the beach? Did he not bring a glasses case to the beach? Oh my god, the sand! Your poor glasses! This man is gonna give me a heart attack, I swear! He led the way down the beach to the park. It wasn't fair, so it wasn't far? What? So it didn't take you long at all. The sun still hadn't completely disappeared just yet when you made your arrival. Cove stuck his surfboard upright in the sand and tossed his towel over top. By now, the two of you were mostly dry. The summer breeze on your skin kept you pleasantly warm. Cove idly went over to the monkey bars. He grabbed them, feet flat on the ground, and pretended to go across. He had definitely grown in the past few years. Well, assuming that these right here are the monkey bars, I don't think anybody, like, unless you're a little itty-bitty child, I don't think anybody is gonna be able to, like, monkey bar across this. This is a shitty playground, by the way. It's fine for, like, a beach, right? You could barely use the monkey bars yourself. There wasn't much space at all between you and the ground. Oh! When he got to a bar in the middle, Cove pulled himself up and through, then sat on top of the bars. His legs dangled off the side of the bar he perched on. Join him, obviously. Without Cove's height advantage, getting up there was more difficult, but you made it. Dude, they could have made these taller. Like, you're expecting me to believe that two 13-year-olds are struggling to get on top. Like, you can make them a bit taller, bro. Unless those aren't meant to be the monkey bars. I said hello, you freak! Don't- I will ban you! Oh my god. Without Cove's height, okay, anyways, you settled yourself in between two of the slats. The skinny metal wasn't the most comfortable thing to sit on, though you enjoyed the height it gave you. Nice. Guess what? He smiled broadly and raised an eyebrow. He's not here. Right? It was true. There wasn't a single sign of Jeremy. Looks like it was just going to be the two of you tonight. You guys can't see it. Doing the little finger. The little uwu finger thing. Cove hung his head and groaned dramatically. Your eyes widened when he whipped his head back up.
No way.
Can't believe how dumb my parents are for forcing me to come to this stupid place. You were taken aback and blinked for a second before you realized he was quoting Jeremy. Parents don't know anything. Cove chuckled back at you, amused. You looked around, the old park, the streets you knew like the back of your hand, and the beach. These were your stomping grounds. Wondered how Cove actually felt. How much was his joke just a joke? It's enjoyable so far. Honestly, like, I've actually really enjoyed it. I can see why the reviews were so positive. I don't like having to talk for this long though, so we're not doing the whole game today. Also, this game is free if you want to play it. This is a free game on Steam. There's DLC, but I'm playing the free version because, yeah. We're only gonna do the first two stages. I'll finish the game next time I want to play this. I probably will have to take a break. You can romance this guy, unless you have the DLC. But we're romancing Cove, which I already said Cove is, so it goes through, like, 4 stages of life. It goes through, like, child, adolescence, young adult, and then adult. We're right now in adolescence. We did child. Cove is your childhood friend. So I already said that, like, because we go through our entire life, to me it would feel weird to romance somebody other than Cove. But it's fine. But even, like, the DLC is only, yeah, childhood romance, but even then the DLC is only added 2 other, love interests. Derek, who's our friend, and then Baxter, who I assume we meet as a young adult? I'm not sure, though. Okay. You wondered how Cove actually felt. How much was his joke just a joke, and how much was sincere dislike of this place? Moving had never been his choice. Okay, so to catch you up really, really fast, your character has lived here their whole life with their moms and their sister. Cove moved when he was 8. His parents got a divorce, and he was kind of forced to move with his dad. And, like, you've just been friends since then. And you've just grown up since then. You get to customize your character. So my character uses they, them, which is pretty big epic. So we get to be gay. Technically. And our moms are hot, and I'm really upset about it. Why are they so hot? All the adults we've seen so far are hot, okay? What a world. What a time to be pan-romantic. Anyways. Yes, moving had never been his choice. No! They're your mom! Why would you want to romance your own mother, you fool? You fool! No, but you as an individual, not you as like the character, you as a person. We've only seen one other mom, and unfortunately, no, you can't romance her. But she definitely, you've seen Cove's mom. That's the only other mom that you've seen minus yours. But she definitely ships you and Cove. she definitely ships you and Cove. Oh. I know you don't think it's dumb. Cove kicked his legs carelessly as they dangled. He smiled softly. I like it here. I really do. It's a nice place. He didn't hesitate. There was no uncertainty. That was his genuine opinion. Well, of course, I'm here after all. He shook his head with a rueful smile. It didn't take long for the day to finally draw to a close. The sun was gone and it was dark. Nah, I got this. We'll be gay instead. You're the best thing in this neighborhood, Cove. Cove beamed at you. Okay, there we go. Sorry. Didn't take long for the day to finally draw to a close. The sun was gone and it was dark. You chatted a while longer, but it was definitely winding down. Wish days were longer. I wish this day was longer. His feet kicked out. It made him look like a pouty child. Oh well. We are both 13, so as it stands right now, I will not be referring to Cove as anything other than, like, cute or adorable, because he's a whole child, and I feel uncomfortable calling a child hot for obvious reasons. Yeah. Anyways, Cove sighed. It was time to go home. He hopped down from the monkey bars with a thump when his feet hit the ground. I just wanted to say that now, like, they are both children. Do not... Don't call them hot. They're children. Please. You clambered down the monkey bars yourself. We call the moms hot. That's fine, though. You lowered yourself more slowly than Cove and barely made a sound when your feet reached the ground. And then you cried out because your ankles are weak and that shit hurt. Dude, my ankles are fucking weak as hell. That's completely fair. The main character has lived in this town. I'd assume their whole... When I looked at the wiki, it said they were adopted, which I guess makes sense. No trans mom, just lesbians. Actually, I think Nolani is bisexual. But like the main characters lived here assuming their whole life, so they'd probably be used to it. I don't know. Cove grabbed his surfboard. It's also the middle of summer. Like, it's like the, second or third day of summer right now, I think. Or, I don't know. Cove grabbed his surfboard and threw his towel around his neck. With his water bottle in hand, he was ready. You both began your trek up the road. It was a quiet night and you didn't run into anyone else. In what felt like no time at all, you had reached your street. As you walked, Cove smiled to himself. It was a soft expression and you couldn't help but wonder what put it there. Everything okay? Just remember when we were younger. It used to be such a big deal to come home after dark. Dude, even when I was 13, the rule was always come home when the streetlights come on. So this is wild to me, by the way. And like, up until, like, it was always, okay, unless you're spending the night at someone's house, it was always come home when the streetlights turn on. Or like, before the streetlights turn on, right? Every time, them's were the rules. And even, like, my only friend was only, like, 2 streets down. Like, I literally would walk to their house. You could indeed recall, if you got sandy, your parents would have something to say. If you got wet, your parents would have more to say. I mean, I went home after school, but like on weekends and stuff, I was allowed to go out. I mean, I was allowed to go out on school nights, I just very rarely did. But it also wasn't like... I'm not saying I was allowed to like walk down to the fucking school that was nearby and go on the playground. Unless it was the weekend, I wasn't allowed to like go that far. But there also just wasn't, I don't live by a beach or anything. I live just like in a small neighborhood. There's nothing that I can walk to in the area. So it was like, yeah, you can go to your friend who lives literally 2 streets down the road and is like an 8-minute walk. That's fine. Just come home before the streetlights come on. But it was also that there's nothing to do. When I was a kid, I didn't have a fucking computer or anything. I could read, or I could go play outside. Those were my options. Those were my only fucking options as a child. Okay, anyways, and if you came home after dark, well, your moms and his dad better have said it was okay beforehand. Used to need permission for everything. That small comment he made exposed just how much freedom you really had this summer. Hope looked up into the sky, a smile still on his face as the two of you walked side by side, reminiscing. When you came to your house, you turned to face each other. Thanks for today, Fairy. This was an thanks for the awesome day. Cove waved and you both turned around to your respective houses. This was a pleasant end to the outing, you thought? Cool! Oh, sorry, so much talking. Okay, on to the next one! Early one afternoon, you found yourself in the living room with your family. Oh my god, wait, we get to see the hot moms! It was another one of those summer days where it felt too hot to go outside, but it was too uncomfortable to do anything inside either. The air conditioner was cranked up as far as you could negotiate it, but everyone was still being pretty lazy. You, your moms, and your sister were lounging around while the TV blared on in the background, ignored by all of you. You specifically were draped over the coffee table. That definitely seems right. The surface had been nice and cool to the touch at first, but now your skin was sticking to it. Elizabeth broke the silence with a loud groan. You glanced over as she was lying on her back over the couch, massaging her calf with one hand. Ugh, I feel terrible. I'm dying in this house and my legs hurt. Sister, 15. She's not hot. She's child still. Mom looked up from the magazine she'd barely been flipping through and frowned, concerned. Could you have strained them somehow? Elizabeth flailed briefly, then flopped onto her side with a heavy sigh. I don't know, it just hurts. Are you sure it's not just growing pains? Oh, sweetheart. Mom got up from her seat at the kitchen table and walked over to your sister. She did a light pat on Elizabeth's shoulder sympathetically. There she is! I'm sorry you have to deal with that. Maybe it's growing pain. You could be taller by next fall. Elizabeth scoffed. She didn't look impressed by Ma's assessment. Rather be my height forever than deal with this, honestly? No, that's so relatable. Growing pains are the fucking worst. Mom walked over too, leaning against the back of the couch. Kids, they grow up so fast. Soon Elizabeth will have a home of her own, maybe even with a nice husband and some kids, if she feels like it. She sniffed loudly and wiped her eye, but you could tell that it was just a bit. You tilted your head. Even though you knew Elizabeth liked guys, it was hard to imagine her with a boyfriend or a husband. She only seemed invested in hanging out with her group of friends, not chasing after boys. Mom must agree with you because she shook her head. Let's not exaggerate. She's still practically a child. She's 15. She is a child. I don't care what you say. You are not a non-child until you're 18. Everybody's like, no, I'm a teenager. No! Child! Shut up! But if you ever do pursue romance, Elizabeth, you can come talk to me about it. Definitely, we're always willing to lend an ear. Elizabeth's features contorted in disgust. No way, I am not talking to my moms about that. Mom's jaw dropped and she gasped in an exaggerated display of shock. Her hand came to rest against her chest. Ma only grinned. She didn't look offended, but by Elizabeth's quick response at all. It really wouldn't be so bad to come to us. You know what I know what it's like to have a crush on a pretty boy or two. I don't, but I can listen anyway. Okay, so yes, so that does confirm Ma is bisexual, Mom is gay. Mom's gay as fuck. Mom snorted at her own joke while Ma burst into giggles. They were having a little too much fun at Elizabeth's expense. Elizabeth certainly wasn't feeling the amusement because she rolled her eyes and sat up. Going back to my room, I'd rather melt alone. Thanks. She showed how shitty is your fucking air conditioning that it's still that hot in your house? I'm just saying. Go buy a fan. I mean, like, it's hot in my room all the time, but that's just because my room fucking sucks. And even then, it's only my room. She strode off towards the staircase, taking the steps 2 at a time. Your mom stared at her, then turned to each other with raised eyebrows. Whoops, looked like we scared her off with all that romance talk. Oh well, we'll get her next time. You watched them titter with some surprise. Obviously, your mom's liked women, but you had no idea that Ma liked guys too. Today was the first time you'd heard her say something like that. Ma, I always thought you only liked ladies. You like guys too? Ma turned to you, happy to bring you into things now that you'd spoken up. She smiled and nodded. That's right, I like both. But I like your mom most out of everyone. Oh my god, they're really cute. She's special. Ma's smile turned all soft in the corners like it usually did when she looked at her. She pinched Mom's cheeks. Oh my god, they're so cute. I love them. Mom reached up to cup a hand over Ma's. Even when Ma stopped pulling her cheek, their hands remained clasped together.
You're fantastic.
Thanks, Lonnie. I think most women have charm, but no one can hold a candle to you. Aw, Pamela. Ma beamed, then kissed Mom on the cheek that she'd been pinching before. Nah, it's sweet. You smiled to yourself at the sight. No matter how often your moms expressed their feelings to each other, it was always nice to witness it. That was the thing, like, growing up, I was, like, the only person that had, like, parents that loved each other. So people would come over to my house and see my parents acting lovey-dovey and be like, your parents like each other? Like, yours don't? What do you mean? So I just think it's really cute to see, like, parents that are older and just still so in love. Alright. Ma looked back to you, letting Mom's hand go with a brief squeeze. She settled down next to you, and Mom followed soon after. You know, I'm also here to listen to you whenever you're ready. That offer isn't just for Elizabeth. She bumped her shoulder with yours, a reassuring smile in place. There's no rush, of course. You can take all the time you need to figure out what or who you want.
It's okay.
Don't think you have to stick with whatever you come up with right now, either. Life's nice like that. It can change and you can learn. Mom nodded her agreement. Okay. The two of us are happy to hear you out, and we may be able to relate better than you think. Still, we won't push the topic, at least most of the time. So here's the... It must be so easy for, like... this character to be able to go up to their mom and go like, yeah, I'm gay or whatever. Because my character, like, obviously, their moms are gay. Their moms, you know, the one's bi and then the one's a lesbian. But, like, my character themselves is NB. So it must be so fucking easy to come out to queer parents. You're straight, you have to come out as straight to your queer parents. If you're closeted straight, is that you're in a drawer? Sorry, all the straights need to go back into their drawer for this month. She gave Ma the weakest scathing look possible, being unable to stop grinning. Oh no, that's right, they did say that we don't have to, like, actually, it's not gonna force us into a relationship with Cove, which I do like. So I do like that you can actually make your character, like, confirmed aromantic. That's actually really nice. I'm just gonna say thank you, because I do plan to romance Cove. That is something we're going to do. I'll think about it. Good, that's all we asked for. Ma let out another exaggerated sniffle. It didn't take a genius to realize it was fake. First Elizabeth and now you, Fairy. Do you have to grow up? Yes, children tend to do that from time to time. Your parents quickly grew absorbed in their conversation about rearing kids. You took that as your cue to leave, getting up so you could spend some time alone in your room too. They let you go without problem, so you made your way up the stairs. You let out a sigh once you stepped into your room. It was just as sweltering in there as it was in the living room, possibly even a little warmer. You couldn't even open your window since it was hotter outside and you'd just let the AC out. You dragged your feet as you crossed the room. You checked your current sweltering condition in the mirror as you passed by it. You thought back to the conversation you had downstairs about growing up and all that. After a moment, you stepped a bit closer to the mirror. You stared into it, then turned away from the surface to look down at yourself. You were definitely growing alright, and it was weird thinking about how you were now in comparison to what you'd been when you were younger. It came to your body,
I'm gonna keep self-projecting!
You shifted to the side, your head still facing forward and continuing the self-evaluation from this viewpoint. Wait! We'll stick with Chubby, sorry. You can make- oh, that's actually so cool that you can make your character intersex. What you were born as impacted the way your body grew, but it wasn't what really determined who you were. When it came to your figure, oh my god, dude. My tits were massive. They're still massive. There was no mistaking it, even with your shirt helping to obscure your form, you had boobs. Now, I also like that they have, you can have, like, you can be on hormone therapy. That's just, that's neat. I like that. It's a lot of, just, like, casual trans stuff in this game, and I do like that, or just, like, gender-affirming things in this game, and I do think that's cool. The shirt is so fitting! My shirt is so fitting today! Okay. Your fingers brushed over your cheeks as you stared at the freckles dusting your features. It was as if they quadrupled in the summertime with all the extra sun. You took a step backwards and finished with your impromptu inspection. You locked eyes with your reflection, cocking your head to the side. All things considered, I thought you looked- nah, bro, I look fucking hideous. It took you a moment to realize that you were frowning at yourself. You glanced away from the mirror. Shook your head roughly, putting thoughts of what you were turning into out of your mind. This wasn't the time to focus on such things. You had to find something to do in this heat. It's not even like growing up with my body developing. It wasn't even like dysphoria. It was, I grew so fucking fast. And like I mentioned before, I was the first person to actually hit puberty. It was honestly disgusting to me. It was fucking gross. I like literally went to sleep flat chested and then woke up the next day and had to C-cup boobs. Like that's not even a fucking exaggeration. This is literally what happened to me. You shuffled over to your bed, collapsing onto the mattress, your brows scrunched up in thought. Time passed slowly, and to your annoyance, possible ideas about what to do were far and few between. Because it'd be like too hot to read or something. You weren't sure how long it had been, but eventually you heard your mom call you from downstairs. Dude, honestly, if it's a fucking hot day, I'd want to go down to the beach and get in the water. Like, I mean, I'd let my feet suffer a little bit in the sand if it meant I get to go and take a dip in the fucking water and cool off. That would feel really nice. Barry, there's a call for you. Cove wants to come over. Is that alright? Yeah, duh. You perked up at the words, sitting up in bed. You yelled back to her immediately. Yeah, obviously. You got to your feet and headed downstairs, eager to see your friend. You needed to go downstairs soon anyways, because your empty stomach told you it was almost time for lunch. Just as you reached the bottom of the stairs, you saw Mom put the phone back on the receiver. She glanced at Ma, leaning her hip against the kitchen counter.
What a pickle.
Well, here comes trouble. We better prepare ourselves. Ma clicked her tongue in clear disapproval of Mom's words. He's such a good boy. Cove never wants to cause trouble. He can just be a bit thoughtless and impulsive. Oh, I know, he's very sweet, but that makes it more of a problem. If a stranger or some kid from school was egging Fairy on to behave badly, I think we can both agree that they'd do the right thing in the end. But if Cove Holden got into a reckless mood and wanted Fairy to be a part of the ride, can we really be certain of what call they'd make then? That's fair. Yes, I think so. Fairy helps Cove settle down. He would have gotten himself in even more trouble without them.
Thanks.
You have a point. I'm gonna put a big old doubt on that one. I'm gonna put a big old doubt on that one. Oh my god. It's Considering I've been nothing but trouble since we started this phase of life. Mom just laughed as she turned away, still snorting. Her eyes met yours. She blinked in surprise, then waved at you with an easy grin. Mom looked over, noticing you at the foot of the stairs as well. Oh, I didn't expect you to come down already, Fairy. I just wanted to let you know what was happening. Well, if I hadn't come now, then I wouldn't have heard everything you said. Oh, you got caught, fam. What? You were saying things too. I didn't say anything I wouldn't have told the Fairy directly. Oh, you're unbelievable. You shook your head at your parents, even though you fought a blush when you remembered what they'd just been discussing. Alright, you got me. I'm sorry for being too gossipy and saying that about your friend. I can be bad too. We'll get out of your way now. Mom sighed in mock defeat and made her way down the hall. Ma followed after her with a hushed giggle. Now you were alone in the living room, tasked with waiting for Cove, and that was just fine with you. If it hadn't been so hot outside, you would have visited him at his house a long time ago. Took a seat at the kitchen counter and waited and settled in for the wait. Dude, I would be sprawled on the kitchen counter. Just like, oh, it must feel so nice. As expected, there was a knock on the door a few minutes later. You got up and answered. Your neighbor was standing on the other side. He came in once you stepped aside to let him pass, giving a little wave. I'm sorry, my throat hurts. I've been doing nothing but talking for 5 hours straight. My poor throat hurts. You greeted him as you typically did. The hug, obviously. He groaned and wriggled in your arms like a fish out of water. Stop, it's too hot for this. You didn't take pity on him. You knew he was kidding. If he really wanted to get out of the hug, he would have done it already. Eventually, you let him go, smirking to yourself. Alright, I'm done. Cove sighed and wiped at his face a bit. You noted the sheen of sweat across his brow. Jesus. He must be glad to be back in an air-conditioned place, even if he only had to walk across the street to get there. Something going on? Why'd you want to come over? I don't want to do anything. Not when it's like this. Gestured vaguely to the humid air hanging around. Oh, it's also humid. I guess they are right by the beach. It would be humid instead of just like hot. Thought I could at least do nothing with you. Thinking the exact same thing. You grinned and he smiled back. And that was all there was to it. Both of you were on the same page. Have you had lunch yet? I was gonna do it soon. He shook his head.
Really.
Haven't really felt like eating because of the heat. I probably should have lunch. I didn't have breakfast this morning. I get like that too. My parents don't like it when I do that though. Oh no, mine fucking hate it. Mine don't either. They'll ask if I ate here when I go back home. As one, you headed into the kitchen. Crossed your arms as you glanced around, wondering what you should scrounge up for a meal. Don't want to eat anything that's warmed up. Is there something cold or not cooked? Yeah, here's some raw chicken. Nice salad or something? Through a bit of back and forth, the two of you decided that you should raid the fridge and cabinet in order to make sandwiches. Like a nice sandwich, like a nice salad, some fruit. Oh, dude, watermelon on like a hot summer day, or cantaloupe, melon, fruit, just like cool fruit on a hot summer day is so nice. I want fruit. I want fruit. With that settled, you had planned to decide on the outside layers first. There's a wide variety to choose from since everyone in your house had their own favorites. There was white bread, wheat bread, sourdough, mixed grains, gluten-free bread, and pita pumpkins. Pita pumpkins? Could you take the grain one for me? Sure. You reached for the mixed grains, then made your decision. I'm extremely partial to wheat bread. Where the fuck did the wheat bread go? Where the fuck did the wheat bread go? Where the fuck is the wheat bread? I'll take the mixed grains. I've gotten to the point, I've had wheat bread for so long that I literally can't eat white bread. Like, I think white bread tastes gross because I've been eating wheat bread for so long. You wanted mixed grains as well, so you just set that onto the counter. Then you had to decide what main direction the sandwich would go in. Wanted to make it sweeter, style savory. Come on. Something savory would make it the right, like a would make it feel like a real meal. As for specific ingredients, okay. We have bacon on here. There's no bacon. Okay, let me lettuce, tomatoes, cheddar. The cheddar. Oh, some cucumber. Some turkey on there. Yeah. After the finishing touch, you intended to top your sandwich off with, where is the mayonnaise? And salt and pepper. And that was everything. You nodded to, oh, that actually sounds really good. Oh no. That actually sounds really good. Nodded to yourself with a quiet hum, satisfied. The two of you bustled around the kitchen, opening and closing things in order to collect everything you needed for your individual sandwiches. You focused intently on assembling your own, for the most part. When you were close to being done, though, you glanced over at your neighbor. Cove was putting his sandwich together delicately, his brow furrowed and tongue sticking out just barely. Same, though. There were open jars of peanut butter and honey near his plate, as well as a banana peel. Oh my god, not the fucking peanut butter and bananas. So he was making a peanut butter, banana, and honey sandwich on mixed grain bread. I've never had banana with honey. I can see I've never had like banana with peanut butter. I can see the banana with peanut butter being good. I don't know about peanut butter and honey though. Which flavor do you want? Just like a sandwich, or do you want one of ours specifically? Like I'm not sure. I can't really see how that would be. I can see PB banana. I'm saying like with the honey on it. I'm not like I can see peanut butter and banana, and I can see banana and honey. I'm just not sure about the peanut butter with the honey. I have no, like, it could be good. I feel like I don't know if it would be like a texture or like a taste. It sounds like something about that would be uncomfortable for me to eat. I'm just not sure if it would be the texture or if it would be the taste. Like the specifically the honey and the peanut butter together. I don't know. I don't know. I think if it were crunchy peanut butter, I might be okay. You good? Sorry, I just looked over and Cece has the catnip. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think that the texture would be a bit weird. I don't necessarily think it would be a bad tasting sandwich. I don't think I would personally enjoy it, but I'm not gonna sit here and go, eee! Like, it sounds interesting. Yeah, maybe you'd have one yourself at a different time. I think maybe minus the honey, I'd enjoy it. Adding Lay's, maybe. Maybe, that would be good. Hold on, I gotta wait for the cat. To wait for the cat. Yeah, the crunchy and the salty. Agreed. But then with the honey, that's what's getting me. It's the honey specifically that's getting me about this. But I've also not tried honey. Okay, wait, you got onto the chair and then I scooted forward and you left. Where did you go? What? Okay. I've not actually tried honey with too many other things though, so it could be good. I've not experimented with honey. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I usually have clover honey. I don't know. I've not like experimented with any kind of honey. I've had wildflower honey, and usually I have clover honey. But I know we also have orange honey that my mom said was really good. I've just not had it.
I might go shove a spoonful of honey in my mouth, actually. That would make my throat feel really good right now, I'm sure. Or like a honeyed apple. I think we have some apples. Anyways, curiosity satiated? Anyways, you turn back to your plate and finish your own creation. Honestly, both of these sandwiches sound pretty tasty. Unfortunately, I have no cucumber or lettuce. I just have depression. Dude, I just buy all the honey. I just have a pantry just for honey and like nothing else. Like my honey pantry. By the time you were done, Cove had already cleaned up his workstation. He turned to face you, studying your sandwich briefly. A small smile tugged. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like, it's a hot summer day, like cucumber sandwich. I think that would taste so good. With like the cucumber with the lettuce and the cheese, and then like a little bit of meat. That would be so fucking tasty. I think I put tomato on it also. And it said mayonnaise, but I'm imagining it's Miracle Whip and not mayonnaise, because mayonnaise is like okay, I guess. I prefer Miracle Whip because it's like it's like, you know, got that sweet kind of tangy taste to it that I just prefer. Mayonnaise isn't bad, it just kind of tastes like blah to me, I guess. I don't know. I like tomatoes sometimes. I prefer slices as opposed to like a grape tomato, but I also don't remember if I put tomato on the sandwich. Sorry, there's like a fucking, is this a whisker? Are you still losing whiskers? Cat's back. I just found a whisker on the desk. Okay, a small smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. You guessed it didn't look inedible to him, at least. Done? Yeah.
Cool.
He waited as you quickly returned the ingredients and cleaned a few utensils. Then the two of you collected your respective plates. You both agreed on heading upstairs to hang out in your room. I still wait, look, you can see the cords. You can see the cords going down. So I think that does confirm it. I think that the computer is in this cabinet right here. Because, like, you can see the cords going down and there's no computer underneath the desk. It's gotta be in the cabinet. It must get oh, your poor computer! Why would you don't put your computer in a cabinet. Do not, your computer needs to have proper ventilation. Do not put your fucking computer in a cabinet. Don't. Why would you do, your computer's gonna fucking die, dude. Oh my god. It's like, I understand if it's not turned on all the time, but even then when you turn it on, like, it's still gonna die. It's still gonna get way too hot in there for the fucking computer. The computer's gonna overheat. Whatever. Okay. You and Cove entered your bedroom while balancing your food on the plates. Nothing fell, so it was a successful trip. And then you get like a dinosaur sandwich cutter, and you cut your nice tasty cucumber sandwich into the shape of a dinosaur. Those exist. I miss shaped cookie cutters. We used to have them when I was like a kid, and now we don't have any, and I'm really tempted to like ask my parents to buy more. We had a flower and we had a dinosaur, and like I'll eat the whole sandwich still. I don't crust. Okay, that's fine. I don't care. I just want my sandwich cut into cute little shapes. Okay. Okay, neurodivergency. It's strong. Cece's like, shut up. I'm trying to sleep. Okay. Cove took a seat on the ground, stretching out on the hardwood floor in an attempt to keep a bit cooler. Hey, to be fair, the hardwood floor is probably fairly cool, and hardwood floors aren't actually all that uncomfortable. Like, obviously, if you're sitting on it for a while, it'll get more uncomfortable, but they're a lot less uncomfortable than, like, I actually find the carpet floors to be more uncomfortable than hardwood, as somebody that's had both. He immediately took a big bite of his sandwich, chewed, and then hummed happily. Sandwich is really good. At least that's something. At this point, you sat down and started on your own sandwich. Delicious. Obviously, you were a pro at making sandwiches, Hadoi. He leaned back on his hands while chewing and glanced around. His every movement was sluggish. Want to do something?
Seemed to plan of not doing anything at all had already worn thin, despite his lack of enthusiasm. Dude, I would hate that. I can't just sit down and do nothing, even if it's too hot. Because, like, it would be too hot, and I would be like, I don't want to do anything. But if I'm sat there trying to get cool, I would get so bored. I can't just not do nothing. I have to do something. I have to almost constantly be having like some kind of stimulation. Or I will just sit there like like just staring off into the abyss. It's not even like I get antsy. It's like this weird feeling. It's like something's wrong, you know, like something's incorrect. Like I have to do something. I have to do something. It's like it's such a weird feeling. It's not like necessarily a bad feeling. It's more just like weird. And it's only ever stopped by like my depression. I know I'm pretty sure it's an ADHD thing. At least I'm pretty sure that's where it mostly stems for, but it only ever really gets stopped by my depression. But even then, I'm very rarely laying in bed, like, doing nothing. If I'm laying in bed and I, like, can't get out of bed because I'm too depressed to do it, I still am on my phone. Because I have to be doing something. My ADHD is too strong.
Isn't that right, Scrungles?
Scrungle's the cat.
He's a little scrangle-bangle.
Okay, I got the CC. Yeah, like what? I believe in you and your powers. I can't read, I'm illiterate. I have my little bird child app is what I call it. My self-care app actually has me read, like, I'm supposed to read a book every Sunday. It says, like, just one of my tasks on Sunday is to read a book, but I'm not gonna sit down every week and read a whole ass book. So I just have it set to, like, I'm gonna read a chapter. I need to get back into the habit of doing that, because I have so... When the fuck did you get in here? Okay, sorry, Jack is in here. That's completely fair. I'm trying to get back into reading, but it's really inconvenient, because I only have access to, like, 2 books right now. Everything else is in a box. Everything else is packed away. He rolled his head back, looking up at the ceiling. I have, like, a whole big-ass box of books. I just don't have access to it. It's like I've mentioned before, we're moving, so like, I have all of them packed away. So I have a shit ton of books. It's not that I don't have any, I just don't have any ready access to them. I have a couple that are out. One of them is not one that I'm gonna sit down and read, because I have the complete collections of Lewis Carroll. That one is still currently out, and I'm like, I'm not gonna be able to sit down and read that whole thing. Just because of the wording and everything in it, because it is older, obviously. Wolf Children, I think I'd be able to sit down and read all in one sitting. And then I think I left Hidden Figures out? I don't know. Dude, that's completely fair. When I was a kid, that was all I did. Like I said, as a kid, the only things I could do was either go outside or read, and I loved to read. My parents would try to ground me. They'd be like, go to your room, and I'd be like, okay, well, that's where the books are, so how's that for grounded? Like, oh, you're going over to like, your aunt's house because you need to be watched? Well, you're not allowed to watch TV, and I'm like, oh no. Such a punishment. You are forcing me to read. This is such a punishment. Oh no. What? Girl, I was reading at like a college level by the time I was 10. What the fuck makes you think making me read a book is a punishment? Jack. Oh my dear god, look at those massive honkers. I'm talking about the cat. Dude, that's completely fair. You gotta find like a book you actually want to read, you know? Alright, he rolled his head back looking at the ceiling. What about tic-tac-toe? Yeah, sure. Put your plate to the side and pulled out some markers and scrap paper. I also need to get back into the habit of like starting to draw again, because I would draw all the time in high school during classes, and I just don't do it anymore. I stopped after high school, really. As you laid everything on the floor, he scooted back to make more room in front of you. Cove picked up one of the markers with his right hand while keeping a half slice of sandwich in his left.
Alright.
I want to be X's, so you can go first. I think that's fair. Okay, that works for me. I'm gonna show you guys how to win at tic-tac-toe. Prepare to note down your first move, the marker hovering over your paper. After the first round, you were about to take another bite of your sandwich when a thought occurred to you. I wonder if anyone turned off the TV downstairs. The TV was on earlier, but no one was really watching. Then everyone started leaving the living room. No, I didn't turn it off. It might still be on downstairs with no one there. Cove smiled crookedly at that. I draw people. I draw a lot of anime and I'll draw plants, but I also hate digital art. It's disgusting. I'm sorry. No offense, like digital artists, hats off to you because you guys make some amazing shit, but I hate digital art so much. I do not like to do it at all. I've tried. I have like a whole ass art tablet and everything, and I cannot do it. I don't necessarily feel all that bad about not liking digital art, because thankfully the art tablet was free. But I fucking hate digital art. Yeah, I draw mostly like anime characters and plants. Really, I like to draw flowers. Poor show, playing with no one around to enjoy it. What is it? Dude, that's fair. That's fair. It is. Everybody's gonna start drawing off at their own pace, right? Like I started drawing stick people, and then they kind of turned into like block people, and then it slowly progressed. Like you're gonna start off at your own pace. It's just take your time. Take your time. I'm by no means an artist. I don't consider myself an artist. So if, you know, there's plenty of like artists on Hands Are Evil. Unless you mean just like drawing hands. I actually really like drawing hands. Oops. I'm like that one person in the world that I feel like is like decent at drawing hands and actually really does to like it. Not from a distance. If it's like an up close hand, I'm really good at that. Yeah, I can't draw at angles. Either. That's it's the perspective thing is weird for me. You just go onto YouTube or something, or go onto Instagram and look for artists and see, because I'm sure there's plenty of artists on various social media sites that have posted tips for beginners, and just keep in mind, just because something worked for one artist does not mean it's going to work for you. It's just practice, 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 just so much fucking practice. That's all that it is. It's so much practice. But yeah, just do your best, and that's what matters. God, my fucking throat. Poor show, playing with no one around to enjoy it. What was it? He squinted off into the middle distance, trying to recall the show's name. I feel like it was some kind of crime-solving drama. Cove nodded sleepily, his eyes closed, then opened again with some effort. Give any specifics? Maybe I can guess it. I want to play tic-tac-toe! I was showing people how to win at tic-tac-toe! You rested your chin on your open palm, groggily thinking as hard as you could. Remember there was a woman with long blonde hair, I think? She was the one solving crimes, like, as a detective or something? There were scenes in a police station because someone got arrested. You lapsed into silence, the both of you thoughtful. Then Cove chuckled. It wasn't that funny, but you joined in the laughter anyway. I don't know what that is. Me neither, and I just saw it. Ha-ha! Another round came and went, and Cove grumbled as he readjusted himself. His features were twisted in a grimace. I feel so sicky. Ugh, I'm gonna be stuck to this floor forever now. I'll peel you off if I have to. You can't do that. Why not? You do, my skin won't budge. It'll just be stuck on your floor. You'll tear me in half. Stuck your tongue out, disgusted, and Cove huffed a short laugh. Then you returned to the game. I'm not gonna win because Cove is a little shit. Cove is a little shit and he went in the middle, but that's how you're supposed to— the corners! Take the corners! The corners are key! Cove spoke up once more, catching your attention. He was peering down at the piece of paper between you, his expression thoughtful. You know, tic-tac-toe is such a weird name for a game. What does it even mean? Maybe they named it that because people played it with ticks and tags. Cove raised a skeptical eyebrow. You bit back a laugh and feigned a seriousness. And makes sense, because they probably didn't have papers and markers back then. But what about the toes? You couldn't say anything to that. He had you there. With no answer to be found, you returned to the game. Cove is a little shit and made this game literally impossible for anybody to win by his placement. By this point, Cove had finished his sandwich. Yours was almost gone too, but now you were getting thirsty. You brought it up to your neighbor. Should we go downstairs to get some drinks? I was thinking that too, but I don't really want to get up. Me neither. Looked over at him, narrowing your eyes with false suspicion. But hey, what happened to you not being able to get up ever again because you were stuck to the floor? That's still true. I mean, we're not actually going, are we? I only thought about it. Rolled your eyes and dropped the issue. Defeated. Cove grinned a little at your disappointment over his victory. See? Cove's a little fucking shit. Oop, it's a tie. It's your fault, Cove! Fuck you! Were you out of it? I know I didn't try that hard. He smiled at you in an unamused way. You somehow weren't surprised by that, despite Cove being the one who suggested the game in the first place. Started to yawn, his hand coming up to cover his mouth. It quickly transitioned into a small laugh. I read the word yawn, goddammit. You understood why yawning just as he said he was feeling disinterested was kind of a funny coincidence. We'll just laugh. Cove just grinned and flopped onto his back, leaving his marker on the floor beside him. You stayed seated, looking your friend over as he stretched himself out. You really are so tall now. Cove snickered a bit at the random topic. He propped himself up onto his elbows to meet your gaze. Why are you even bringing that up? You shrugged. It made perfect sense to you to bring it up. My moms were talking about me and Elizabeth growing up, getting bigger, stuff. What kind of stuff? Well, Mom only likes women and Ma likes women too, but not just women? Yeah? Since the two of you were engaged in conversation, Cove got back into a sitting position. He brought up a knee and rested his arm atop it. A wistful expression overtook his face. What is your skin temperature? What is your skin temperature? Because, like, I don't know about anybody else, but personally, when it's hot outside, my skin, like, even if it's cold outside, my skin temperature is so fucking warm. Like, I constantly feel like I have a fucking fever because I'm so warm. So the fact that they're, like, sat here, like, literally placing their arm on their knee, no! What is your skin temperature, sir? How are you doing these things? What the fuck? A wistful expression overtook his face. Whoops. I wonder when I'll know how I feel about that kind of thing. Oh my god, you don't know? Cove shook his head. I've heard at some point you're supposed to start liking types of people, guys or girls or whoever. Better be a whoever, cause that's what my character is, you know.
I don't know.
I haven't. Nothing's changed. Maybe I have to grow up more. Maybe you just don't like anybody. Maybe you like all types of people. That's normal too. Cove seemed to appreciate that thought, if the smile that appeared on his lips was any indication. Hey, what about you? Who do you like? Turned his attention to you, looking encouraging. Yeah. Is this just purely a physical attraction? Because here's the problem with that. I don't get physical attraction. Emotional attraction is one thing, physical attraction is another. I don't feel physical attraction. I can look at somebody and I can find them attractive, but I'm not gonna look at somebody and go, oh, they're hot, I wanna date them. I'm gonna look at somebody and go, oh, they're hot. That's it. Or like, I'm not gonna approach somebody and go, oh, hey, you're hot, and you wanna go out with me. Like, I'm just, like... So is this like... Oh my god. I'm gonna say I don't really have a physical interest in other people. Okay. Yes. Here we go. I only seem to feel romantic attraction in specific cases and situations, so definitely. I'm like, I'm pan-demi Romo, so I can be romantically attracted to anybody, but I have to have like a strong connection with them, right? Okay, so we'll say, I only seem to feel attraction in specifically, yeah, but specifically when it came to how you felt towards boys. Yeah, we'll say, I'm gonna say I'm generally not interested in guys, but there's special exceptions. Cove is definitely an exception here. How you felt towards girls. I'm not physically interested, but I'd be happier with a female or somebody that's NB as opposed to a guy. It's weird. I'm also like low-key kind of trans for trans. The sense that like I'm under the trans umbrella and I would rather be with somebody that's also under the trans umbrella as opposed to somebody that's cis, right? It's weird. For people who aren't exclusively female, weren't interested in someone non-bi, you found them attractive, we'll say I'm not physically interested, but you'd be happy to be in a romantic relationship. Turn your attention to Cove. He was waiting patiently for your response. We'll explain how we feel. Nodded understandingly at your attempt to describe how you felt. It was nice to have people who supported you when it came to who you liked. And you knew of course he accepts me. He had never treated you differently because of your identity. I would assume... Yeah, I'm asexual and then pan-demi-Roma. It's so weird. In case you can't tell, but like, I've got the asexual choker and the asexual bracelets on. Cause, yeah. Cause we're wearing just all, obviously this month is all Pride outfits. Oh, some Pride outfits I'm gonna wear this month will be the same ones that I wore last year. But this time last year was when I changed the way my model looks. I don't want to say, I still have like the same base model. I'll say, like with the space buns and my braids and everything minus the wings. The wings are a bit of a newer addition, but I went through and I like revamped the model and just made them look better. So the outfits that that are the same as last year that I'll be wearing are the ones I wore before my model got updated. So that'll be weird to see. And I will probably do a comparison when that time comes around, but yeah, I just wanted to say that, because like, for Pride Month I wear all Pride outfits, obviously, similar to how like October I wear all costumes. So yeah, that's what we got going on for us this month. But yeah, I'd assume Cove never treated me any differently because of my identity, considering, again, my character's NB, and also my moms are gay. I have two moms, and he's just kind of been like, yeah, okay. It is also the thing of like, if you grow up around it, you're just gonna see it as normal. And clearly his dad doesn't fucking care. Clearly his dad is like, let's go lesbians, let's go! He's standing across the street like with a little ally flag. Oh my god. And he scratched the back of his head, sheepish. I'm not really sure how we ended up talking about all that when we started out just playing tic-tac-toe. But it was good, I think. I think so too. I had to tell him that I can be I can be romantically attracted to men in certain situations, just considering he is a boy. He is a boy, and I do actually really like Cove. If I were to get in like but you're asexual, so you are part of the LGBT community. It doesn't matter if you're a cis straight dude, you're asexual, and asexuals are a part of the LGBT community. What do you think the A is for? Knock. So many people are like, the A stands for ally. No! Yeah, if I were to get with a cis guy, somebody like a Cove genuinely is... Cove is genuinely somebody that I as like a cis guy, I think I would want to be with a guy like Cove. Yeah, I know that there's like a shit ton of discourse about that, about like, oh well, asexual people aren't like a part of the queer community. They are. As an asexual myself, I have had to deal with that shit. Asexuals are completely valid and they are a part of the queer community. And don't let anybody try to tell you otherwise. Do not let anybody try to tell you otherwise. You could say like you're a trans ally or something just because you are cis, but you are still queer in the sense that you are asexual. And nobody can tell you, don't let anybody try to tell you anything different. Here on this channel, we support other asexuals. Okay. Gove chuckled a little bashfully. He glanced around, clearly scrambling for something else to say. So, have you learned any new songs on your violin yet? Yeah, actually, I'm really glad you brought it up. The conversation took a lighter turn after that, but it felt like you got closer that afternoon. Finally, the blazing sun began to set. To your relief, the air cooled down a bit as a result. Now would be the perfect time to go on a walk! You pulled yourself off the floor, as did Cove, with some minor complaint. You both stretched your arms, groaning, and yawned into your hands. You glanced out your window briefly, taking in the soft reds, pinks, and purples of the late afternoon sky. Somehow, you had made it through the scorching hot day in one piece. Cove turned towards you, motioning towards your window with his chin. Like, dude, even when I'd visited my grandma in Florida last year... Oh my god, yes. Because they're like, if you're like a bisexual woman and you're dating a man, then it's like, well, you're straight. It's like, no, they're in a straight you being in a straight relationship does not make you any less bisexual. What do you mean? Like they're still bisexual. Do you not understand bisexual? Huh? I find it crazy. The amount of like the amount of invalidation in a community that is meant to be all inclusive is fucking ridiculous. Like, I have had so many people telling me that like my gender isn't real because I'm pangender, and they're like, oh well, pangender's not a real thing. Okay, well then you're okay with gender fluid people? Because pangender is kind of just an offset of gender fluid. It really is. I'm just saying. But it's fucking ridiculous. I'm just like, dude, your identity's valid. Your identity's valid. You're bisexual, you're pansexual, you're whatever. You're a AAA threat, you're valid. You're so valid. It's fucking ridiculous. The amount of exclusivity, I said inclusivity earlier, no, the amount of, like, exclusion in this fucking community is ridiculous. Yeah, I've been invalidated for, like, all of my various identities, and I think it's ridiculous. And also, if you don't personally want to use a label, that's fine too. There's also a lot of discourse around that. Like, there are so many people that are like, well, why do you label yourself? It's like, I like them. Like, to me, labels kind of give me like a sense of self, but that doesn't mean that it's gonna be the same for everyone. Like, you don't have to have a fucking label. Most people will just say, oh yeah, I'm queer, and that's it. It's like, that's fine. Okay. It's like, you don't need to say if you're like, it's like I'm queer, I like girls and guys. It's like, okay. So, alright. You're queer. That's it. You said you're queer, you're queer. But then it's like, you know, I could say, I'm pan. I like everybody. Right? It's just like each other. Like, why can't we just fucking get along? There's already so much fucking hate in this world. Just be nice! I beg of you! Like, I'm mean jokingly a lot of the time, but I'd never actually go out of my way to invalidate somebody. Okay. Jesus. Cove, this is an appropriate conversation to have during Pride Month, also. So fuck you, Twitch. Don't try. It's a fucking annoying ass rule of like you have to have the political tag added if you're talking about gay things. Like, my identity isn't fucking political. Screw you. Okay. Cove turned towards you, motioning towards your window with his chin. I'm gonna go outside. It might be better out there than it is here now. Sounds good. I could really use some fresh air. Two of you took your time heading downstairs. You stopped briefly to grab a drink of water, then continued on your way. Stepped outside, one after the other, your destination being the familiar hills behind your house. Also, if you guys know of any other, like, free queer games that I can play this month, like, let me know in like, the Discord or something, because like I said, this is the only one that I have for this month, because I played all my other ones last year. Minus... I've got one called Missed Messages that, is really fucking depressing. It only has 4 endings, but the problem with that game is that it's really, really short. It's only like, I think I have 20 minutes total in that game, and I got all 4 endings in those 20 minutes. But I don't really want to deal with that game because one of the main themes of that game is, like, self-harm and everything. So I'm like, I don't wanna... I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. But yeah, if you guys have any... It can have sad themes. My issue with playing that one this month is that that's one of the main themes. But yeah, if you guys have any, like, queer games, preferably free, like, let me know in the Discord so that I can play more this month, because, my only other idea is, like, I was gonna play Minecraft. I was actually gonna play Minecraft this day, and then I remembered that it was Pride Month. Like, genuinely. Alright, yeah. This time of day, it was quiet outside. Yeah, Minecraft counts, especially since my character has on Pride flag. The fucking gays love Minecraft. Me and all my gay homies fucking love the block again. Oh my god. No, but I hate Roblox, that's the problem. I guess technically you could count for it. Oh, we could play Overwatch, I guess, technically. I could technically play Overwatch. My #1 issue with playing Overwatch is that Overwatch's support is a lot more, corporate-based. I feel like Minecraft's isn't, because they've, like, shown their support outside of Pride Month and everything. So has The Sims. As much as I dislike EA, The Sims has shown a lot of support for the queer community outside of Pride Month, which is nice. Yeah, it's oof. I think Overwatch is a fun game, and it's cool that there's queer characters, but it's like, I know that you guys, I know that it's, their support is corporate, and it's very irritating. Minecraft is not, like I said, Minecraft has shown their support, like, throughout the entire year, and that's very, very nice. And I think it's really funny that there's people that, like, don't know that. Like, I saw on one of the Instagram posts that they had posted last year. I want to say it was, like, in September or something, they'd made a post about it. I think they had, like, a pack or something that was flags or some shit. And people were like, ew, you support the gays! And people are like, yeah? They've been extremely open about their support of the queer community, huh? It's like fucking Cookie Run, like, people get mad at Cookie Run. And I'm like, dude, half of the cookies in that fucking game use they-them pronouns. Multiple of them are gay. One of the storylines was literally about 2 lesbians getting married. What do you mean? Cookie Run is such a gay game. I've seen like Cookie Run and Minecraft are like the top 2 games that I've seen people go, ew, you like the gays, and I'm like, why is this a surprise to you? Every single one of the dragon cookies uses they them. Literally, it was Blue Lily and I think it's Blue Lily and Lilybell or something. They're literally lesbians. They literally call each other my partner. They literally get fucking married. Like, what do you mean? They're lesbians. Look, fucking Seafaring and Moonlight are gay as fuck too. There's so much queerness in that game. And people get surprised when they find out. I'm like, how did you not know? Like, I started playing the game in 2019 and it's been gay since then. It's so fucking funny. I don't know why I'm so entertained by it. Oh my god. Okay. This time of day it was quiet outside. I will probably not play Cookie Run on stream. I might, my issue with that is that Google Play is really fucking annoying on desktop. I'm gonna be honest. Because that's my only option for playing it on stream, is I can either get an emulator or I could download Google Play Desktop, and Google Play Desktop is so shittily optimized that I can't use it. I'm sorry. We might look at the cookies though. we might look at some of the cookies and go, they're gay. They're allies. They're trans. Just a stream of just looking at all of the cookies and clapping at their identities. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm going insane. We look at one, we're like, they're a child. Wow, so cool. look at Pancake Cookie and we're like, look at that little guy. Look at that little guy. Look at him in his little unicorn pajamas. Pancake Cookie is so cute though. Oh my god, he's adorable. Okay. This time of day it was quiet outside. The flowers blew gently in the wind, petals trembling but stubbornly hanging in there. Peppermint Cookie's a child and they use they them. So there are queer kids. You heard it here, folks. Cookie Run said kids can be queer. Because they can be. Y'all just dumb. What the? Sorry. I just turned around. Hold on a sec, hold on a sec, hold on a sec. Hold on, I'm turning off my tracking for a second. Just show you guys what I just turned around and witnessed. Okay. It's down. The image is downloading. Don't worry. He's so fucking stupid, bro. I can't with this fucking cat. Whoops. Oh, Jesus. This is what I turned around and saw. He's so stupid. I love him. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know why he's laying like that. I don't. Jack, are you comfortable? I didn't even know he was in here until like 20 minutes ago, and then I just turned around to check on him, and he's fucking laying like that. Oh my god, he keeps her rotating. He's so cute. He kinda does, doesn't he? Like,
He kind of does. He's fighting bad guy. He's fighting transphobes. He's fighting queerphobes in his dreams. He just rolled over to the other side and like has tucked his little paws super close, and I'm sure that he when he tucks his paws close, he does like the heart chest thing, and it looks really really cute because his chest is so fluffy. His chest is so fluffy. That's why I say he has massive honkers. My cat and his massive honkers. And people will be like, "What do you mean?" I'll be like, "Look at these. What do you mean? What do you mean? Look at them. Look at him in his massive honkers." All right. Just get back to the game. You felt the breeze cool your heated skin, and you relaxed your shoulders. Cove closed his eyes, releasing a deep breath. I really love it out here. I do too. Cove smiled. Tendrils of his hair danced with the wind. A beat passed, but his gaze didn't stray from your own. His voice was impossibly soft when he spoke up again. I'm glad I met you, Fairy. You're really important to me, you know. Gay! We're gonna blush. We're gonna blush. You hoped that your reaction wasn't obvious, but it must have been, because his smile grew at the corners. Then Cove rested an arm on one of your shoulders, leaning against you. Even as the sun disappeared completely and the sky darkened, you and Cove remained side by side for as long as you possibly could. I'm really- oh my god. I really wish that I had DLC moment select- oh, Derek? Ooh, okay, so these would be with Derek. Alright. Interesting. Obviously I've said I'm gonna go with Cove. I am romancing Cove. Kitty. Anyways, the sun warmed your skin from its place in the sky, and you closed your eyes, enjoying the mix of the heat with the pleasant breeze that drifted past you. You and Lee had spread out on a- oh my god, wait. Oh, we actually get to see Lee! We actually get to see Lee more. She's so cute. Oh my god, okay. You and Lee had spread out a blanket on top of one of the hills behind your house and had been relaxing there for a while now. Lee had come over earlier in the day, while a range of activities had been discussed, from starting home to heading down to the beach, a picnic on the hill had been the choice you both settled on. A small spread was laid out in front of you, some bottled water, soft drinks, as well as chips and sliced fruit. Sat up and reached for a snack, listening to Lee talk away about the musical she had gotten to see a few days ago. She's so cute. It was unbelievable. There was singing, dancing, and crazy stunts, and it was all done live right in front of my face. Maybe one day we could go together. I've got to see more shows like that. This is our cousin, by the way. For those of you that missed it, this is our cousin. We're the same age. You smiled at Lee's enthusiasm, knowing how much she enjoyed singing and performing. She was good at it too. You had gotten the chance to hear her sing a couple of tunes, and you knew she put a lot of effort into it. I'm gonna have to be nice to myself here, and I guess say the shit that other people say about me. I like to sing. I don't think I'm good at it, but everybody else seems to think otherwise. For some reason. It was nice the two of you could share that interest. I wonder if maybe we could put on our own show. Think of how fun it'd be. We could perform for our parents and ask our friends and some other people to come and watch too. It'd totally work. Sure, I'll give it a go. It wasn't something you had really thought about before, but if Lee wanted to do it, then you could at least give it a shot. Cause it's like at least we'd be performing together, and that's okay. Lee clapped in excitement and bounced on the balls of her feet, beyond happy that you were on board with her idea. I'm gonna sing. Do you want it too, or maybe do something else? I mean, I could sing and play the instrument. I would definitely prefer singing as opposed to playing an instrument in front of other people, mostly because I'm a lot better at singing than at playing an instrument. I'll say that. I was in orchestra when I was in middle school. I did that for 2 years. I took a guitar class when I was in high school. I only did that for 1 year. And we didn't get too, like, into it. I know some chords, and that's about it. I'm also super duper out of practice. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't even know where my guitar is. I'm pretty sure my guitar and my violin are both packed away somewhere. That's fine. Maybe I'll break them out when I move again. Who knows? Although I can guarantee that they're both out of tune. Alright, cool. We'll perform an incredible duet. Is there anything else that's coming to your head? One more thing. Play an instrument too. The guitar. I do not want to sing while playing the violin. That would be so, like, I can't, I guess you could. I'm thinking about it. That's why my head is tilted. It's like, I guess you could. I don't think it'd be comfortable, though. I've sung and played the guitar. I've never sung and played the violin. I imagine one would be way easier than the other. That will be perfect. Is there anything else that's coming to your head? No. Unless we wanted to do, like, a massive, like, a different slew of performances, because I could totally dance, just don't expect me to come up with it. The two of you ran back to your house to grab the supplies you needed, dodging your mom's amused questions. I don't know, dude. I just like to sing whatever, really. I just like to sing whatever. I can't sing everything. Like, don't ask me to do Screamo or something. And I'm, like, only sort of okay when it comes to like, slower songs, but that's more just because my voice isn't soft. My singing voice and my speaking voice sound very, very similar in the sense that they're both kind of that more raspy. So it's a bit difficult for me to do like ballads or whatever, but you know, it's whatever. Anyways, before heading back out of the blanket and get started, okay, you settled down with your guitar sitting in your lap. Lee and you discussed. You know what's really, really funny about that?
Make me sing a song.
My throat hurts way too fucking much to do it. Go ahead and get it back on Thursday, and I'll go ahead and do it, but literally because I have been sat here talking for 6 hours straight, my throat hurts way too much for me to sing a song. I'm sorry. But go ahead and request it on Thursday. I refunded your points for that one. It's like, I literally even plan to end stream after we've finished these few sections. It's just too much. That is a problem with having, like, a raspier voice when you talk, is that it's talking for this long. It's just like my throat is like, it's just not happy. Okay. And I have been drinking plenty of water. Like, actually think I'm gonna need to go and refill my cup soon. Yeah, throat gone. No more throat. Vocal cords snapped. Oh no, I would just die if that happened. Alright, Lee and you discussed the plans in detail, settling on a song first and then practicing out parts for the show. The afternoon passed quickly, the sun dropping lower and lower in the sky, especially because, like, I'm gonna have to take a break from playing this game because there's so much talking, so I won't be talking as much on Thursday. So I'll definitely be okay to sing a song on Thursday. I just clicked on accident. The afternoon passed. I love that I can scroll to go back. Also, I know I've said that, but like I still love that that's something that I can do. Because like I keep accidentally double clicking. I don't know how. The afternoon passed quickly, the sun dropping lower and lower in the sky, and after having thoroughly worked out the show, how the show was going to go, you decided to take a break. Oh, you know, we should have invited Cove to watch us practice our show. He could tell us if it's bad before we put on the real thing. That's smart, I guess. We should ask him to watch us later. Okay. It's too bad Derek isn't in the neighborhood today. I like him.
He's a good person. I knew you'd think so. He's like, I literally only had one interaction with Derek. Derek gives goblin vibes. Like, he gives like little creature vibes. He's the gremlin of the friend group. So I like him. I've just not interacted with him all that much. We've literally only interacted with him fucking once this entire time. So exactly how much do you like him? Or maybe there's someone else that I haven't heard of yet? Lee wriggled her eyebrows at you suggestively, and you knew exactly what she was implying. I have a crush, yeah. Lee's eyes sparkled in an instant, like she'd just hit the jackpot.
What?
Who is it? Why is he not an option? Where is Cove? Is Derek Envy? Because it feels weird that Derek is on there, but Cove isn't. No, Derek is male. It feels weird that Derek is on here, but Cove isn't. So we'll just say I'm not giving you a name. Or we could say someone from school. That's not technically a lie. Cove goes to the same school as us. That could be anyone. Tell me something about them, please. This news was just too exciting. She wasn't going to be deterred. You weren't surprised when Lee started squeezing you for more details, and you answered as much as you were comfortable with. The two of you talked about your preferences and who you liked and stuff. You found that it was nice having someone to speak with about these sorts of things. Cove wasn't an option, and I'm personally offended by this. I have been dropping not so subtle hints about how I like him. I literally told his mom flat out I like him while he was at the table with us. Finally, you both decided to pack everything up and head back home for the evening. Flat boy. Lee talked excitedly about the show as you did, and you thought back on what you had already accomplished for it. You could definitely do with a little more practice, but what you had so far was a solid foundation for the performance. Upon walking through the front door, you were met by your moms and Elizabeth hovering around each other in the living room. This looks like a serious conversation. Tension hung thick in the air as the three of them turned to you and Lee, frowning slightly. You had interrupted something. Exactly what, you weren't sure. Who died? Ma winced, and almost immediately you knew joking was the wrong thing for this. You really hoped no one was actually dead.
Oh.
We're just having a talk with your sister. The room fell quiet again, with no one quite knowing what to say. You felt incredibly awkward, but the silence didn't last long. You don't have to stop just because those two are here. There's no reason to try keeping it a secret. Oh, sorry. Elizabeth was mad, with her arms folded defensively over her chest, but your mom's nodded in agreement with her.
Well...
Elizabeth was asking about her parents. Ooh. Her biological ones. The world spun around you at the news. You couldn't understand why was this happening now. When you glanced at Lee, she shuffled her feet uncomfortably, as though she didn't know if she should be there or not anymore. You didn't know either. Your moms had always been open and honest about the fact that neither of them had given birth to you or your sister, but the details hadn't been fully explained before. It made sense that Elizabeth didn't know a lot about her biological parents and wanted to know more. You just hadn't ever thought you'd accidentally stumble into it. Elizabeth looked at your parents expectantly. She wasn't going to let the unintentional interruption derail things. We don't want to keep that information from either of you. It's your right to know your past, but we did want to wait until you asked us to hear yourselves. Well, it's happening now, so... Your mom shared a nervous glance, and Ma took in a quick breath before speaking again. I adopted you from the Philippines when you were just a baby. Okay. Elizabeth dropped her arm, her eyebrows shooting up in surprise. Wait, I wasn't born here? No, you weren't. Okay. Apparently my sister's Filipina. Alright, or Filipino, either one. Filipina is an appropriate term to use for Filipino woman. I do know that. But you could still just say Filipino. Either or. You could clearly see that your sister was appalled by this information. You struggled even more with what to do or how to react. Am I gonna have to pass some tests to even be a citizen?
No.
No, you were adopted into the country. We took care of things. You're already a citizen. You have nothing to worry about. Yeah, that's not really... If you had to take a test to be a citizen, that would have come up already. Like, what do you think? How... Girl. I knew... Yeah, your green card would have been fucking expired by now. So, like... I googled it, they're valid for 10 years. So she's 15, her green card would have been fucking expired when we were kids. But whatever. I followed all the laws when it came to bringing a child into the US. Nothing can be held against you. Elizabeth sighed, placated with the information but still far from happy. Who were my parents as people? Why did they put me up for adoption in the first place? Ma softly put her hands over Elizabeth's shoulders, trying to provide some support before she gave her the answer.
Sorry.
I'm so sorry, sweetie. Your parents were reported to have died. They didn't go into details on the specifics of how, but you were an orphan. I wish we had better news for you, Elizabeth. I do think that it is good that they're at least being, like, open and honest and, like, waited for their children, I don't want to say their daughters, right, because I'm not playing a girl, waited for their children to, like, come to them, as opposed to anything else. Elizabeth was torn between, like, as opposed to just randomly going, hey, by the way, like, at dinner one night, you're just sat there eating, it's like, by the way, we adopted you from the Philippines. Just giving her awkward thumbs up. Elizabeth was torn between emotions, her eyes filled with tears as she threw her hands in the air, settling on enraged. Great, so I can never meet them, even if I wanted to. Not that I could have, anyway, since they lived in another part of the world when they were still alive. Elizabeth turned her back on you and your moms and stormed off, sprinting up the stairs and to her room before anyone could stop her. I have to go and talk to her. Ma immediately started to follow her, but Mom gently held her by the arm and shook her head. Yeah, she needs time. We should give her a little space to process it all. Agreed. Your Ma's head hung low, but she stopped walking. I do get, like, I gotta go after her, I gotta go talk to her, but she definitely just needs some time right now. With Elizabeth now gone, the two of them seemed to remember you and Lee were still standing awkwardly off to the side. I'm sorry you had to see all that. It's not how I expected it would have happened when the time came. Since it's the topic of the day, Fairy, is there anything you'd like to ask? You deserve to know, after all. Lee patted your back and gave you a supportive look. Sure, we might as well. Your parents both nodded in sync to your reply, ready to talk. I can leave if you want to have things be private. No! No, stay. My emotional support, Lee. This is my emotional support, sisette. You can't take her from me. Lee shifted a little closer to you in support, and you were glad to have her there with you. Made you feel a little stronger, somehow. You turned to face your parents again, preparing yourself for what they were about to tell you. Ma was the first to speak, her voice quivering with emotion. You were adopted as a baby, but 2 years after Elizabeth. Okay, so that makes sense, because I'm 2 years younger than Elizabeth, so they got us both as babies, I guess. They got, right, okay. We used a different organization that time, and you were adopted within the US. We're sorry to tell you, Fairy, your parents had also passed away, and no other family member took you in, if there were any. That's why we wanted to wait until you'd ask. We didn't want to suddenly drop that in your lap. We wanted you to be prepared. What? He gave you a reassuring squeeze on the arm to show she was there for you. I don't know, like, I'm not adopted, right? Like, I live with my biological parents. I'm not adopted. I don't necessarily know if an actual adopted child would act differently, but it is also, I imagine it does also come down to, it would vary, right? Elizabeth reacting the way that she did, that is very fitting for her, I think, and the way that she has acted throughout the entire game. I do think that Elizabeth's reaction was, like, in character for her. But my thing right here is we have two loving mothers that have done nothing but be good mothers and have obviously been open about the fact that we were adopted. So to me, it's kind of like just whatever. Because again, it is also the thing of they didn't immediately go, oh yeah, you were adopted as a baby, your parents are dead. They were like, you know, well, like, you're adopted, but if you want to know what happened and what the circumstances were, then you can come to us. We don't want to just drop that on you. So it's, to me, isn't necessarily a big deal that the biological parents are dead. Really. That's I did want to know, and now I do. Thank you for listening, Fairy. If there's anything else you want to know, all you have to do is ask. We'll do our best to answer any questions you have.
Okay?
How are you feeling now? Are you gonna be okay? Lee watched you closely, as though judging how exactly she should react to what was going on. I feel fine. Oh, I'm fine. You spoke with a refreshed tone, as though you had a load off. Your mom smiled sadly, and you knew they believed you. No one seemed to have any words after that. Let's go see Elizabeth. Let's go check on our sister. You were worried about Elizabeth, even though she had been so angry when talking to your moms about everything. You could see she was clearly sad. You headed over to the stairs and up to her room. No, Lee, come with me. This is my emotional support sis. This is my emotional support cousin. I need her with me. I don't have one in real life. I need one in video game. Plus, if Elizabeth starts getting mad at me, I can hold Elizabeth up by her armpits like she's a cat and go, look at her. She's adorable. How can you be mad at this adorable little face? She's so cute. I'm sorry. Lee is, she's so fucking cute. Like, I just wanna squish her. She's adorable. Okay, she nodded and followed near behind. Waiting in front of your sister's door, you raised a hand to knock on it. There was no answer for a good minute or two, and when you jiggled the handle, you found it was locked. Raising your hand again, you knocked louder this time, thinking she must have her headphones on and so she couldn't hear you. When she didn't answer the door a second time, it was clear to you that she either still couldn't hear or was just straight up ignoring you. It hurt to be shut out, especially right now. Let's just go to our room. When safely behind your closed bedroom door, you let out a heavy breath before heading over to take a seat on your bed. Look at her! Doesn't she just, like, look like somebody you want to just, like, you just want to squish? Like, she just looks so squishable. She's just so cute. Lee watched you from where she sat on your desk chair and gave a sad sigh in commiseration. I don't know what the fuck that word means. Sympathy and sorrow for the misfortunes of others. Okay, it's just compassion. I guess. You guessed she didn't really know what she could do to help, but was still trying to be supportive in any way she could. And that's fair. So, what do you want to do now? Can I help? I feel like I don't need to ask this. I feel like it's very obvious that I am seen as family by Lee and my moms and my sister. So I don't feel like this is a question that needs to be asked. So I'm just gonna thank her for being here. I'm happy to. She paced over and sat next to you on the bed, and you sat quietly together as time passed.
A sudden knock drew your attention, causing you to sit up straight. When you realized it wasn't coming from the door but the window, your head snapped towards it as a Cove. Lee did the same, looking a little uncertain if she should be worried by this development or not. You didn't even have to question who it was. There was only one person who would come tapping at your window, especially at night. You moved closer and looked out, sure enough, seeing the familiar head of green hair on the other side of the glass. In only a moment, you had the window unlatched and open for him to enter. Cove pulled himself in through the window awkwardly, groaning before he stood straight in your room and dusted himself off. Lee tried not to let the display break the seriousness of the situation for her. Cove, what are you doing here? When he saw you, he seemed worried, and he ran a hand through his hair before speaking. I came to the front door. I wanted to just come by, but your moms told me they didn't know if you should be bothered right now, that I should come back later. I knew they wouldn't have said it like that if you were working on some school stuff or whatever, so I got worried. I thought something bad happened. And then you climbed up the side of my house. He smiled, feeling unrepentant for disregarding your mom's ruling. Oh my god, thank you.
I mean...
How else was I supposed to get in? I love him so much. I love him so much, oh my god. You couldn't quite believe it. He had already shown up for you like this, but then again, you shouldn't have been surprised. He was always there for you.
Are you okay?
Oh, what happened? Cove pulled your desk chair next to your bed and sat down, his long legs bent in front of him. You fidgeted a little with your bed covers, not quite knowing what to say, but he was willing to wait. My parents are dead! Thank you for coming, I'm glad you're here. Cove's forehead furrowed in concern at your words. My mom and dad, who gave birth to me, they're dead. Without having to say anything else, Cove reached out and pulled you into a tight embrace, his familiar warmth enveloping you. I'm sorry, Fairy. His words were whispered comfortingly into your shoulder. I'm okay. I'm glad you are. Still, he didn't let go. Can you explain everything to me? You nodded softly before taking in a heavy breath and launching into the story. Cove sat quietly and listened attentively, and nodding every now and then or taking in a sharp inhale. Silence settled between you as Cove sat quietly for a moment, contemplating everything you had said. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet, drifting through the night towards you. Fairy.
I'm so sorry.
I'm really sorry about what happened to your parents. So sorry. He stopped suddenly and took in a deep, shaky breath, and you got the impression he was struggling with what was right to say. Yeah, well, everything was so overwhelming it was difficult to get a good grasp. Fairy, you're not doing anything wrong. You know that, right? I think that you can be as sad as you want for as long as you need, or you can feel okay about it whenever you want to. He sighed and ran a hand through his window as he looked out towards the window.
It's okay.
He ran a hand through his hair. What? I just said he ran a hand through his window. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair as he looked out towards the window.
Okay.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, whatever you feel about it is how you feel about it. You don't have to force yourself to be different. Thank you, Cove. His words had made you feel better, and you knew it was true. You didn't have to apologize or make any excuses for the way you felt about it all. Cove smiled at you a little, and you could tell he was trying to be comforting. I can see how this game can be, like, kind of therapeutic for somebody. If you're adopted and you, like, no matter what the situation with your biological parents was, I can see how, like, this specific section of the game would be therapeutic. I feel like even the discussion about, like, sexual orientation and romantic orientation and everything, even that can feel, like, very therapeutic. I can definitely see why this game is as highly rated as it is. It's very real. It feels just very real, as opposed to a lot of other choice-based games that I've played. Because this one feels like just realistic, and this is something that could happen. Because even even Life is Strange specifically before the storm, where nobody necessarily has powers, that one feels like it feels real, but it feels like a less believable, oh, this is something that could happen as like a normal occurrence, right? Whereas this one is like, this is all stuff that is normal and that could really happen to anybody, right? Like Cove's parents getting divorced when he's that young, and then him like staying with his dad but going to see his mom for a few weeks every year. You know, you and your sister both being adopted and then having to deal with learning what actually happened to your biological parents and how you were adopted. And then even the talk of like puberty and how you're developing and like how your feelings and everything are presenting themselves for other people in terms of, like I said, your orientation. Like it's very, it can feel very, it's very easy to put yourself into the shoes of the main character, I feel like. Even if you haven't necessarily experienced all of these things before, I feel like it's very easy for me to put myself into the shoes of the main character and see it, like, how they're feeling and everything. And there's so many options, too. I like that there's so many options, because a lot of the choices and everything feel also just very realistic, and you can really determine, like, not only your character's personality, but then, like, the personality of, or like, the way that people interact with you, right? Because you can determine Cove's personality, but you can't really determine everybody else's personality, but your choices do actually matter. And I just really like that. I would definitely suggest this game for anybody that's interested in it. Freaks, you have ads in like 4 minutes and 40 seconds, by the way. Oh my god. Cove smiled at you a little, and you could tell he was trying to be comforting. Your moms definitely don't. It doesn't matter if you're not blood related. You're definitely family. I can see that, and I hope you can too. You felt the reassurance in his eyes. Your cousin tried not to interrupt your explanation or Cove's response to it. The opportunity arose. She made it clear she shared the same sentiment. No questions about that. Lee, like I said, I didn't even feel the need to ask Lee if she saw me as family. It kind of felt very obvious, even if she was never like, oh hey cousin, like, sorry, who the fuck does that? Who the fuck goes over to their cousin? It's like, oh wait, what's up cousin? Like, no, shut the fuck up, just call them their name, you idiot. Well, like I said, I never felt the need to, like, talk to Lee about it, but I like that she still gives a little bit of confirmation, like, yeah, you are my family. Okay, a knock on the door made you look up, though before you could even move, it swung open and Elizabeth stood in your doorframe. She walked closer, and you didn't quite know what to do or what she was planning on saying. Do you mind going? I want to talk to just Fairy. You can come back. It's not gonna be forever or anything. Oh my god. Cove seemed equal parts concerned and skeptical. Leaving now wasn't a concept that thrilled him. Lee wasn't exactly jumping to go, so she checked with you quietly. What do you think? I think I still want Cove and Lee to be here. However, I'm gonna go under the assumption here and say that Elizabeth Elizabeth has every right to ask for them to leave. Like, I do have every right to ask for them to stay here, but it seems very unlikely that Elizabeth will have an open and honest conversation with us if there are other people here. It seems like she more so wants to just have a one-on-one with her sibling. So we'll just go ahead and say, I want to talk to you too.
Really?
Oh, then we're on the same page. Okay, I'll be right back.
I'll be right back. I need to go shove honey or something in my mouth. Like, my throat is fucking killing me right now. That's why it just keeps getting like, it just keeps getting like more quiet and like slightly deeper. Is because it's like, I can talk like this and it won't technically hurt my throat, but it'll start to do it after a while. And that's also not my natural voice at all. So, be right back.
Okay, I return. She made a move-along gesture with her hands, and it was settled. She waited until the two of you were alone before fixing... You waited until the two of you were alone before fixing her with an inquisitive look. Elizabeth folded her arms, looking you over. Did Moms tell you... No, because my tea is too hot for me to drink. Did Moms tell you about your parents, too? My birth parents also died. Elizabeth broke eye contact
Sorry.
after that. Why did you want to talk to me? I want to see you and you didn't even answer. Elizabeth raised her eyebrows at the news. I didn't hear anything. Shutting everything out with loud music was very typical of your sister. Didn't feel much less confused, though. Why did you stop doing that then? She shook her head as though the answer should be obvious. I was worried about you. I was the one who brought it up, but I made you deal with whatever was left when I was gone. She sighed, glancing upwards for a moment before settling on you once more. Wanted to ask you what happened without everyone breathing down our necks. I'm not mad at you. I understand her response. Like I said, I understand both their responses. Oh, that's some nice golden hot tea. Delicious. I say not even drinking it. She stuck her nose up a little at that, but her smile was soft. I'm okay, Elizabeth. It didn't upset me. How are you allowed to be that mature? The lightning spirits in her were quickly gone as she slipped back into a scowl. You have to be born in the US to become president. What? You had never heard of that dream of hers before. She noticed your bafflement and continued. I get I was never gonna be president, but it just feels weird having stuff taken away and not even getting a chance at it. Okay, look, to be fair, the rules to become president are fucking stupid. Like, you used to require a college education, but you don't anymore, hence why all of our presidents are fucking stupid. But on top of that, there also used to be this whole thing about how you have to be a Christian, which is also fucking stupid, because it's like, they're like separation of church and state, but you have to be a Christian to rule the country. What are you fucking talking? What are you on about? Huh? I also don't think that the age should be 35. I just think it should be, or is it? It's 38. I think it should be 35. But look, girl. Government's also just dumb in general. So, like, anarchy. We support anarchy on this server. on this channel. Stated by I'm pretty sure, I'm like 90% sure I have a fucking anarchy tattoo. Hold on. Right. Like, our president shouldn't be older than, like, 65. Okay. If you're older than 65, you can't run for president. 'Cause look at what the fuck's happening now. Hold on, I need this. I'm checking the things I need to do. The fact that this is gonna bother me if I don't check to see if I have the anarchy tattoo. Again, I do. The anarchy tattoo. I was about to say, like, I know on one side I've got like a wizard skull. Pretty sure on the other side I've got an anarchy tattoo. Amazing. Alright, back to the I don't know the alphabet. Okay, back to the trans rights. I don't like having to know that when I was born I was gonna have a completely different life. So different I can't even think about what I'd look like in my head. I could have spoken another language, lived away from everything I've ever seen here, had someone else as my sibling. And then my parents died and I was adopted, and the life I got became a totally new thing forever. I mean, that's completely fair. No, that's absolutely understandable. Cause like, it's one thing, like, you know, I'm my character's American. right? So, like, it's one thing there, but she is from another country and was adopted in another country, so it makes sense. I also think that that's kind of stupid. You have to be born in the United Citizens to become president. Why can't it be, like, she was born in a different country, but then was brought here as a baby? So to me, she's been been a citizen her entire life. To me, it doesn't make sense that like wouldn't count. I get, like, again, I understand she wasn't born here, but she's been a citizen her entire fucking life. I can kind of understand it if it's like, oh, you've only been a citizen for blah 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 years, but she was a citizen since a little baby. So why is that not okay? They'd never vote for her anyways because she's fucking Asian. Like, they'd get mad. You're like, no, you're Asian and a woman. Can't have that. Damn. Poor girl. Sorry, you can only be one or the other, and even then, you can't actually be either. So sorry. You have to be a white man. Sorry. The rules for being president, you have to be cis, het, white, male, over the age of 100. Oh my god. That's 1,000. Where's the 1,000-year-old wizard? I want that guy as our president. I can't go back to what it was even if I wanted to. A heaviness settled between you and the person who became your sister. It was a confusing feeling to have lived one way for as long as you can remember, but not having it be what was originally yours. Elizabeth watched you very seriously. She was still trying to make sense of this to you and herself. I don't know why today was the day. Nothing came up to make me ask the question. It was just something I've had in my head for a while. When it was just me and Mom's in the living room, I just kind of said it finally, and there you go. She shifted from one foot to another, relaxing her stance just a bit. She also spoke more gently. But learning about them and what happened doesn't change how I feel about our family, Barry. She smirked, fixing you with sharp eyes. I already figured a long time ago that moms weren't our biological parents. That wasn't news.
Yeah.
Just ask if it really doesn't change anything. Yes. Nothing about the family I was first born in would have made me decide that this wasn't my family anymore. If you had hoped you'd be free of my big sisterly status, don't think you're so lucky. She bumped her shoulders against yours playfully, her lips tilted at the corners.
You'll always be my little sibling.
I think I'm really lucky. Chuckling, she seemed pleased with how the conversation had gone in the end. I'm glad that I made Cove and Lee leave. This was definitely a conversation to have, like, one-on-one. We should probably head downstairs and make sure moms are okay. It's been a long day for everybody. You gave her a nod. Down we go. Met up with Lee and Cove just outside the room and made the short trip. I'm sorry. The moms don't know Cove is here. So we're gonna come downstairs with him and they're gonna be like, how the fuck did he get in our house? How the fuck did he get in our house? Oh yeah, I climbed to the side of the house and snuck in through your child's window. Oh my god. We met up with Lee and Cove just outside the room and made the short trip to the lower floor of your home together. The familiarity of it all felt nice. When you stepped into the living room, you found your moms quietly sitting together at the kitchen table. They both got to their feet when they noticed the arrival, and Ma gave you a careful smile. It seemed they were too concerned to really register that Cove was inexplicably here now, despite being turned away at the door earlier. We're so glad to see you. Almost everything's alright. It's wonderful, sweetheart. Really wonderful. Ma then came over and wrapped her arms around you and Elizabeth, giving you a tight hug. It didn't take long for Mom to join in, putting her arms around the both of you.
Love you.
We really couldn't have asked for better, kiddos. We love you. More than we could ever say. Moms. Or smiled at their comfort. I love you too. It was a nice moment, and you enjoyed it for as long as you could. It's nice seeing. We haven't seen like a soft smile on Elizabeth since we started at Illicits. It's nice seeing like a soft smile. Because like I don't dislike Elizabeth. I mean, I dislike the way that she's acting, but I don't dislike her because I can she's 15, she is a teenager, she is just kind of, to me, acting like stereotypical 15-year-old girl. And I you know, it is always nice to see those moments like broken down and see that, you know, she does still care about her family and like want to be in her family, you know? Because it's like, we know that she's just acting like a fucking teenager and that she does still want to be here, but it's still nice to see that. They both pulled back eventually and grinned at the two of you, and you knew then that you all had each other, and you always would. Well, now, since we're all here, how about we do something together as a family? That sounds like an excellent idea. We should have some fun before the night's over. I love the sound of— oh, hi! Oh, right. Yeah, okay. I forgot Lee and Cove were here. Why not? Fucking Lee and Cove. Lee. Dude, honestly, at this point, Cove has been coming over since he was 8 years old. He is a part of the family. You hid the smile that threatened to tilt your lips, knowing that Elizabeth must have been in a good mood if she hadn't even teased Cove for being part of it. And no matter what she could have said about it, you wanted him to be there. The two of you had practically grown up together over the past 5 years. Who's got a suggestion? It should be something we can do here in the house with everyone in the same room. You suddenly remembered the show you and Lee had been working on earlier. We can do our show? A show? This is the first time we're hearing of this. I'm intrigued. It would be amazing if you put it on for us to watch. Oh yeah, I need to see what you picked up. That'd be cool. Whoop. You smiled at Lee, who returned to the gesture while bouncing on her heels in excitement. Take some seats and we'll get everything together. It's funny because, like, I'm just doing my normal voice for everybody minus Elizabeth and Lee. Lee's voice is definitely the one that hurts less. I'm more annoyed when I play Elizabeth, and then for Lee, I'm doing, like, my customer service voice. But then it's like, that's not my actual voice, so why does it hurt less? Why does my normal voice hurt me? Your moms collected the chairs from around the dining table and set them in a row in the living room, where there was enough space for the show. While they did that, you and Lee quickly gathered the supplies you needed and rehearsed the plan one last time. You listened through the song you had chosen one last time. When the uwu hurts less than the uwu. Alright, and you collected your instrument from your room, making sure it was ready to go. When the two of you returned to the living room, everyone was sitting and chatting amongst themselves while they waited. The group quieted down when you and Lee stood in front of them on your makeshift stage. Lee was buzzing quietly with excitement beside you. I'm unsure. Could only wait to see how this was going to go. Okay, so welcome to our show. We only came up with it today, but we promise it'll be good. No refunds. Laughter rippled through the mini audience. Then you nodded at Lee that you were ready to begin. Lee took in a deep breath, waiting the few beats it took to get into the song and started singing. Your part of the song joined in just a few minutes later, and you smiled at each other as you sang together. You strummed along on your guitar.
When the performance was over, Lee took your hand in hers, and the two of you bowed deeply together. I'm gonna say it! Did I shine my shoes? Yes, I shined my shoes! That's what our choir teacher would say whenever we did the bow, was like, did I shine my shoes? Yes, I shined my shoes. Because you're not supposed to sit there bowing forever, it's just supposed to be like a quick up and down. Everyone gave you a round of applause and cheered for an encore. When you straightened yourself up, you were happy to see that even Elizabeth was clapping for you. Bravo, bravo, you are so talented. Your family rose from their seats and came over to congratulate you more directly. You were beaming from ear to ear. Cove was the first one to approach, stepping up to you and Lee with a smile on his face. Nice job. Thank you. You're really great with the guitar, Fairy. It was cool. I'm gonna do a little blush. Cove chuckled and shook his head. A little blush, do a little bit of a ooh finger touch, you know? Your parents gushed about how great everything was and thanked you for sharing it with them. Elizabeth was complimentary in her own way, although she did describe the show as cute, which you knew she meant as kind of kitty. You laughed it off, however, and were just happy that everyone had a nice time. In that moment, you couldn't have been more pleased to be a part of the family you had. My dear gods, I still have 2 more of these to go through. Oh my god. Alright. I'm wondering if this dinner is gonna be with Cove's family. Sunlight shone through the windows as you sat in your living room, your home phone pressed to your ear. Cove was on the other end. It had been shaping up to be an ordinary day like any other, until Cove had called unexpectedly. He sounded unusually nervous greeting you. Yeah, okay. You listened silently as he kept talking, his words stilted. So I was just wondering, wanna come over to my house for dinner tonight? Question came out strangely, almost like he'd rehearsed it a few times beforehand. Your eyes widened a little. You hadn't expected this to be the reason behind the call. Yeah, I'll go.
That's,
It was, huh? Oh. Seems that Cove still had more to say and you just interrupted him. Oops. Cool, well... He stumbled for a bit, trying to gather his thoughts again. My mom and dad, they really want you to be there. If your parents don't have a problem with it, they asked me to ask you. You took a moment to think, oh my god, we get to see his hot mom again. Oh, yes. Yes. We've seen so much of his hot dad. Finally, I get to see his hot mom for a second time. You took a moment to think. Dinner at home would be quiet and eventful today. If you really wanted to, you could go to Cove's instead. Cove spoke up again, breaking your thought train. His voice was softer than before. Also, I want you to be there too. Can you come over? I mean... Yeah, I can come. Thanks, Fairy. I'll let them know when I can. He sounded noticeably relieved by your response. Was you coming over for dinner today that serious? He spoke to you for a little while longer to explain what time to come over and other details, then hung up. And that was that, for now anyway. It's this thing, I'm like, my moms aren't gonna fucking care, right, obviously. He lives literally across the street. Like, it's not like it's that big of a deal. He lives literally across the fucking street from us. Soon enough, the sun dipped out of the sky and evening came. It was time for you to head to Cove's house. After letting Elizabeth know that you were leaving, she didn't look away from the TV, she just grunted. You made the small journey across the street. You knocked a couple times on the heavy door to their condo. As you waited for an answer, you found yourself contemplating being a guest while both of Cove's parents were there. Dear mean girls. You wondered why they decided to invite you out of the blue. Maybe you'd find out later tonight. You didn't get too much time with your thoughts, though. The door opened soon enough. Cove's mom, Kyra? What the fuck was I calling her? I think I was calling her Kyra. stood in the frame, smiling warmly to you.
Come on.
Hey, a fairy, welcome. Please come on in. She opened the door wider and moved to make room. You stepped inside, allowing her to shut it behind you. You've never actually been inside of Cove's house. Oh, she's so hot. Thanks so much for coming over. I know it was kind of last second. Thank you for
Of
having
course.
me. Of course, just make yourself at home. It's not my home, but I've been given permission to say that. Oh, he's so hot. Oh, they're so hot. Sorry, Cove. I want to bang your parent. Oh, it's funny because I don't. Hey, fairy, welcome to our humble abode. You jerk your head toward. Yeah, that's. I know she looks really, really young, but yes, this is Cove's mom and this is Cove's dad. Mr. Holden McCaw. Every time. I'm sorry, it is not my fault that they made his last name Holden. If you didn't want me to make Holden McCock jokes, you wouldn't have made his last name Holden. You jerked your head towards the sound of Mr. Holden's voice. He waved at you briefly from the kitchen with his back turned and a large spoon in hand. Hope you're hungry because I'm whipping up a lot of tasty stuff. True to his word, you heard something sizzling on the stove. You closed your eyes and inhaled. Hold it. Just barely holding it together. It smelled spicy and savory. Little did they know, I can't have spicy food. Haha, it makes it hard to breathe. Yeah. With Mr. Holden busy and Cove nowhere to be seen, it was just you and Kyra. Kyra? I've already forgot. Well, Kyra. She gave you a wry smile. He sure is. Well, I've been barred from cooking the entire time I'm staying here. Can you believe that? She nudged you with an elbow. Mr. Holden scoffed good-naturedly, then spoke from over his shoulder. You're on vacation, Kyra. You need to accept that already. She yelled back, amusement obvious on her face and in her tone. People still cook when they're on vacation. Everyone's gotta eat. I wonder why they got a divorce. Genuinely. It's not like I'm some celebrity who can go out for every meal or hire a private chef. Sorry, the dog just walked by. Well, in this house, you're a VIP. Kyra smiled and shook her head quietly, then she turned to face you. I guess. She turned to face you once more.
Well,
I want to be holding on to them too. Anyways, sorry about that, fairy. I was trying to strike up a conversation with you, and Cliff just had to butt in. I don't butt in. Yes, you do. She eyed him, chuckling in disbelief. He wasn't exactly disproving her point with that. Kyra leaned over to whisper to you. It's okay, he likes to be included, but since Clifford insisted on cooking all by himself, you'll have to wait. The two of us can chat. Little boob haver to boob haver. I don't know. Be right back. Sorry. The cats were all in the hallway and I heard a noise that was the cats and I had to go check on them, but it's fine because the dog broke up the argument. Got out there. All three of the cats are fucking out in the hallway and then Murphy's just standing there like, I'm a dog. I think anyways. She kind of looks like one. Her next question continued to be said in a hushed tone just to be
So?
safe. So, how are you doing? I'm doing good! Ah! That's what I like to hear. She opened her mouth to say something more, but some lightly pounding footsteps caught your attention. You checked to see Cove emerge from the hall a few moments later. He might have heard all the commotion and left his room to see what was going on. He quickly took stock of the situation. Fairy, you made it. Thanks for coming. Cove's voice was unnaturally loud, as if he thought you wouldn't be able to hear him.
from where you were, only a few feet away. Hi, Cove. You doing okay? Yeah, I'm fine. You didn't sound convincing at all. You narrowed your eyes suspiciously, but didn't call him out on it. You could talk to him alone tonight. Maybe you'd ask him what was going on then. It was when you glanced away from Cove that you spotted his parents watching the two of you interact. Cove noticed their stares too, meeting them with narrowed eyes. Are we having dinner now? Not yet, bud. I'm still cooking. Alright, I'm gonna go back to my room. As he turned to leave, he bent his head to the side to face you. You coming? The question was quiet, but you heard it clearly. You smiled, pleased that he asked, and nodded in the affirmative. Cove turned fully and made his way down the hall. Have fun, you two. We'll call you when food's ready to go. Yeah, we're gonna go hold hands! Premaritally! Ooh! Ooh! A parent's worst fear. With that, you followed after Cove, but the two of you made your way down the hall. Imagine going to Cove's room was probably a standard occurrence nowadays, so we'll go ahead and just say that. Because, like, we personally have never seen the inside of Cove's house, but they've known each other since they were 8 and they're now 13. I imagine they've probably seen the inside of each other's houses a lot. Cove got to the door first, plus, like, a fairy mentioned earlier that they wanted to go over to Cove's house. It was too hot. Cove got to the door first, opening it, and stepping inside. You joined him. I am not surprised by the way his room looks at all. It seems about right. There was a mat on the floor in front of the door. As you stepped over the threshold into his room, you felt the crunch of sand beneath your feet. The sensation was nothing new to you, of course. Cove constantly came back to his room covered in sand, not bothering to clean himself off at the front door and get it all over his personal space. That's just how he was, a little bit of a mess. You hadn't heard Mr. Holden ever scold him, not like your moms would have if you'd done it. You can sit wherever you want. Cove took a seat on the edge of his large bed, looking like the picture of comfort, and left you to decide. Oh no, wait! Oh! Sorry, I hit the wrong thing. I accidentally clicked to sit on his desk chair. Like I'd sit on his desk chair when there's a perfectly good bed right there. Cove smiled when you made yourself at home beside him. You grinned back. With the silence growing, your gaze began to drift. You stared at the bright fish swimming in the tank. There were a bunch of them floating to and fro in the open space. They stood out sparkly against the green aquarium plants. How long have you had those fish? My dad bought them for me not long after I moved here. I guess it's been years now. Wow, that's a long time. He peered carefully into the tank. The fish looked to be doing well. He must take good care of them. They sure look like fish. Most of them were small, but there was one especially big one. What are their names? I've been into his room before. Why is this the first time I'm asking this? I don't name them. Well, not really. Lifted an eyebrow at that. He continued the explanation sheepishly. Mostly, I just call them things based on what they look like. Squirt for a small one, tangerine for a really orange one, that sort of thing. Had a lot of fish and I'm not good at coming up with names. That's fair. Yeah, relatable. You didn't have any pets, but you always had trouble naming your stuffed animals or whatever else. It was such a hard choice. Oh, a couple of them have other types of names. He pointed to a small orangish red fish. It was minding its own business away from the others. My dad named her Dreamcatcher, and the other one's Mark. Mom came up with that one. Cove smiled to himself, his eyes reflecting the glow from the tank. And you let other people name your fish? Yeah, it's nice. He then turned to you, tilting his head to the side. There was a considering look on his face. Do you want to name one? Can I?
His smile grew a little at your interest. Sure. There's a few who don't have names right now, the newer ones. You can pick which you want to name. He pointed each of the recent acquisitions out to you. The first was the smallest fish in the tank. It was completely orange and zipped all over the place, running laps around the others. I'm gonna name that one. I'm gonna name him Neum. The second was slightly bigger and red. His tail was dotted with black spots, which almost resembled freckles. The last fish was the biggest one. Its multicolored scales rippled under the bright light of the tank as it slowly made its way across the vast expanse. You went with the smallest fish. Cove only nodded at your answer, waiting on you to decide on a suitable name. You watched the fish very close. You watched the fish Hi, Cece. You chose closely. As you did, a name eventually came to you. Alright, it's Neum. Oh my god. Neum. With that, his attention moved from you to the tank. He peered fondly at it and its inhabitants. He smiled proudly at Neum as it swam through the tendrils of the plants, disappearing then reappearing soon after. You know, I'm not allowed to have pets in my house, not even fish. Famsh. The corners of Cove's lips turned down at that. That doesn't sound fair. It's not like fish would make a mess of your house or anything. You just gotta take care of their tank and feed them and they'll be okay. I don't mind it too much. You have to do so much for a pet. It's a lot of work and responsibility. My moms take it super seriously, and that's why they don't want to just get one. The fuck you mean? Dude, the hardest thing about taking care of my cat, dog thing, the long one, is that he keeps trying to eat me, and he wakes me up in the middle of the night so that I can give him attention. I'm not even fucking joking. He woke me up like 3 times last night so that I could give him fucking attention. He comes in and screams, and if I don't wake up when he screams, then he starts petting me. Hardest thing to deal with Cece is that I'm only allowed to pet her face. I try to pet any other part of her body, then she moves her head into my hand. Also, hold on, because it's gotten later, so I'm gonna go open my window because it's warm in here. Hello, Cece. I see you are in the room. Why? I'm just trying to get up. You don't have to stop eating. Oh my god. How dare I stand up from my computer chair? There she goes. Come here. Oh my god, this fucking cat, I swear. I don't know, I got up and she, like, left. She was eating. And she got up and left. I don't know why. It's fine. She keeps eating too fast and throwing up afterwards anyway, so, like, it's whatever, I guess. Okay. What am I stuck on? Oh my god. On the headphone cord. Okay. Your current conversation brought to mind a memory from years ago. You launched into it without warning,
earning you a brief confused look from Cove. One time, Elizabeth, came back from playing at the beach and just shut herself in her room. Okay, I can get that she doesn't want to be called Lizzie anymore, but what about just like Liz? Or like Eliza or something. Like, those are nicknames, but they're not. I feel like I can understand, you know, thinking Lizzie's too childish, but I feel like Eliza or Liz aren't as childish, you know? She only came down for food, and then she ran back upstairs straight after. It was kinda weird. My moms didn't think much of it at first, though. But that night, Ma went to her room to say goodnight and started screaming. Mom and I ran over to see what happened. Lizzie had this huge lizard in her arms. Cove's eyebrows rose at that, and he leaned forward in interest. A lizard? Where'd that come from? Elizabeth said she saw it half buried in the sand and didn't know what it was. Then she pulled it out and got the answer, so she brought it home. She hid the lizard in her room for most of the day because she wanted to keep it. Mom and Ma were not happy. They worried about putting it out during night, and she was going to have to let it go in the morning. Lizzie was really upset. She did bring it back to the beach eventually, but she wouldn't talk to anyone for days. When she did get over it, it was almost like it never happened. You laughed, thinking back to that time. Elizabeth had always been stubborn, but when she was younger, she forgot grudges quickly. Now it wasn't so easy. Cove had been quiet for most of the story. Apart from the reveal of the lizard, he had a thoughtful look on his face. Can you even imagine what it'd be like to have a sibling? Give serious thought to his statement before you told him. There's ups and downs, yeah. It's fun to have her there when she wants to be there, but now Elizabeth barely feels like hanging out with me. Cove pursed his lips at the words, considering them quietly for a while. That's interesting. I think your family is cool. He didn't have much else to say, though while on the topic of your family, you considered your relationship with your moms, too. Honest, they're absolutely the best. You couldn't even consider having another opinion. You couldn't have better parents. A thought struck you and your attention suddenly settled back on Cove. Yeah, my moms might not let Elizabeth or me have pets and stuff, but at least they never tried to pay someone to be my friend. You grinned over at Cole. It had been years since he found out about your first meeting with his dad. It was easy to joke about these days. See, that's why I told him. Because I was like, first of all, I should be honest with him. Second of all, like, we're probably gonna joke about it in the future. I'm like, huh, remember that time your dad tried to pay me to be your friend, and then I was like, I don't want to, and then I was your friend. I didn't even get paid for it. What the fuck? Cove tossed his head back in an overly dramatic way, sighing heavily. Almost forgot about that. Really?
No way.
No, not really. I'll never be able to forget that actually happened for the rest of my life. It's gonna humiliate me forever. And I'm sorry, since I'm gonna bring it up forever. Maybe I'll offer to pay you $20 so you stop reminding me about it. You barked out a laugh, not expecting Cove to join in on the kidding. A tiny amused smile curled along his lips at your reaction. Time passed, but you didn't really notice. The two of you were busy making plans for the rest of the summer and chatting about your respective days. Eventually you heard a muffled holler from a different part of the house. You and Cove raised your heads in unison. It's time for dinner. Cove watched the firmly shut door he had been locked behind for most of the night, but he didn't make a move to get up from the bed. You couldn't see his face, so you didn't know what expression he was wearing. I'm glad you came. Cove peeked back at you from the side. It's been awkward. I get that. It's been hard on you, huh? You felt sympathetic towards him. You didn't know what he was going through, but you cared about him. Cove said nothing else and remained sat where he was. Now would be a good time as any to ask him why his parents so suddenly wanted you to come over. Is there a reason you wanted me to come over tonight? It hasn't been awkward for just me. Sometimes it gets like this when no one else is around, but now you're here.
I hadn't considered that, but it sort of made sense in a way. I don't understand why he would invite her to, like, stay in the house. Also, I'm just not noticing, why is there a box? Why is there a sealed box up here? Cove? Why is there Cove? Cove? You better not be fucking moving. Cove? I'm gonna get the fucking Glock. Don't think I won't. I'm gonna go to the store and buy one. You can buy them at Walmart. So fucking stupid. There was another shout from outside, too muffled to actually know the words, but you can imagine what they were. Let's go. Cove finally got up, lumbering away with his shoulders sagged. You followed after him. Together, the two of you made your way back to the living room. As you expected, Cove's parents were politely waiting for you at the kitchen table. Beside the windows overlooking the back of the house, food had been prepared and sent. Mr. Holden beamed as you and Cove took your places. I hope everyone's hungry. I cooked up a feast. I still love that it still says Cove's dad. Like, she's not Cove's mom. It's just Kyra, Cove's dad. He's not even like... he's not even like Mr. Holden or Cliff or anything. No, Cove's dad. Amazing. Yeah. Cove's mumbled response wasn't nearly as upbeat as theirs. His parents didn't notice, or they pretended not to. Mr. Holden instead looked at you, grinning. Let's all just take a moment to thank our special guest for being with us here tonight. I'm so glad you were able to make it, Fairy, and on such short notice, too. I'm happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
Alright.
Well, that's it. Everyone, please dig in. You can help yourselves to the food. Upon his encouragement, you looked over the meal spread out in front of you. There was a large garden salad in the center, surrounded by a variety of Mexican dishes. There were a lot of sides and optional sauces to add. I'll say it surprised me. You had no idea what you expected for dinner, but it wasn't this. Utensils and plates scraped and clinked together as the group began filling their plates. Kyra, could you... What? Huh? What? Cliff, could you pass the salsa verde? Of
Thanks.
course. Thank you. Let me just say, you really outdid yourself tonight. I'm so jealous. Jealous of what? Your cooking's nothing to sneeze at, Kyra. Cove's parents made small talk, filling the silence with what seems to be barely any effort. You chimed in as well. Did it take you a long time to cook all this, Mr. Holden Oh, not at all. Sure, this is more than I usually make for me and Cove, but I enjoyed every second of it. Might have gone faster if you had some help, though. Cove's mom grumbled, but it was lighthearted. Mr. Holden chuckled and shook his head. Not this again. I make the rules here, and I say guests don't cook. Even when they're staying for literal weeks. Even then. Everything looks great, Dad, as always. Thanks, sport. Glad you think so. Cove smiled. It was genuine, even if it was strained at the corners. Brief silences interspersed the small talk. Once the food had been divided and things settled down, Cove's parents started talking again. Now then, you sat up in your seat when you noticed they were both looking at you.
Going?
How's everything been over at your house? Are your moms well? You keeping busy during this summer, or maybe you're just trying to take it easy during the break? Yeah, Cove's parents seemed honestly interested to hear from you. You were kind of flattered by the attention. How our moms are doing? Moms are great. Mom took us out for dessert a couple weeks ago since her project went really well. Is that so? I'll have to congratulate her when I see her. It's been good.
Fantastic.
Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah, you should know what I've been up to since so much has included your family.
Honestly, I've been I've been spending this summer with Cove and Lee, and like that's it. Mr. Holden laughed loud and short. You caught him off guard with that. A fair point. Kyra nodded along. You could tell she was actually listening to the words you were saying. She was trying to include you, not humor you. I like both his parents. That's, like, I'm genuinely wondering why they broke up. Because they both seem very, very polite. And it seems like, obviously there is that awkwardness of, oh yeah, we were married and we have a kid together and we got divorced. But, like, they can still talk and get along normally. So I am genuinely really curious about that. But, like, I didn't want to ask when we had the option to, because it was asking her, and it was literally the first day we met her, and I was like, I don't want to just blurt out that question. Like, why? Oh, why'd you guys get a divorce? I don't want to just blurt that out to her on the fucking first day of knowing her. Freaks, you have ads in 5 minutes. Did you know, Cliff? Fairy is really into music. Mr. Holden's face lit up, and he stopped eating so he could lean forward. His arms braced against the table.
Nice work.
Oh, that's right. Very cool. It's just a hobby. There's nothing wrong with that. It's good to do things just for fun. Everyone needs a hobby. I've been thinking of picking up wood carving myself. Wood carving's fun. You couldn't tell how serious he was being about that declaration. Thanks. Cove's parents were definitely the encouraging type, but you could already tell that much about them. There was a lull in conversation as everyone focused their attention on their respective plates. You noted that for the first time that Cove's parents were the ones guiding the conversation. You wondered if you should break the silence this time. I also like other things. Would you like to tell us some more? Yeah, absolutely. He looked genuinely eager for you to keep talking, so you did. The rest of the dinner continued just like that, with light conversation as you ate your meals. Eventually, all the dishes on the kitchen table were pretty much gone. Kyra set her fork down and rested her arms at her sides, letting loose a satisfied sigh. Her plate was completely empty. When I've been reading and talking out loud, like reading out loud for this long, my brain is like starting to turn to mush. Like, more so than it already was. Which sucks, because honestly, I'm really enjoying this.
Thanks.
That was delish. Die. Anyways, thank you for your culinary creations, Cliff. Mr. Holden was like a flower soaking up the rays of the sun. He beamed, flattered by the praise. It had been some work, but by the end of dinner, your plate was clean. Okay, here's my problem with it. I'm saying, like, I was surprised in the fact that I didn't expect them to make Mexican food. That doesn't mean that the food was bad, though. That just means I was, like, wasn't really expecting Mexican food, you know? So that's kind of why I just, like, stopped here. I don't really like any of these. It's like, whatever. Cove successfully kept his presence to a minimum for the full meal. He was slumped over, even now, toying with his silverware. His parents practically only talked to Dio. Most attempts to entice him to join the conversation failed. It wasn't typical for him to say so little. He at least tried to participate. You didn't get much time to contemplate Cove's situation because your attention was taken by Mr. Holden's pointedly clearing voice. Not to sound like a broken record, but thanks for coming, Barry. I'm glad we finally got the chance to have you over for a real dinner.
What?
What? Did I hear that right? This is the first time Fairy has ever had dinner here? Why in the world haven't you invited them over sooner? Cove was always the one going over to Fairy's house until now. I mean, how was I supposed to reject the generous offers of the Stars family to host my kid? Kyra shook her head, but the amused smile she was sporting told you that she wasn't actually mad. This guy, honestly. Three of you looked at Cove in unison, his small sound being more than enough to get the focus on him after his silence. But now he'd stopped fiddling with his fork.
I mean...
Would it be alright for Fairy to stay over, like, for the night? boo finger thing. He shot you a shy glance then, smiling a little, if you're cool with that. Mr. Holden's shoulders stiffened. He sat up straighter, eyes darting back and forth between you and Cove. His mouth opened, but not a peep came out. You'd never seen Cove's dad say no to him before, but this was different than a usual request. It wasn't so simple, and Mr. Holden was lost. Then Cove's mom reached out and took a hold of his shirt collar. She pulled him closer. She glanced at you before leaning in and bringing a hand up in front of their faces. The two adults whispered seriously to each other. What? We're gonna- oh my god, they don't like the premarital hand holding, oh no. Oh no, we should have worn protection, we should have been wearing gloves, oh god. Oh god. Cove's eyes opened wider. He leaned forward as if that would help him overhear his parents' conversation. Mr. Holden kept gesturing with his hands while Kyra made sure he didn't get too far away with all his movements. Every now and then both of them would watch you and Cove out of the corner of their eyes. It didn't seem like they were fighting to you. They looked more like some kind of tiny sports team having a private huddle. After a bit, they broke the group up. Sorry, that gnat is still in here. They moved back to sit properly in their chairs. You snuck a look at Cove. He stared at them expectantly. You were eager to hear their verdict, too. We, Kyra and I, think that should be fine, but gotta go ask my parents, I'm sure, right? He lifted a finger dramatically, his brows raising as he met Cove's gaze and then your own. We'll have to talk with Barry's parents to make sure they'd be comfortable with it. Yeah, that's what I figured. If they are, we can arrange for a sleepover to happen on a different night when everyone is more prepared. If Barry's folks don't like the idea, there's nothing we can do. Finished the mini speech with a wide shrug using his full arms. He also checked out Kyra from the corner of his eye and gave her a crooked smile. She nodded approvingly and grinned back. You thought you saw her give him a thumbs up, but her hand was partially blocked by the table. Okay. And they looked so pleased with themselves over the answer. But they just passed the actual decision on whether it was alright. Or not. To someone else, namely your parents. If this was a sports game, they would have punted the ball away. Cove hung his head, deflated. He had been hoping you could stay over today, not some hypothetical time in the future. Always sneak into my room again. Always sneak into my room again! Wink, 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 wink! Cove's eyes sparkled at the suggestion. You wouldn't be surprised to have him knocking on your window sometime. Though he likely still would without the invite. With that, dinner finally came to an end. Mr. Holden stood up from the table and began collecting empty plates. Cove was asked to help out, which he did with little fuss. Kyra tried to lend a hand as well, however Mr. Holden didn't let her. It seemed she was barred from cleaning as well as cooking. You weren't allowed to chip in either, since you were there as the declared guest of honor. Although the meal was over, the night wasn't. It looked like you weren't going home just yet after all. You were asked to wait on the couch. While Cove and his dad were cleaning up the mess, Kyra disappeared down the hall after shooting you a wink. It was a bit strange sitting by yourself while everyone else had something to do. Luckily, you weren't alone for too long. After a couple minutes, Cove's mom returned with a deck of cards in hand. She strolled into the room confidently while shuffling. Hello? So, who's up for a few rounds of what? Okay, Cove and his dad looked over their shoulders at the question. They were mutually intrigued by the cards in her hands. She beamed at their expressions and stepped further into the living room, ignoring the couches. She sat cross-legged on the floor by the coffee table. She turned to you and gestured at the space beside her, smiling invitingly. You accepted and followed her lead. The living room carpet was soft, with a hardwood floor underneath could still definitely be felt. Kyra did an overhand shuffle while she waited for the others to finish their tasks. The smile had yet to leave her lips. She's about to hustle us. That's what's gonna happen. This is going to be good. Okay. You enjoyed card games, and it would be fun to play with Cove and his parents. It didn't take much longer for Cove and his dad to wrap things enough to call it good. Sorry, geez, Cove's dad appeared first, followed closely by Cove. Mr. Holden rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Alright, I'm ready. As he took a seat across from you on the floor, you noticed that Cove hadn't joined him. He went straight down the hall instead without even a word. You stared on confused as he disappeared through his bedroom door. Aww. Cove's parents didn't look concerned at the stunt. Kyra nonchalantly split the deck of cards into two and rifled? I don't know. The two halves together while offering an explanation of sorts. Cove doesn't keep his wallet with him when at home. He puts it away. What? Cove quickly returned to the living room, a black wallet in hand. He took a place at the foot of the table with the rest of you. Okay. You blinked as Cove unzipped his wallet. You all use real money on card games with the family? While you sat there, your hands idle in your lap, the three shot looks at one another and sized each other up. That's right, $5 per round per person, winner takes all. Aw man, I can't afford that. That's $5 too many. Go big or go home. Oh, are you planning on kicking Fairy to the curb, or do you intend on donating to the guest of honors pot, Mr. High Roller? Mr. Holden narrowed his eyes and leaned back against the side of the couch, completely at ease.
No worries.
Fairy wants to play, I'll fund their way in. Don't you worry about that. What are we playing, though? Like, I don't know what we're playing. All I know is we're playing card games. He rested an arm across the top of a knee that he propped up. Comb's dad was acting slick in a way you'd never seen before. Yes, I appreciate the offer. Thanks, Mr. Holden. McCock. His tone and stance instantly became more familiarly friendly when he started directing his words to you. No problem, you can count on me. You can let me pay for Fairy, they're my friend. Mr. Holden Mackay grinned with a chuckle.
Good kid.
Alright, buddy, I can see it. You're too polite for me. Well, you've got your ticket, interested in throwing in? You glanced around. This seemed like serious business in response to your What the fuck? Kyra softened her competitive smile. Don't worry too much. We'll probably just do some rounds of Go Fish tonight, no biggie. I can play Go Fish. What do you think? I think that this fucking gnat needs to stop. I know you guys can't see it, but like I keep seeing it buzzing in front of my monitors. Like I buzz in front of the other monitor. I don't look at that one as often. I'd love to play. Mr. Holden Mackay, I need to stop. Half the time I say his name, I just add in McCock after. It's gonna become a real issue if I ever meet somebody with like with the last name of Holden in real life. They'll be like, oh yeah, my last name is Holden, and I'll be like, McCock! Blech. Sorry. Mr. Holden gave you a big thumbs up while Cove nodded firmly back. I'm really good at Go Fish. Usually won when you played with your own family, to the point Elizabeth refused to play that game with you anymore. I refuse to play any fucking card or board game with anybody because I always lose. Actually, I'm shit at all card games and board games. I have been since I was a kid. Fantastic. We'll play for however long everyone wants to keep going, or until people start running out of cash, but are still refusing to quit while they're behind. Speaking for yourself, I see. To laugh, Kyra nudged you using an elbow, then motioned towards the other two with her chin. I like to play them, like, with computers, but every fucking time I would play them as a kid with my family, I would lose. Like, every fucking time. No matter how many, like, if the whole family joined in or if it was just one-on-one, I would always lose, so I just don't care. Don't be fooled by their soft faces. These boys are sharks. That means nothing to me. Do you people not understand that sharks are literally just sea dogs? I'd be more afraid of them if they were dolphins. What is this? Why is everybody always hyping up dolphins? They suck, okay? Do you know what kind of shit dolphins do? I can't say it. I literally cannot say it live on Twitch.
That's how bad it is. The worst a shark is gonna do is give me a little nibble because it's curious. Curious. Like, dude, you know 9 out of 10 times they bite surfers because the surfers on their surfboard look like seals. Like, oh. Oh my god, okay. So point being, she said soft faces and then called them sharks. So as far as I'm concerned, they're just baby. Oh my god, what if she's a dolphin? Fuck. In reaction to her words, Mr. Holden smirked and Cove's eyebrows became more angled. Kyra's phrasing made you think back to when you were young, specifically of Mr. Holden's favorite shark pants that he used to wear all the time. Oh yeah. Perhaps they had been fit for him in ways you didn't know of. Yeah, he's definitely a shark, considering this guy so far has just been a big fucking softie and a goofball. You could feel tension in the air. Cove and his parents glued their eyes to one another, then all placed $5 bills in an empty space in front of them. Cove dropped an extra one for you, giving you a tiny smile after I don't know what it is. When they draw him smiling, he just looks so fucking adorable. Once this was done, Kyra began dealing out cards to everybody. It was time to begin. The first round came and went quickly, with the group getting into the groove of things. You won right away, which meant you had money to keep playing the second round. You're a natural. Let's go fish, girl. Nicely done. You'd better keep those wits about you for the next round, though. As the night went on, so did the games. Mr. Holden would jokingly shake his fist whenever someone other than him got a pair. Kyra acted as a news anchor, reporting on every move everyone made by speaking into her curled fist. Cope was still a few words, but now it was because he was focused on the game instead of overcome with awkwardness. Most of the time, you even spotted a smile on his lips. You won quite a few games to your delight. You had a hefty money pile on your side of the table. You must regret paying Fairy's way in now, huh? No way. Fairy might be beating me, but they're also beating you too. Cove turned towards you and smiled, looking pleased at your ability to match his mom and dad. You grinned at him, touched with his speedy comeback. It became clear that where the money went in the moment didn't really matter. They ended up giving it back to one another in other ways, and not just through more rounds of cards. You sat back, looking over the scene. A tiny smile grew on your face. Cove's family was pretty cool, you thought. We were glad you got the chance to come over and spend the time with the three of them. But now I'm just wondering, why did his parents get a divorce? It's like everything I've seen of them, I'm genuinely curious if maybe one of them came out as gay or something. I got the net. But it was on my monitor, so now there's fucking that's on my monitor. Okay, crisis averted. Alright, last one for adolescence, and then we'll design our Cove and our character. We'll design ourselves and our Cove for the next part of our life, and then we'll go ahead and end stream for the day. Even though you were awake, the sun had barely peeked its head above the horizon, and the sky above was still dark, though lightening by the minute. Usually you wouldn't be up so early, especially during summer vacation, but today was different. Today, instead of the lazy days you were used to, everything around you was a flurry of activity as both your family and Coves prepared for what lay ahead. Because parked in the street, just outside your house, is a massive RV camper, so big you couldn't even see Cove's house behind it. Parents had rented the RV for a few days to take him on a short road trip to see the Redwood National Park. He glanced at Cove, who was standing nearby taking in the scene in front of him. The prospect of the trip had to be a mixed bag for him, but it was only 3 days, so it seemed he was dealing with it as best he could. Okay, I'm gonna have to use my mouse to start following along, because my eyes keep darting around. It's like a mixture of when I read, my eyes already dart around, and because I've been reading for so long, it's happening way more. Because a lot of the time, you'll notice I'll react before I've actually read something out loud. It's because I usually read it in my head and then read it out loud. I'm really weird. Okay. So it's like I'm reading it in my head and then rereading it out loud, and when I reread it out loud, my eyes are like, why the fuck are you reading this? Especially now that you and your family were joining them. You weren't sure how exactly it had happened. You knew your parents and Cobb spoke to each other often, and somewhere along the way plans were made after Cliff offered to share the space. The parents all thought it was a fantastic idea. You had already gotten a good look inside while helping to load everything in, and you had to admit that while it was a really big car, fitting that many people inside was going to be snug. I'm genuinely curious about something, actually. Hold on a sec. Oh my god, fuck, what did I frickin' hit earlier? There is an option to turn on, like, dyslexic-friendly text, and I'm wondering if that would help despite me not being dyslexic. Like, I think it's just my ADHD, but you know. Move or to lose it, kiddo. Mom bustled past with a cooler in one hand and a large bottle of water under the other. She was upbeat for this early in the morning. Me too. Ma, however, seemed to be on the other side of the wavelength. She followed behind her wife, dragging her feet on every step. Me too, Ma. I'm going to need a whole jug of coffee once we hit the road. Okay, well, not relatable. Caffeine doesn't do shit. Yeah, I'm in a middle ground. You just tried to keep up and took in some deep breaths. The air was still a little damp from dew, but you didn't mind it. And then, at the end of the chain, came your sister. She had a bone to pick before the trip officially started. Her rattling off critiques added some level of normalcy to everything new going on. I don't get why I can't sleep in the bed tonight. Fairy is the youngest, and I'll never fall asleep in that loft. We're trying to make things fair on everyone. If you want to play the older card, you should be offering to take the loft both nights. It's important for big siblings to make sacrifices for their younger ones. The fuck you mean? Elizabeth huffed, not happy with that answer in the slightest, and folded her arms, leaning back against the side of the RV. The trip plans had been nailed down prior, the sleeping arrangements included. Elizabeth still held onto her objections with them. There was a main area of the RV with a couch, loft, and some floor space. At the end of the car was a room with a large bed. Your moms were sharing the bed, Kyra was on the couch, and father and son intended to sleep on the floor. The adults determined you and Elizabeth would switch between the small loft above the driver's seat and sharing the bed with moms. I want to sleep in the loft, fuck yeah. Be a new experience for you and sounded kinda cool. Alright, you lot, does everyone have everything they need? We're heading out in 5 minutes. Now's the time to double check. You don't want to forget something important. At the word, Elizabeth yelped and dashed back into the house, her bedhead hair bouncing behind her as she went. Ma came over and gave you a smile, setting her hands on her hips. How about you, Fairy? Do you have all your clothes packed? Toiletries, deodorant, floss, anything else you can think of? I don't actually floss my teeth, so... Not sure. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but I can't remember what. Ma chuckled and gave you a squeeze on the shoulder. I get like that on trips too, so I've learned to pack extra in case I, or anyone else, forgets. The amount of supplies we've stuffed into the RV, I think we'll be okay. It's only a few days after all. Her robe looks really comfortable. I don't really like robes, but her robe looks really cozy. Thanks, Ma. With a few minutes left to spare before leaving, you mentally went over what you had packed for the trip. Clothes, a pillow and blanket, usual day-to-day gear for most people. Also had more personal things, such as pencils and paper, obviously. You had to be prepared in case you saw something to sketch at the park, or if you had to write anything down, or if you needed to pass the time just doodling. Obviously, my favorite stuffed animal. Duh.
without fail, it always made you feel more comfortable whenever you went somewhere new. It was like taking a little piece of home away with you. Or looking, this is the problem, because, like, I would bring pretty much all of these things. I can't sit and do, like, one thing for, like, an extended car trip, right? I'm constantly switching back and forth between, like, my phone, my Switch, and then a book. The drive to the Redwood National Park would take an entire one day, so you wanted to make sure you had a way to entertain yourself while traveling there and back. Yeah, especially if it's gonna take an entire whole ass day. A couple of things to read. You could text one of your old favorites and a new one you'd never tried before. You'd have plenty of time for both of them on such a long drive. I don't get car sick, so it's not like a big deal for me to read in the car. My mom's always like, you can't read in the car, you'll get car sick. And I'm like, no the fuck I won't, and I don't. Would you look at that? It's just a little pocket camera you'd gotten from your mom's, but you couldn't miss the opportunity to take some new snaps. And obviously, with so much time going to be spent driving in a car, you wanted to make sure you'd be able to have some music to put on. Like, the only things I didn't take is a bag of makeup and a ball. That's everything. Took everything else with me. Hey, let me take that for you, Fairy. I'll stow it in the RV. There's a few spots left out. It'll fit in, sorry. You let Kyra take your bag and give her a grateful smile. With nothing left to do, you watch the others getting ready for the trip. Kyra and Cliff seemed to have the most energy of anyone. They were finishing packing the suitcases away while your mom had gone to lock up the house. Your moms, plural, right? They're gay. Let's go. I don't want to say, like, let's go lesbians, let's go, because one of them's not a lesbian, she's bisexual. Let's go gay passing relationship, let's go. Like, I guess it's a lesbian relationship, so we'll still say let's go lesbians, let's go. But, you know. They high-fived whenever another one got crammed into the storage compartments of the vehicle. Classic. Even though your own parents were more low-key than Cobes, you could tell they were both excited for the trip. It had been a while since your family had been away anywhere together. Well, I mean, Ma is also, like, fucking dragging her feet. Like, why am I awake? It's too early for this shit. Elizabeth skipped towards the RV, a bag slung over her shoulder, and you were surprised to see she seemed more optimistic about the whole ordeal now. Usually she wasn't one to exit the confines of her room unless it was for TV or food, or to leave her family behind to be with friends. You would have thought 3 whole days packed in an RV with 6 others would be too much for her, but it was a nice surprise. You supposed any vacation was better than no vacation in her mind. Cove had been pretty quiet so far, and more than anything, seemed to be overwhelmed by the situation. It was great to get away and explore new places. Yeah, going on vacation, which happens super rarely, is like the only way that I actually get out of the house, unless it's for an appointment or to go to the store. Which also happens super rarely. We don't actually go to the store, we usually just have our groceries delivered. No wonder I'm so fucking depressed. Soon the miscellaneous remaining tasks had all been wrapped up. Everyone piled into the RV. It was officially time for the trip to start. And it did. Cliff took the first shift driving. He cautiously navigated the massive car out of the narrow neighborhood streets. It was touch and go for the first part of the journey. Your moms and Kyra were all huddled at the front, trying to get a view of how much space they had on each side. There was a sense of relief when the first long leg of the trip was hit, and the RV would only need to go down one stretch of highway for miles. The mom group cleared out of the driver's area, leaving Cove's dad to it, taking more comfortable seats around the main cabin. You felt like you could finally relax now too. Time slipped by as morning faded away. Before you realized it, the engine of the RV came to a stop, but only halted for a few minutes as Cliff climbed out from the driver's seat and Mom took over. Ma was sitting shotgun, giving Mom a quick tutorial on the controls, as it was her first time driving anything this large. Cliff groaned as he headed towards the rest of you, stretching his arms above his head and loosening up his muscles. We're making good progress. Yeah, maybe you should take a nap in the back for a while. That was a long haul you just did, and I know you're
on less sleep than usual. Cliff waved a hand, that trademark again of grin of his slipping into place. I don't need sleep, I've still got a few miles in the old tank, and then she grabs him by his hair and drags him into the bedroom. Fucking tucks him in so well that he can't get out, and she's like, sleep! And then she leaves. She tucks him into the bed with duct tape. He flexed an arm, showing off his muscles to drive the point about how resilient he was. About how resilient he was home. Okay, and Kyra rolled her eyes in amusement. Dad, everybody has to sleep. Hope shook his head at the tough guy act, though Cliff simply chuckled and ruffled his son's hair.
So?
Are you going to be driving again anytime soon, Mr. Holden? I want to know so I can prepare. Did anyone pack some rope? I might need it. There's no seatbelts up here. Elizabeth called down from where she was lounging in the loft above the driving compartment. She was laying on her back, her hair falling over the side and swinging around as the RV started up again and took off down the road. A couple of potato chips were balanced on Elizabeth's stomach, and she tossed a couple in her mouth right as Cliff held a hand to his chest, pretending to be offended by the remark. Kyra laughed lightheartedly. Lucky for all of us, we have enough adults to cover the ships today. He won't be driving again until tomorrow. Just enough time to write up my last will and testament. Not you, too. The rest of the group laughed while Cliff pouted, and you gave him an apologetic shrug. Mom then shouted back in her seat to join in the conversation, a playful smile tilting her lips. What I'm more worried about is this old monster getting us there and back again before falling apart. It looks as though it was built in the early 90s. It must be older than some of the occupants. So what? My dad's got a car from fucking 2010 and that thing's still holding together? Barely, but it's still holding together. That's just the aesthetic of the core. It's not that old, I think. Did you ask what year the model was before you rented it? Kyra wrinkled her nose and thought. Yes, I did. I just can't remember what the answer was. Cliff chuckled at her while the rest of you let out a collective sigh. Alright. The RV lurched a little as it picked up speed, and you held onto the ladder to the loft to keep your balance. Where? Where's the ladder? Okay. But where's the fucking ladder? You felt something graze the top of your head before weight settled on your blue hair. When you tilted your chin up carefully to look, you heard the rustling of the bag of chips and realized Elizabeth had rested the end of it on your head. She gestured to the opening, silently offering to share her snack. Thank you. Reaching up, you scooped up some chips. After that, the weight of the packet left your scalp. Okay, well thank you, that was sweet. You happily munched away as the conversation continued on and you got closer and closer to your destination. My sisters would never. I'd ask for some of their snacks and they'd be like, the fuck? No. So I'm saying, I'm like shocked. Like, what the fuck? My sister cares about me? This is crazy. I've never had this happen before. Oh my god. I'm also realizing, because of the color of my leggings that I'm wearing, it straight up looks like I'm not wearing pants. Like, it just... like... because they're just blending into the background. I don't know why that's so funny to me. Oh look, in my defense, look at how cute these leggings are. Like, come on. Ignore the the big ass black splotch on the one side. It's another fucking tattoo. I'm fucking covered in tattoos. Oh jeez. The day flew by with the group of you chatting, playing games, and passing the time together before finally arriving at the park and setting up for the night. Maul was closing the windows while everyone got ready for bed, saying goodnight to the others as she made her way to the back room. You had all had dinner together while still driving, and some hours after had arrived at your destination and found a spot to park and for the rest of your stay. It's a national park, so there probably are like spots for RVs too, I imagine.
Giving a look across the front of the RV, you noticed almost everyone there was already dozing off where they were, with Cove having completely fallen asleep curled up in the passenger seat. Oh, buddy, that's not gonna be comfortable. I've got two. I've got one behind my ear and then one on my arm, but I definitely want more. I've got a moon behind my ear, which funnily enough, the one behind my ear didn't hurt like at all. I got a moon behind my ear and my friend got the sun, and then the one on my arm is like, it's the paw print of my old cat. My sister got it for me for my birthday, because, you know, like, when my cat died, when we went to go and have to and put her down, they, like, stamped the cat's paw. So it's her paw print, and then it's got, like, whiskers around it, because her name was Whiskers. Just casually on my upper arm, but I definitely want more. I was thinking of getting, like, one of the Owl House, coven symbols on my wrist. I'm just not sure which one. Giving a look across the front of the RV, you notice, oh yeah, Cove's curled up in the passenger seat because his poor neck. Dude, I've been sleeping comfortably, like, in a bed, and my fucking my neck has been killing me. He must have done so while Kyra was driving the last leg, and they had decided not to disturb him. I definitely don't want as many tattoos as my avatar has, but... Ooh, nice, nice. It'd be... You got, like, Jake on one hand and Finn on the other, and then, like, when you put your fists together, it was like them fist bumping. I think that'd be really cute. That'd be really funny and just, like, cute. Awesome. Kyra, come on, grab your friends! I'm not gonna scream the fucking Adventure Time theme song. Kyra herself was the only one up there who was still awake, flipping through a magazine next to a portable light from her spot on the couch. It seemed Mr. Holden needed to sleep despite his claims. You followed your moms into the back room and closed the door behind you before crawling onto the bed between them. There's a queen-sized bed, so there was enough space for the three of you together without too much squishing. I don't know, my parents have a king-sized bed, and they're barely fit on there with the two of them, and then the two dogs. The one dog sleeps, like, on my mom. The other one doesn't sit still, so she's, like, all over the bed in the middle of the night. And then the third guy, he just sleeps on the floor. We have, like, one of those pillows that's, I think they're, like... I think they're meant for, like, specifically... That'd be amazing. That'd be amazing. I think they're meant, like, specifically for if you're sick or something. They're to help you, like, sit up. It's a pillow that's literally made to help you sit up. So my mom had one of those, and then it fell on the floor, and then Zoot, the third dog, he's a golden doodle, so he's kind of big. Zoot claimed it and literally uses it as a bed. So, like, between my two parents, and then the two, one's a healer, the other one's a healer mix, so they're the same size. But between my parents and then those two on the bed, there's not enough room. So I highly doubt that this queen-sized bed is gonna be enough for my two adult mothers and my 13-year-old self. But what do I know about bed space?
Good night.
Get a good rest, Fairy. We've got a big day ahead of us tomorrow.
That's fantastic.
I'm looking forward to the bushwalk in the morning. It's been a long time since I was out in nature like this. There will be plenty there will be plenty for us to see. You stayed awake for a little while longer while your moms whispered about the park and forest in general. With the sound of their voices in the background, eventually you nodded off to sleep. You could get a Finn wearing the Jake suit on your hand. I think that'd be pretty funny. The next morning, you were up bright and early, preparing for the day ahead. I sure slept okay. It's nothing compared to your bed at home, but at least you didn't have to sleep on the floor, so you couldn't complain too much. Mom whined a bit about the firmness of the mattress, but Mom had only encouraged her to enjoy the trip while she could. While looking for a spot to get ready, you had some trouble finding space of your own, as the others were doing the same thing. Oh, that's a good one. That's one of the earlier episodes too. As annoying as Finn is in those earlier episodes, some of those earlier episodes are like some of the best ones. I love that. The wizard one is a good one. I think the Card Wars episode is like always gonna be my favorite. That episode is just so fucking good. I love that episode so much. Remember my sister made like her own version of Card Wars when we were kids. God, that show came out for fucking ever ago. I feel old. Jeez. Looking for a spot to get ready, you had some trouble finding a space of your own as the others were doing the same thing. Cove was perched on top of the counter, brushing his hair and tucking up his legs every time someone wanted to move past. The parents were checking, double checking, and triple checking that you had everything, to the point where you had stopped listening to them altogether. You knew you wouldn't be returning to the RV at all that day, but oh my god, no, that one's fucking hilarious, yeah. Get a tree trunks tattoo, that's it, the real. I like that she just kind of explodes, though. That episode's pretty fucking funny. You wouldn't be returning to the RV at all that day, but by the look of the backpacks that were packed up and ready to go, you doubted anything was missing from them. It didn't take much longer until you all exited the RV in a bustle and headed into the Redwood National Park.
Wow.
Oh, this is where his jacket comes in. Okay, I was wondering, because I was sat here like... Tattoo of Ricardio throwing Ice King into a fucking dumpster. I was wondering where his jacket would come in, because like this was one of the outfits that we'd customized, but we hadn't actually seen it up until now. Cove had his head tilted up towards the canopy of trees, his eyes wide as he took in the massive trunks on either side of you. Yeah, I mean, redwoods are the biggest tree in the world. I imagine standing next to one, you'd probably feel really fucking small next to one. You knew that the redwood trees here were considered the tallest trees on Earth, but you weren't prepared for exactly how huge they would be in person. Dude, as if the vastness of space. Oh no, that'd be really cute though. A little banana guard. I love the banana guards. They're silly as all hell. It's like the vastness of space already makes human beings feel insignificant, but like what about a redwood tree? You know, because that's something that's on our fucking Earth. And, like, it's so much bigger than we are, or could ever hope to be. Oh, it's funny when you think about how insignificant and useless human beings are. Anyways, smile, you two! You spun just in time for Kyra to snap a picture of you and Cove together, before she pointed her camera at Cliff, trying to get a shot despite his weak protest that she should just enjoy the moment. Your parents were walking behind the group a little, with Mom telling Ma some information she had read about the park in a brochure. Ma listened happily while looking around and taking in the sights, every now and then asking a question or making a joke about something Mom said. Aww. You smiled at them, thinking your mom must have read a lot of pamphlets to know so much about the park. That's great. One mom is like, I need to know everything, and the other mom is like, okay. I'll let you info dump when we get there. Maybe you should come here and work as a tour guide if you know so much about the place. Elizabeth teased, earning a squeeze on the nose from your mom. She seemed to be enjoying herself, but you thought that might just be because she was amused by everyone else's reactions. Good mood. The air was fresh and clean, and it was nice to be outdoors with the people you loved most. We've not had many interactions with Cove. I've not had much of a chance to raise our bond. We were certain that this was only the beginning of what would be a great day. The adults had decided on some casual nature walks rather than any serious hiking, and you strolled along at your own pace, taking in the scenery. Elizabeth sped up a little, smirking at Cove as she fell into place between the two of you. And immediately you could tell by her expression she was gonna say something taunting. Can't believe our families are actually on vacation together. She threw her arms out, speaking with a genuine sense of bewilderment. I would have joked about something like this happening, but now I'm not sure I want to give them any more ideas. Cove smiled at her, even if it was a little awkwardly, and continued walking along. Just watch. Next year they'll be talking about their next new amazing idea. She put on a fake voice deeper than her own. We should just sell both our houses and move in together. Think of how much we'll save on the mortgage. Yeah, that's right. I can do that with my voice. I think we've known that I can do that with my voice for a very long time. It was clear that Elizabeth was being sarcastic. Cove simply shook his head, not really bothered by her. You supposed he was used to it by this point. But seriously, they really do act like we're a single family just because we live across the street from each other. Elizabeth gave you and Cove a look, her eyes glinting with mischief as she leered at you.
Yeah.
Maybe one day will we be related. Legally, anyway. Well, yeah. She said it as though she was a gossipy old lady. Maybe. I guess you and me could get married, Elizabeth. Oh! Got her! What? Me? Yeah, that way Fairy would be my sibling-in-law. That could be fun. Elizabeth stuck her tongue out at Cove, as if the very idea were ridiculous. Clearly, I'll marry you, Cove. We must unite our family ties to increase our pool in the community. A political marriage, might be alright with you. Then it's an agreement. Okay, alright. Cool, it's official, we're getting politically married. Sealed the deal. Elizabeth poked out her tongue at the both of you, giving you a sour look. She walked ahead, obviously not getting the response she was looking for, and you and Cove swapped amused looks. They continued on with plenty to see and experience. I do like that you can play the game as either, like, a romance with Cove or kind of a more sibling relationship with Cove. That fucking light switch that I've been playing with, I just dropped it on the floor. It's fine. You passed, like I mentioned at the beginning, I like that they don't force you into a relationship with anybody. I like that you have the option to be just like there, and I didn't realize when I started playing, but I like that they had the option to be not only asexual but also aromantic. I imagine it could probably make your character, like, you could probably say your character's not NB but they're agender too, which is very nice. My character's pangender. I'm just assuming everybody defaults to they. Obviously my character's pangender. I mean, like, come on, guys. Come on, guys. It's Pride Month. Just gets more and more aggressive as time goes on. I'm also realizing, I could probably put on. Come on, guys. I could probably put on pangender bracelets as well, because I have the two on my one arm. If you can't see, the ones on the front are just rainbow, and then the ones in the back are pan, and then the ones on the other arm are asexual. But I could probably color code. I could probably change the color of some of them. That's actually what I did with the nails. The nails that I have on were technically supposed to be the agender nails, but I changed the colors on them, which was allowed. I did check the TOS. I do that, obviously, because somebody worked very hard to make everything that I'm wearing. That was allowed. I'll have to check and make sure that I'm allowed to change the colors on the nails, but I could, or on the bracelets, but I'll probably end up doing that, because I plan to wear the jewelry and the face paint and everything for all of Pride Month. I also have some, like, fuzzy rave boots that I'm kind of excited to wear that I'll probably end up wearing next time. I had, like, a fuzzy rave Pride hoodie that went with it, but, my tits kept clipping through it. I have to go fix it. It's not gonna take that long, but I'm kind of excited. I got like a couple new outfits for Pride Month, but there's no new outfits, which is why I have to rewear some from last year. But yeah, anyways, you passed a few different activities that you would have liked to try out if you had the time, such as kayaking and rock climbing. Oh, I have the boots. No, it's not that. So thankfully, with the clothes, with like the specific model that I have, there's the texture of the clothing, and then there's like the skin texture. So all that I have to do is I have to go into like the skin texture for that hoodie and literally just like erase the boobs. So like they won't clip through because they'll technically be non-existent, but it doesn't change like the size of my boobs or anything. Like actually a lot of my outfits are actually completely missing the skin mesh underneath because it just helps to avoid the clipping issues, which is nice. But we'll still have the massive honkers, don't worry. Massive honkers aren't going anywhere. Yeah. Yeah, it's not that big of it's not gonna be something that's difficult to go through and delete. I have to do it. Like, I have to do it for certain dresses because my neck will clip through, so I have to, like, go through and erase my neck. You know, it's fine. Like, I still technically have the skin. It's literally just erasing the mesh and everything. I'm not actually sure I even have a skin mesh underneath of this shirt. I'm pretty sure I do, but I don't remember. We might, who knows? Anyways, also, I did this last night. I made my wings less, like, their flap is a bit smoother now. It's less like which I like. I was trying to make them, like, a bit smoother with the flap, so they are now, which I like them. I like it more now. You passed a few different activities that you would have liked to try out if you had the time, such as kayaking and rock climbing, but Ma said that would have to wait for another trip. There was a little stream during the walk that you sat beside and set out a picnic for lunch, nibbling on a selection of fruit, sandwiches, and chips. You gotta have cookies too, like Chips Ahoy or something, you know. Obviously, it's not a picnic without sandwiches, chips, and some cookies. I'm sorry, it's just not. And if you forget the cookies, I'll cry. You think I won't? I probably could. Honestly, I think if I tried, I probably could cry on cue, but I'm not going to. I'll do it later. I'll start thinking about how they killed my horse in Ghost of Tsushima. I'll just be like, Kage, my son, Kage. Honestly, at the rate that this game is going, I'm kind of fully expecting to cry at the end of it. With the rate that it's going. Whether or not those are happy tears are to be determined, but we'll see. Various birds flew by overhead, and you made a game out of guessing the species that were hanging out in the trees nearby. Probably woodpecker. You even managed to get a couple of them right, including the kingfisher that grabbed half of Cliff's sandwich. Hilarious. Yeah, I'm disappointed to only have had one day in the park. There was so much here, and you felt like you'd need a whole week, maybe even more, to experience it all. You sighed quietly to yourself, wondering if you'd get the chance to come back. Your group made it back to camp just as the sun was setting in the sky and the stars were appearing one by one. Oh my god, that's you guys. What? Everyone had enjoyed different parts of it most. You traded stories of what you thought while you were eating dinner, then afterwards you pitched in to help clean up. You, along with Elizabeth and Cove, got to head back to the RV early and spend some time together while your parents stayed outside a little longer. It was nice to have the space to yourselves after the cramped journey there, and while Elizabeth had locked herself in the back room with her headphones, you and Cove were left in the main lounge area. Nah, same Elizabeth though, like same. As if I was out with people all day. I can especially imagine, right, so like, Fairy and Cove are friends. They're like best friends. And then the parents are obviously getting along and they're friends. Poor fucking Elizabeth. Like, just didn't have anybody to talk to for the whole trip, really. But even then, I can definitely understand her going and locking herself in the back room with her headphones on, cause same. I'd be like, that's enough people. That's enough people for the next year. Peace. Peace out. I'm gonna go fucking blast my emo music. I'm gonna blast my emo and goth music into my fucking ears. Shut up, I'm listening to The Cure and Evanescence. Leave me alone. You don't understand me, Mom. Start screeching fucking Fall Out Boy songs. I'll hang out with Cove. I haven't gotten to talk to Cove like at all throughout this entire moment. Alright. We might as well get comfortable. Who knows how long they'll be out for.
You took a seat on the sofa while Cove sat down on the other end, tapping his fingers against his knees. You know, I hardly ever see you wearing a jacket, especially in summer. Oh yeah, I was wearing as few layers as possible. It's easier that way. Oh, I like wearing as few layers as possible. I'd rather be cold than extra hot, and it's kind of a pain to carry extra clothes around. My parents made me bring this jacket. No, same, because like at least if I get cold, I can wrap myself up in a blanket. Then if I get hot, I get like all sweaty and gross. It's like, it's especially worse if I'm outside in summer wearing my binder. It's fucking terrible. I don't know how people that bind all the time can deal with it, because the fucking boob sweat is like the worst goddamn thing in the world. It's like, at least if I'm wearing a bra, it has somewhere to go. If I'm not, then it's just rolling down my stomach. It's like, ugh, it's disgusting. I hate it so much. Oh, jeez. Oh, fucking dysphoria problems, I guess. I don't know. I'm the same way. I love accessories. I like accessories. But, I don't really like layers, but I like accessories. They're bulky and heavy, and they usually make me feel too warm. Cove smiled lightly at you and nodded. I've noticed. Hey, what kinds of things do you think are nice to see on another person? Cove's eyes widened at the question. His defensive reply seemed to slip out before he'd had the chance to have a proper think about it. Nothing. No, bro. What do you mean? You laughed out loud and Cove gave you a drive look. Come on, that's not what I meant. I know that's not what he meant, but still. You composed yourself and sat up straighter, all traces of laughter disappearing from your face. Answer with what do you mean then? Isn't there anything at all you think looks good when you see it on someone? I can give you the correct answer right now. If you're wearing it and you yourself feel like you look good and you feel confident, as long as like the colors and everything are okay, I don't fucking care. Then that's hot. I'm like, that's hot. You walking around wearing like big sweaters, I like this, and you're comfortable, I like to see that on you. You're walking around wearing like a fishnet hot girl outfit, cool. I like to see that, whatever. It's you do you, as long as the colors don't clash. That's my number one thing, because I like, if somebody is wearing a color that does not match their complexion, I will look at them and just like, you, who let you leave the house wearing that fucking color? Why would you do that to yourself? Disgusting. Nasty. Cove mumbled under his breath and you couldn't quite catch the words. He was having a difficult time with the subject. If the topic is making him uncomfortable, let's just go ahead and let it go. You didn't want to push him any further, so you didn't insist. The parents all arrived soon after, each of them climbing into the RV and finding some places to sit down and rest their legs. Elizabeth, having heard the commotion, came out from the room for the first time since arriving and joined you all. You spent the evening chatting and playing a few games, enjoying the last evening of the trip together. Bedtime arrived within the blink of an eye as the group hunkered down for the night. Your mom did a final round to make sure nothing had been left behind. She explained that Cliff was going to start driving early in the morning, like on the first day, but would be letting everyone else in the group sleep. There wouldn't be a need for all of them to get up. Dude, honestly, when it comes to like road trips, we always leave super early. And then like, when we were kids, because I'm gonna say like when the kids, so like when we were kids, like we'd go to Pennsylvania and everything and go visit my grandma. Had like a cabin down there. We'd always get up and leave super duper early, and then my parents would stay awake, and like me and my sisters would always sleep. And then we'd wake up later in the day, and we'd be almost there, because it's not, like, you know. It's crazy. It's bonkers. Now is the time to check you hadn't left anything outside. You, as well as everyone else, were confident you had it all packed up inside the RV, which meant it was time to get some rest before the journey home tomorrow. Your mom's and Elizabeth said goodnight, heading to the back room while you climbed up to the loft. Jacob and his family got situated below in the previously set arrangement. You tried to get comfortable as a million thoughts were running through your mind. It was hard to believe that the trip was practically over, and before you knew it, you'd be back in your own bed at home. I enjoyed it. It was short, but that was for sure. You got to see and do so much during your time here. All in all, it was a nice break away from home. The minutes ticked by silently. It didn't take long for the soft snores of Cliff and Kyra to drift up to you. They were asleep now. Dude, I fucking hate everybody in— okay, I would absolutely hate this. Everybody in my family, minus my dad, really, needs some kind of background noise to fall asleep to. Like, it cannot be quiet. And it can't just be fans. So I'm really, really lucky that, like, we went and visited my sister in another state, and I was sleeping in the same room as my parents because they were sleeping on, like, a futon, and they had— my sister and her Bianca, it freaks you have ads in 5 minutes, have, like, this big, massive beanbag chair that, like, I slept in because it was really, really comfortable. And my mom, because my mom can't sleep without any noise had on a TV show. So I was so fucking happy that there was a TV show on, because if it had been just silent, I wouldn't be able to sleep. I can't wear earbuds because they don't fit in my ears. So I couldn't put on my headphones because obviously, like, sleeping with my headphones on isn't comfortable because I'm like a side— I'm like a stomach sleeper. I switch between the two. So, like, this would kill me. Because, like, just sitting in an RV and then all you can hear is people snoring, I would not be able to fucking fall asleep. I would be tossing and turning for hours, just, like, unable to fall asleep. You wondered if Cove was still awake and decided to poke your head out from the loft to find out. You blinked through the dark. Oh my god, is Cove gonna come up and sleep in the loft with me? It looks big enough. Looking down the hall, you notice Cove lying on his back, his eyes staring up at the ceiling. His seafoam hair was spread out on his sleeping bag. He must have felt you watching him because suddenly his eyes locked on yours. It was difficult to see much in the dim light, but you could make out the crooked smile on his face well enough. Cove rolled his eyes at you, or at least you thought he did. Cove looked unsure about it, but you were happy to see him slowly start to sit up anyway. Sleeping bag rustled as he moved, though he tried to go slow and froze up like a deer in headlights every time he made a sound, watching his parents for any sign of movement. Eventually, he managed to maneuver around his sleeping dad and make it to the ladder, standing on the bottom rung where he looked up at you and whispered, "What? You want to come up?" His eyes widened, just so you could only tell because he had come to where you are. Cove glanced behind him quickly at his sleeping parents before turning back to you. Okay. You broke out into a grin and scooched back as far as you could, making space for Cove to crawl in. He was very tall, so it wasn't a great fit for him, but he managed to squeeze himself in. Even if you weren't exactly tall, the loft was still a tight squeeze with the two of you in there. No, it's not. What do you mean? You laid down next to each other on your sides, face to face. He got under the blanket a bit. One of his arms was nestled under his head for comfort. The other one had nowhere to go and was rested alongside his chest on the floor of the loft. Cove spoke to you softly. "So what am I doing here?" "I thought we could hang out." Cove's eyebrows dipped. He probably thought you had something more important than that going on. Oh, man. "Fine, you could sleep here instead of the floor." Cove raised an eyebrow, not having expected you to bring that up now. This isn't a big— you know what, no, I prefer where I thought we could hang out. Okay. It isn't a big deal for us to both be in the loft, right? Yeah, it's not some huge thing. We've shared a million times by now, and usually they're not the ones they're the ones encouraging us, I don't think they'll care, right? Like, because it's we're 13. It's not like we're gonna do anything inappropriate. Okay, like, I mean, minus the premarital hand holding, but like, they're just gonna have to get over that, okay? Cove gestured in the direction of the parents, and you nodded in agreement. They'd always tried to put you and Cove together ever since you were little. Wonder how much trouble we'll be in if we get caught. It wouldn't be nearly as much as we would have been if my moms found out you snuck into my room for the night at the start of the summer. He winced at just imagining it. I still can't believe I did that and didn't get caught. It was a very dramatic morning. You could easily picture his frantic escape in your mind's eye. You're kind of a troublemaker, aren't you, Cove? No, I don't think so. Cove trailed off, and he seemed to be lost in his own thoughts. Well, maybe sometimes. Cove smiled fondly at you, and you grinned triumphantly. Oh my god. Dude, that look, that is the gayest fucking shit I've ever seen. Oh my god. You spent the rest of the night smushed up in the little loft together, whispering about your past memories and trying not to giggle too loud at the silly things you had gotten up to over the years. Eventually the chatting trailed off, and when you noticed Cove had drifted off to sleep, followed soon after. When you woke up the next morning, it was to the rumble of the RV as it traveled the long journey home. You noticed quickly that you weren't as warm as you had been during the night, and when you checked next to you, Cove was gone. Oh. Leaking sleepily, you peeked over the edge of the loft to find out where he had gone. Maybe he had snuck back to his spot on the floor during the night? Oh, his mom caught a... Oh. However, you soon noticed him sitting on the couch talking quietly with his mom, his head hung in embarrassment. Your movement gave you away, and Kyra suddenly looked up and caught your eye. She simply smiled amusedly at you, and it was obvious what happened. Cove hadn't gotten away with it. They found him there in the loft, and then you woke up while he was trying to explain. You knew it was gonna be a long, long time before you lived this one down, if you ever did. Soon your mom said, I never fucking understood that, right? Because, like, even growing up, my parents were like, oh, yeah, don't sleep in the same bed as your friends. And I'm like, what the fuck do you think we're gonna do? Like, we're gonna sleep. What do you think is gonna happen? We're gonna fucking sleep. What is the big deal? I don't understand what the big deal is. Like, oh yeah, don't sleep in the same bed as your friends. Don't sleep in the same bed as your partner. I'm like, we're gonna sleep. We're gonna sleep. What is the big deal? I don't get it. I do not understand. Like, it's one thing if there's not enough room, but like, bruh. Soon your moms and Elizabeth emerged from their room, dressed and ready for the day of travel. You spent most of the day hanging out together in the RV, savoring the last few hours of vacation. Kyra suggested a few different travel games she used to play with Cove when he was younger, and you all had a great time competing against each other. A little later in the day, you tried to talk to Cove about what happened in the loft, but he simply apologized and changed the subject. It's a bit too much for him to try speaking on, especially right now. You understood. When the RV finally pulled onto your street, it was well into the night, and you were looking forward to crawling into your own bed after the last few days away. When everyone else must have been feeling the same, because it was mutually agreed that unpacking and cleaning the RV would wait until morning. Once home again, you went straight up to your room and dropped onto your bed, shoes and all. The eyebrow wiggle. Just... I wish it would capture my eyebrows individually, because that would be so fucking funny. You guys just saw my eyebrows doing the worm. Because that's a thing that I can do. You just can't see it. I can wiggle them. I missed being near Cove. Two of you had basically been living together for 3 days. It was nice, but you knew that it wouldn't be the last time the two of you would spend time together, and that thought comforted you. Those last few thoughts drifting through your mind, it wasn't long before you dozed off to sleep. Tomorrow, life would go on like normal. And then the summer ended. That's the last one. And then the summer ended. Yep. There was no denying it. Today was the very last day of summer. Tomorrow you were heading to class. It was a bummer. It was a bummer. Summer had been so much fun. You thought about going back to school. It was with a sense of loss. Soon you wouldn't be able to choose how your days were spent without the school bell telling you where to be and when. It was with a heavy heart that you chose your outfit for the final day of freedom. Okay, am I going to my final year of middle school or am I going to my first year of high school? Because I don't know. It's like, I was 14 when I went to high school. I know that they're 13 right now, but I don't know, like, when their birthday is meant to be. My birthday's in the middle of summer, right? Like I said, my birthday is this month. It's actually, technically speaking, it's the first day of summer, usually. So it's like, I turned 14, and then I went to high school at 14. I don't know how it's gonna work here. I'd also, I guess I should clarify, I skipped 8th grade, so I should have technically gone to high school at 15. But I didn't because I skipped a grade. But whatever. I just, either way I'm saying like boo, but I'd rather go to middle school than to fucking high school. High school fucking sucked. High school is the best years of your life. Yeah, who says fucking who? Anybody who says that is a fucking liar. Jail. You get jail time for lying to me that bad. So it was with a heavy heart that you chose your outfit for your final day of freedom. Life was going to be different. You would come to think of the summer vacation as the norm, but school sucked up the majority of the year, whereas the summer vacation was just a respite in the middle. So rather than it being different, it was kind of a return to the normal. What did your normal life really mean? Considered how fondly your moms talked about their summer vacations as kids, you dimly recognized that one year the pattern of school and summer itself would be over for good. It was hard to imagine. Yeah, and then you have nothing to fucking do. You got distracted, one arm still out of your sleeve, you pulled it through and put your mind back to the present. This season had brought about plenty of changes of its own, like Kyra's visit, though that too was coming to an end today. Honestly, I'm happy I got the chance to know her. She's hot. She's hot. I can appreciate that. A little mad, cause save some hot for the rest of us, you know, but she's hot. Oh, man. She was interesting to be around. You liked how easy it was to talk to her. You finished dressing, which was good. Cove would be there any moment. You'd agreed to see his mom off together. Officially, the plan was that he would come over to bring you around to his house when she was ready to set off, but you both knew that you'd be hanging out for at least a little while beforehand. Kyra's visit had troubled Cove when it first happened. It had been a sudden change thanks to Mr. Holden's infamous tendency to surprise people, but once he was able to adjust, he'd been in pretty good spirits with her around. It was a relief for everyone. The next thought that crossed your mind was, you didn't wait to see Cove, so you went downstairs to meet him when he arrived. Yes. You bounded down the stairs, your hand gliding over the rail. You wanted to make sure you got there first. If you didn't hurry, your moms might answer it. It's only a few minutes later when the doorbell rang, and you'd chosen to stand beside it to wait for Cove. There was no delay in pulling it open. Cove was there, just as you'd expected. Seeing you, he flashed you a bright grin. Hey, Fairy. Hi, Cove, come on in. I wonder if we're gonna run into Jeremy now that it's the final day of summer. Because, like, we saw him at the first day of summer, and then that was it, and, like, he was a jerk, and I wanted to punch him in the face. And oh, I'm such a polite individual. Once he'd stepped inside, you beckoned for him to follow you upstairs. Up in your room, you sat down on your bed and waited for Cove to settle in, as you knew he would. With other guests, you might have offered them a seat, but you and Cove were long past those tentative stages of friendship. Your room was as familiar to him as his own, and no, same. Like, whenever my friend comes over, the first thing that they do when they get in here is they just sit on the bed. They always take their shoes off downstairs, and then we come upstairs, and they're just like, ooh, bed! They just fucking flop onto it. It's usually me at my computer chair, because I'm usually showing them something, and then they just, like, flop onto the bed. I'm just like, alright. Alright. That's cool. I've known them since I was fucking 5. Like, what else are they gonna do? He watched as Cove sat down in your desk chair, his preferred spot. He rolled it closer to the bed to make it easier to chat, tweaking the angle so that he was facing you fully. Once happy with the position, he leaned in towards you, hands held in his lap. His actions weren't the ones of someone who planned on moving from his spot anytime soon, even though you had an appointment to keep together that day. When is your mom leaving?
Don't worry about it.
We've got some time. She's still got a shower and stuff before she goes. She didn't want me to just keep hanging around while she was doing that. He lifted his head, his gaze drifting out through the window, and chuckled. I can't believe she's already leaving, just when I'm getting used to her being there every day. He leaned back in the chair, a wry smile tickling his cheeks. She'll be back. He cocked his head thoughtfully before shrugging. He ran a hand through his hair before shaking his head as if shaking off the topic like a dog whipping off water following a dip in the sea. Cove perched an elbow on the chair's arm and propped his jaw against his curled hand. There was a natural ease to his movements, a familiarity from the echoes of all the times before when he'd sat in that same position. This was a really nice summer. I'm glad we got to spend so much time together. Cove still nestled cozily in your chair, smiled at your response. How are your fish doing? Really good. Things in the tank are stable and everybody looks healthy. That was nice to hear. You'd learned from Cove how hard it was to maintain an aquarium. And Yulm has been busy, keeps darting between the plants and out and again when I walk by, like a game of peekaboo. Or hide and seek. Yeah. Cove idly glanced out of the window. He gave a resigned sigh. It's gonna be harder to surf, you know, with school. It's getting colder out. I might store my board away. Surfing's cool when we can. It's too bad we can't make the most of the waves, but there's other fun stuff to do. He gave a light smile coupled with a shrug as a response. Very Cove! The sudden call from downstairs caught you both unaware. You'd nearly forgotten the world outside your room. From the guilty look on his face, Cove had done the same. Just had a call. Cove's mom is ready to go. If you're quick, she might keep the mandated If you're quick, she might keep the mandated motherly smothering to a minimum. Sorry, jeez. You doubted that, but it was nice that Mom and Miss Priest had their strange sense of humor in common. Your eyes met Cove's. Wordlessly, you headed downstairs together. Each step on the way there was painfully slow, like he was trying to delay the inevitable. His whole body tensed leaving the house, and Cove froze altogether before you both could cross the street. The doors open. Dad must be taking her stuff out. He swallowed hard. She's really gonna leave. This isn't the last time you'll ever see her. I know, but I got used to having her here. Yeah. It was hard to think of a world where you didn't have both of your moms living at home with you, so you couldn't even imagine how hurt Cove must have been feeling knowing his mom was leaving. There's another fucking gnat in my room. Just see it hitting the fucking monitor, god damn it. You thought you saw his bottom lip quiver just before he turned his head away from you. We don't have to head over if you don't want to. No, it'll be worse if I miss her leaving. Okay. At that, some of the conflict warring on his face eased a bit. Together you went across the street and inside his house, finding his parents in the living room surrounded by his mom's packed things. Hi kids. Good timing, I just called the taxi.
Hi.
And hi Fairy, so glad I got to see you today. It was fabulous getting to know you this summer. I finally got to put a face to the name I've heard so many times. Oh yeah, this face. The amount I imagine, I probably did that to her a lot. I probably just looked at her and just went, with the fucking frog blinking. She winked and Cove pouted on cue over the teasing. I hope you had a good time visiting. I really did, thank you. Nodding, Kyra turned her attention back to the boys. She patted Cliff on the arm with a warm smile, and then she enveloped Cove in a crushing hug. Initially, Cove squirmed to break free from her grip, but his mom was unfazed and kept him locked in place. Yeah, you can escape your dad's hugs, but you can't escape your mom's hugs. Heartbeats later, he gave in and hugged her back
I'm
tightly.
so glad.
I'm so happy this trip was a success. Cliff looked like he was bursting with pride, and then Cove stiffened. Kyra loosened her hold on him enough to study his face, concerned. She spoke her next words in a whisper, and that had in a whisper that had been meant just for her son.
What do you think?
Do you want to unshelve it? Raising an eyebrow, Cliff watched them carefully. His smile began to falter.
What's wrong?
Cove's gaze moved to the floor. He looked like he was grappling with where to begin, but then Cliff smacked a hand to his own cheek. The noise caught everyone's attention. Cliff's eyes were wide, and you could clearly see the light bulb moment he was experiencing on his face. It shouldn't have been a surprise I went back to your house again. I went behind your back again. Yeah. And it only took me until the very last moment to realize it. They never talked about that? Oh my god. Crossing his arms, Cliff laughed at himself. You could tell it was out of frustration and disbelief, rather than the usual good-natured feelings. I'm really sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought I had gotten better at this. You have. Cove's voice was small, but it was enough to break through his dad's thoughts. Cliff's mouth pulled into a small
It's
smile.
okay.
It's been a long time since something like this happened. Not long enough. You deserve better than a blockhead falling back into his old habits just because things seemed to be going
I'm
good.
trying.
It won't keep happening. I promise. I'll work on it. We all can work on it. I can try harder myself to be in the loop on what's actually happening over here. Happy smile quickly spread across Cove's face as he answered delicately. Okay. You feel relieved seeing how much the whole family had grown together since you first met them. They could talk to each other more easily. After that, it wasn't long before the taxi arrived, rolling up in front of the house in clear view of the open door. Kyra stood up, smiling sadly. Well, that's my ride. Yeah. The matching reply got a chuckle out of Kyra as you all filed out of the house. Father and son went with Kyra's bags in hand. Once outside, you spotted your family waiting by the street, and to your surprise, Derek was also with them. He stood uncomfortably and he waved as soon as you noticed him.
What's up?
Hey Fairy, hi Cove. When did you get here? My dad dropped me off just a little bit ago. Thought I could come visit one more time before school started.
Sorry.
You picked a busy time, sorry. Derek couldn't even look at Cove. He nervously kept rolling a pebble with the bottom of his shoe.
Sorry.
Wasn't even thinking that your mom would be leaving today. I'm sorry, dude. What? You're not interrupting anything. You're always welcome here. It would have been sad if I didn't get to say goodbye before leaving. Derek came to hang out so often, so it was inevitable that the two had met at some point this season. I think so too. It was apparent Derek would have preferred to have gotten there at a more opportune moment. He never liked seeming impolite, but their reassuring words soothed his worry. That's good. The tension he was holding in his body lessened, and he looked like he was feeling much more like himself. Bye, Derek. It was fun getting to know you. Bye, ma'am. Is there anything I can do to help?
Nah.
Nah, don't worry yourself over that. We're just about set. In that short amount of time, Cliff had gathered and packed the bags into the trunk. Kyra took one last look at everyone inside. Alright, I don't want to keep the driver waiting. It's time to head out. The little crowd that had formed around started their chorus of farewells and well wishes traveling, but Kyra still made no move to get into the taxi. She placed her attention on Cove. I'll call when I get to the airport and when I make it to Nevada. Also, you better call the moment you walk in the door at home. Otherwise, we'll be wondering all night if you got into trouble on the way there.
Can do.
I can do that. And could you call tomorrow too? I can tell you how school went. Of course, I want to hear all about it. Kyra put a hand on Cove's head and affectionately ruffled his hair one last time. She then let go, only to move on to squeezing his cheeks in her hands instead. Mom!
Cove.
I love you so much, baby. She was chuckling by the time she freed him and rounded things off with a small tap to the tip of his nose. Cove rubbed it to his face with a grin. Finally, she walked to the car while waving, and took her seat in the taxi. Cliff hooked an arm around Cove's shoulders and kept him close as it began to pull away. For a moment, Cove looked up to his dad, and then wrapped an arm across his back.
Bye.
Bye, Mom. Bye, travel safe. Kyra rolled down the window and stuck her head out of it. She waved again while blowing kisses at Cove and Cliff. See you again! Before she was out of sight, you decided to call out. As you added your voice to the others, you watched Kyra's smile grow larger. The cab turned down another road and completely disappeared from view. Cove let go of his dad and took a few steps out into the empty street, still looking in the direction his mom went. He smiled, deep in thought. You got the impression Cove was feeling better than he was earlier. He was finally content with the way things were. You jumped a bit when your mom put a hand on your shoulder, pulling you away from your thoughts. She smiled when you looked at her. This was a great vacation, huh? Summer isn't over until the second I fall asleep. Hello, Cece. No naps for you then. Can't risk you accidentally ending summer a few hours too early for the rest of us. Chuckling, you shook your head, amused. Cove walked back over to the group, still genuinely happy. Derek grinned at him welcomingly. Blah 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 blah. Derek grinned at him welcomingly, and everyone else there smiled at him, even Elizabeth.
Well?
Ma clapped her hands together, bringing everyone's attention back to the present. It's almost lunchtime. I think I'll put something special together. Her eyes sparkled with a plan, and Mom smiled. I bet you could use some help with that. That'd be absolutely wonderful. Derek glanced between the two, his eyebrows furrowed. Is there something I could do? Look at that guy and tell me he's not a little fucking gremlin. Little creature. Your moms exchanged a fond expression. Ma shook her head.
Sweet.
That's very sweet, Derek, but it's alright. It's not your job, technically. Your dad left you under Cliff's watch. You're meant to be taken care of by him, not doing chores for your neighbors. Mom laughed a little over her own joke. You watched Derek look away, discouraged. It's okay, I don't mind. He was a little bashful about it. You wondered if Mom's joke had just reminded him that he wasn't initially meant to be invited to lunch. It was getting a little awkward. Mom grinned sympathetically. Her comment was meant to lighten the mood, not bring it back down. Ma tried again to get things moving forward. Why don't you kids go have fun? You all can come back in about an hour. We'll make enough for everyone. Mom nodded in
Sounds
agreement. Another stunning idea, Lonnie. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That sounds like a plan then. I don't want to cramp your style. I've got some stuff to work on, so I can be out of your hair this afternoon. You should come by later too. No reason you should be the odd man out. Mom seemed amused as Cliff rubbed his neck nervously. He grinned a wavering but pleased
Thanks
smile.
very much.
I appreciate the invite. He looked over the assembled crowd with knowing glances. I can help too. With as many people as you're feeding, that's going to be a lot of food. Didn't you hear what we told Derek? It wouldn't be fair to make you cook when we're the ones who are inviting you in. Ma raised an eyebrow when Cliff waved it off.
Come on.
I insist. Derek would be missing time with his pals. This would be a break for me. I'm quite the chef. Ma and Mom exchanged further glances before Mom shrugged. An airtight argument. If you're sure, we'll be happy to have you, Chef Cliff. Cliff's grin widened and seemed much more hyped than you'd expect him to be about helping with lunch. Cove shook his head, a fond smile on his face. Then all us grown-up people will be heading inside. I assume the rest of you kiddos are staying out? Maybe not all of them. Ma tilted her head, a silent question for Elizabeth. Your sister thought for a moment. I'll stay with
That's
the kids.
fantastic.
That's great. Both your moms smiled at her, while Derek and Cove didn't seem to appreciate her phrasing. But with the plan decided, all three parents waved and headed for your house. It was just you teenagers now. Elizabeth looked at you and the others, a curious expression on her face. So, what now? You silently wondered if Elizabeth only stayed out with you to avoid getting roped into work. Then again, she could just genuinely want to hang out. You couldn't tell with your sister. Cove spoke up after no one else did to answer Elizabeth's question. Want to go down to the shopping street? It's been a while. I don't think there's a lot of other things we can agree on. Yeah, sure.
Awesome.
Sounds awesome to me. Unlike you guys, I haven't been there 1,001 times. It's new to me. Let's do it. You strolled across the road as a group, down to the beach, and then to the left. It took less than 15 minutes to arrive, one of the conveniences of Sunset Bird. The four of you looked around at the familiar shops, trying to see if anything caught your attention this time. Derek was the most enthusiastic. He checked out every stall with his eyes wide with wonder. Checked out every stall with his eyes, and that's it. Elizabeth and Cove were in good spirits as well. That's so cool! He ran over to a street musician who was currently doing a card trick for a group of enchanted tourists. Derek clapped when the magician showed a middle-aged man his card. Derek turned back to the group with a curious gleam on his face. Sorry, Jesus. What does it take to perform here anyway? Do you have to ask somebody, or do you just show up and start doing stuff? Who would you even ask? It's a public street. Hey, Miss Mayor, can I pull a rabbit out of a hat? Please? Flopsy is well behaved, I promise. Flopsy? King Booby's pet? Cece! Oh, look at my little eggy! Oh, look at you, you're so round like egg! Oh! Why is your nose so wet? Okay, whatever. Derek chuckled, his eyes searching up and down the scene. Maybe there's a boss of the shopping street? No one does any of this around my neighborhood, it's just regular stores behind walls. It's different in someone wants a real store, but here I'm pretty sure people are just putting on their little shows whenever they want to. Whenever they want and do whatever. That's so neat. Would we be allowed to do something too? Cove laughed and Derek began almost vibrating with excitement. Elizabeth just rolled her eyes. What would we do? Well, I don't know what. Not yet. I mean, I just found out it's a possibility, you know? But there's gotta be something. We know cool stuff. I'm sure if we think about it, we could plan a show that really get a crowd pumped. Sure, it's a great idea. I'm in. Woo!
Nice.
I knew I could count on you. Now we just need the act. It'll come to us. Right. With some amusement, the gang continued to peruse the stalls. Elizabeth found some earrings with a dangling, badly misprinted globe that everyone laughed at. Cove picked out a blob. Jesus. Cove picked out a blob as Iceland, but Derek thought that it had to be Greenland. You know, this is a world with what looks like 9 continents. I think you're both wrong. No, it's Australia. The other 3 giggled at your interjection. Suddenly, Cove froze. You stared at him and then tried to see what caught his attention. When you saw a familiar face down the way, it all made sense. Is it that Alexander guy? Oh no. It's Jeremy! I was right! He's gonna show up again! Cece! I was right! Just pick her up and shake her, and she's just purring. She's like, okay, that's nice. Pet me, don't. Pet me. Pet me, I'm baby. You are baby. Between the crowds, his bright hair stood out like a neon green bowl in a kitchen sink. It was Jeremy. Jeremy slowly drifted his eyes down the street, and his eyes widened in mutual recognition. He definitely noticed you. Derek frowned and Cove sighed. Neither of them were happy to see him again. No one. I'll wave! He did not wave back. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. Her gaze swept over Jeremy without a hint of a clue. Jeremy simply scoffed to himself and waded deeper into the crowd of people. Derek relaxed and exhaled loudly. Glad he's not gonna start anything. He peeked over at Elizabeth with a tiny smirk. See? That was the mean kid. Huh? She still didn't get it. The first summer day hadn't made it nearly as much of an impression as it did for Derek. But he smiled and waved it off. Just forget about him. I already have. He laughed and Cove smiled lightly. He seemed in a much better mood now that Jeremy was gone. Your eyes wandered over to where Jeremy disappeared. You hadn't forgotten the day you met him either. But he's moving here. He was only going to be in town for a vacation with the parents he hated. That glimpse was probably the last time you would ever see him. Nah, bro, bet he's fucking moving here. Mention it. Jeremy's probably gone for good now. It's time for him to go back to wherever he's from. Yeah, guess we won't have to worry about that guy anymore. Derek kicked at a little rock in the road. It clattered forward and then rolled under his stall. But I still think it's kind of sad that Jeremy turned out to be, well, like he is. It would have been nice to make another friend. Cove shook his head. He was clearly not broken up over what might have been. Good riddance. Elizabeth rolled her eyes at the strange farewell to the odd boy, not interested in the slightest. She clearly didn't understand his impact, and at this point, she didn't want to understand. You couldn't help but wonder, though, what would have happened if you would have interacted with Jeremy more. I'm wondering if he would have showed up in more of the moments, like if I'd had the DLC or something. Sorry. Cat. You were glad that you wouldn't find out. Jeremy was unlike anyone you had ever met before. He's horrible. I fucking hate him. You and the group moved on from the stall and from Jeremy. It didn't take long for everyone to return to the joking. You all enjoyed what little time you had left, as Elizabeth mentioned the hour was almost up. Little Trip had flown by, and lunch must have been waiting for you now. Derek bounced on the balls of his feet. Come on, guys, let's get going so we can eat. I'm starving. Me too. I'm gonna go make a fucking pierogi after this. Nothing. This fucking cat, she's just like, ah. Your ears are almost not bald. That's pretty cool. Alright. I can't wait! Cove stretched one of his arms lazily. Let's go then. He looked at him appraisingly. I'll ask him. Hey Cove? Yeah? Could you carry me back home? What? Cove's smile said he was amused, but while the tilt of his eyebrow was full of disbelief. It's a special occasion. I think that special transportation makes sense on such a big day. Cove sighed and shook his head. Elizabeth and Derek became a chorus of laughter. Come on, Cove, it'll be fun! Alright. Fuck yeah! Cove stepped over to you. He looked like he couldn't believe what he was doing. Your lips quirked into a large smile. Oh yeah, thanks! He carefully crouched down in front of you so you could climb on. It wasn't hard to hop on. He slipped his arms under your legs and did his best to lift you. It was wobbly, but he managed to stand all the way up. Elizabeth watched with a smirk on her face while Derek laughed even harder. It was fair to say that your antics were entertaining. You were glad Cove went with it. Cove carried you home contentedly. Other than a few good-natured jokes at your expense, he didn't complain. He made it all the way back to your house without putting you down. It was a pleasant walk home, and in no time you had made it back. Derek got the front door and held it open for everyone as you each moseyed inside. The three parents were still in the kitchen. They looked up and waved. Welcome back, everyone. You made it just in time.
Hey.
I hope you're hungry. When Cove had brought you inside, the parents couldn't help but notice the odd conveyance. The moms were unsure, and Mr. Holden raised an eyebrow.
Okay?
Did you pull something, Fairy? I'm okay. Aw, Cove, you've gotten so strong.
Good.
And reliable, too. What a guy. Cove rolled his eyes at the commentary, then started walking to your couch. He bent down, and you let yourself plop back on the couch. Thanks for the lift. Cove exhaled loudly and shook out his arms. He just seemed relieved that he made it. So, did everyone have a nice time out? She gestured for people to take a seat at the table. Plates and silverware had already been placed out. You took your normal seat, Elizabeth sat across from you, and Derek took the seat to your left. Cove sat on your right. Oh yeah, we had a great time. It was fine. I had fun. I really liked it. Yeah, the bank heist went off without a hitch. Your jokes got some chuckles going around the table. That's good in my book. Casually, Mr. Holden sat in the empty seat across from Cove. He smiled at you and all the other kids. Mom set down a platter full of water glasses on the table. She looked down at the gathering. It's a good thing we have 8 chairs. I can't remember the last time we've had a group this big over for a meal. Can you pass the drinks down to the other side? Make sure you all get one. Sure. Those close to the cups obliged and started offering waters around. As everything got set up, Ma chided Elizabeth to take her elbows off the table.
No.
And you shouldn't slouch. She pointed to Mr. Holden, who was leaning forward with both arms on the table. Oh my fucking god, it's 1:41 a.m. Jesus Christ. Oops. Mr. Holden seemed unsure about all the sudden attention and carefully rearranged his posture to something more suitable for a fancy dinner. He smiled sheepishly at Ma. Elizabeth rolled her eyes, and Ma gave a level look at her. You shouldn't be impolite to a guest in the house either. Elizabeth groaned, long suffering. Ma giggled, and Mr. Holden chuckled.
Not bad.
The lot of you could learn a thing or two from Derek. He has the best manners here. Derek blushed, but it was true. His posture was upright and formal, even held his fork gracefully. Table manners, on top of all his attempts to aid your parents, made him the model of meal attendee behavior.
Aw.
It's nothing. It's true, though. You have been a lovely guest. I've noticed that, too. It's always nice when you stay over, Derek. Derek smiled and sat a little taller in his chair. And you have something good to say about our other guest? She looked deliberately at Cove with a teasing smirk. Or is there just nothing to say? Well, Cove is my number one, but he does still clean his hands by wiping them on his pants. Cove frowned at that and absent-mindedly brushed his hands on his pant legs. Your mom's left lately.
There.
Elizabeth, you should know after all these years, Cove is hardly a guest anymore. Cove smiled awkwardly. Thanks. Manners. Don't think I'm not seeing your elbows where they shouldn't be, Fairy. Dude, my parents tried that shit when we were younger. I'm like, I've just given up at this point. They're like, your elbows are on the table? Yeah, okay, who cares? Whatever. It's fine. It's comfortable. More comfortable that way. Everyone ate their meal together and continued to hang out for the afternoon. How do you expect me to eat my food without my elbows on the table and without slouching? Like, the fuck? I'm sorry, but like, who eats sitting up, like just properly? I don't. And then you're gonna then you have to spoon and you have to meet your fork or your utensil or whatever, and you're gonna have to lean forward, which is gonna make you slouch. Unless you just want me to spill food all over myself, just make up your fucking mind, my guy. Just let me slouch. It's not that big of a deal. What am I gonna do? Hurt my back? Oh no. As if my Triple M tatas don't do that enough already. Come on. Everyone ate their meal together and continued to hang out for the afternoon. After the food, you and the others played a couple games and talked about plans for the upcoming year. The time passed by quickly, and soon it was time to part ways. Mr. Holden McCock talked to your moms, and Cove drifted over to you, knowing that as soon as his dad finished up, he would be leaving. It'd be cool to stay, but we have some stuff to do before everything closes today.
Okay.
Yeah, bye. Could you move? I need the phone. Cove raised an eyebrow at Elizabeth and Elizabeth impatiently gestured behind him. Cove realized he was standing right in front of where the receiver was placed. He sidestepped out of the way and shook his head, clearly thinking Elizabeth was rushing too much. Your sister made a beeline for the phone and started dialing the number of what you figured was one of her friends. Knowing Elizabeth, she was going to be on there for a while. You, Cove, and Derek shuffled closer to the door. It seemed like Mr. Holden was wrapping up his conversation, so everyone started saying their various farewells.
Talk to you later.
See you later, Cove. We gotta do this again sometime. Yeah, see you. Cove turned to you and smiled softly. Bye, Fairy. You stepped forward and spread your arms wide. Cove only had a moment to react before you encircled him in your arms. Cove hugged you back tightly and his chest rumbled as he laughed.
Dude.
Seriously, dude, we'll have to hang out later. I'm gonna miss you during school. He offered Cove a high five and the two boys clapped their hands together. Cove and his dad left soon after that. Your parents started cleaning up the house and Elizabeth was still chatting to her friend on the phone. It was just you and Derek left. You elected to stay outside in front of the house to wait for his dad to pick him up. You decided to keep your guest company. Oh, he elected to. You, and although he was originally Co's visitor. A light summer breeze blew through your hair, and there. Sorry, it's late, and I've been talking. So brain, no function. Tongue, not work. A light summer breeze blew through your hair, and Derek shifted his weight from foot to foot. Thanks for waiting with me. He kicked it at the ground distractedly.
Well,
Dad's still gonna be a while, so do you want to go for a walk? Sure, I don't mind. The two of you walked down the street again, just wandering without a destination planned. It was a quiet stroll, too quiet for Derek being the company. You turned to him when you had noticed that he wasn't saying a word. That was unusual. Derek always had something that he could chat about. You weren't sure if you should ask him about it. Somehow you ended up at the old park near the beach. You glanced over to Derek once more, still expecting him to say something any second now. However, nothing came from him. In fact, now you noticed a frown creeping on his face. Derek smiled when he realized you were watching. At least his mouth was turned up. There wasn't anything that really felt happy in the expression. He turned away and the smile fell from his face. His eyes stared intently at the ground and you raised an eyebrow. I want to talk about something. I'm here. I'm a little sad. It's just with school starting back up again, it's gonna be harder to visit. I'm gonna have homework and clubs and practices and everything else.
sucks.
It really sucks we go to different schools. His face screwed up and his fists were closed tightly together. This was really concerning him. What if we don't have time? We'll make time. We can talk over the phone and have plans for weekends. It'll be okay. Derek looked up at the sky. It was orange and purple with little wisps of clouds scattered around. A plane flew high with a jet stream trailing behind it. Then he turned to the ground again. Derek's face was tilted far enough down that it was harder to read his expression. Hey, Fairy, I actually wanted to talk to you about something, if you don't mind. There was a pause and you waited for him to finish his thought.
Sorry.
I was just kind of wondering, do you like guys at all? Would you ever want to be with someone who was a boy? Sorry if that's weird to ask. I could be with a guy. Okay, then. He hesitated before finishing his question.
So.
He ducked his head further. Wait, so, what I mean is just, is there any guy you think is kind of cool that you like around here, not at school or anything like that? He ducked his head further. He thought about it. Like, oh. Derek raised an eyebrow. He didn't look at all convinced. I can't tell whether you're kidding around or being serious. I really didn't think you with Cope. I've done like nothing but flirt with him all summer long. His mom fucking ships it, dude. Like, what? Derek started to mumble to himself, sounding very confused. Maybe they didn't really get my question? So Derek pulled himself together, somewhat meekly. He looked at you while he tried to project his confidence. His posture was too tight for you to believe it. He was nervous.
Right.
You know, thinking in noise. I'm gonna make pierogi when I'm done with this. You know, thinking ahead in everything is important. You gotta get yourself a game plan and all. It's good to make plans, especially backup plans. He babbled, all full of energy and forced gusto. Well, anyways, I heard about this thing where people make pacts together with their good friends. Okay. With their good friends that if they don't find anyone else, then they get together, like they get married and stuff. So I was thinking, since it's good to have plans, it might be cool if we did something like that. His eyes widened and he just started to make frantic hand gestures. Just, you know, and then we'd never have to worry about the future or finding someone. We can set it like a whole decade in the future, forever from now. We'd have graduated high school and probably college too. We'd have jobs and be really grown up. I mean, we'd probably have our own places and maybe our own pets and student loans and cars. Derek babbled for a while more. It was as if all the words he held in silence during your walk had burst out. had burst out now, all at once. I can... You forgot about the Phoebe and Jason. Fair enough, fair enough. I can definitely see how you would like Derek. Derek has not done anything for me to dislike him. It's just that this is literally only our second interaction because I don't own any of the DLC. But I can definitely see Derek being a romanceable option if I owned the DLC. He's cute. Like he's little, like I said, he's the goblin of the group. He's the little creature that we keep on the leash. But I'm so attached to Cove that, like, it's also kind of hard for me to imagine being with somebody else. I mean, maybe if I had the DLC, then I'd be able to see it more. I'm so attached to Cove right now. Xiao, what do you think? Do you like me? Of course I like you, but it's not... He had to pause, desperate to find a way to explain himself. Well, you don't have to think about that kind of thing right now. It's better to worry about all that later, when we're grown up. That's why it's a good idea to have a plan, you know? Well, honestly, I think you and me would work out for the best for that.
So...
I'll think about it. It's kind of a big decision for just being put on the spot. Yeah, sure, don't worry about it. It was just an idea. Thanks for hearing me out and answering my questions and stuff. You felt a little worried that Derek wasn't happy when he saw your face. When he saw your face, he smiled
It's
encouragingly. I promise I'm not mad. I was just wondering. I'm sure things will be okay in the future, no matter what. You just nodded. I can't believe he didn't fucking believe me when I said I liked Cove. Like, dude, what are you on about? What do you mean? Like, everything he does, I'm just, like, smiling like an idiot. I love Cove so much. You didn't spend much longer at the park after that. Derek didn't want to miss his dad, so you both made your way back to your street. After Derek went back home, you decided to settle in for the night. Stretching your arms over your head, you noticed that the living room and the phone were free. Call Lee. Yeah, we'll call Lee. Last day of summer, let's go ahead and give her a call. You picked up the receiver and quickly punched in the familiar number while going to take a seat on the couch. Soon enough, after explaining the situation to the housekeeper, Lee answered— Housekeeper? My god! Okay.
Hey!
Hi, Lee. Can we talk? Definitely. We practically have to. My gosh, can you believe it's almost time for school to start? What happened to our summer? School starts first thing tomorrow for me.
Boo.
Ew, and I thought starting next week was bad enough. Enjoy your last week. Oh, I will. I hope you'll survive your first day. Me too. I need a good year. Ditto. Lee also gives goblin vibes. She is also the creature that needs to be kept on the leash. At least summer was nice while it lasted, right? We were busy. Yeah. Fondly, you thought about all the best memories you made this summer. Lee was there for some, but there were still many you hadn't filled her in on yet. Began to speak about that time you went to that incredibly hot afternoon. I don't know, we were with Cove for like almost all of these, so it's like I could just go with any of them, but we'll think about the road trip. We're on a vacation. Cove's parents ended up inviting my whole family on an RV road trip. Oh, that's awesome. It was a 3-day trip and we visited the Redwood National Forest. Lucky. Cove snuck up into the loft where I was staying. Cove did a Wait, start at the beginning. It took a while until you stopped laughing from Lee's reaction long enough to tell her every detail of the story. She excitedly squealed more than once. Oh my god, she ships it. She ships it! Lee ships it! I can't believe you have been holding out on me with such a juicy story. Nothing really happened. Keep telling yourself that. You have to keep me updated on what happens next. It was hard to focus on what she was saying. Your face was probably red right now, just thinking about what happened. Let's talk about her. What was your big highlight of the summer, Lee? Talking to you is always the best part of my summer. Even though it was a phone call, you knew that Lee was winking at you. Alright, so a high point for me was when I took that trip with my parents to Europe! Girl! Oh my god, she is rich. That was amazing. You and Lee continued to go over your adventures until you both were yawning to each other over the phone. At that, you decided it was time to say goodbye for now. You did have school to wake up for in the morning. I'm very excited to see, like, the young adult section of our life, especially if everybody is still there. I can only imagine, like, how fucking pretty everybody is gonna be when they grow up. I know what Derek looks like when we grow up. I kind of got spoiled on that accidentally, but, like, Lee, I think, is gonna be absolutely fucking gorgeous with how adorable she is now. I think she's gonna be gorgeous when she grows up, and same with Elizabeth. Cove is also probably gonna be very pretty. And I think that the parents are just gonna keep on getting hotter and hotter. And I'm mad about it. After that, you decided it was time to say goodbye for now. You did have school to wake up for in the morning. Bye, Lee. Night, Fairy. Talk to you later. You left the phone on the side table for now. Looking at the clock on the wall, you saw that there was only about 10 minutes until your moms would be insisting you had to go to bed so you could be rested enough for school. You stretched your legs out on the couch and sighed in defeat, watching the minute hand change 1 minute closer to bedtime. You rearranged yourself, feeling restless, and looked out the window. Startled initially, you spotted a figure out in the hills. It was Cove! When the surprise faded, you realized it wasn't that much of a shock at all. It was exactly something Cove would do. Strolling casually, you went out the front door. When you arrived, you noticed how many fireflies were out that night. They drifted along lazily, barely minding your presence as you waded through to reach the top of the hill. Cove turned towards you as you approached, and you noticed right away that Cove looked happy to see you. Hey, you had a bounce in your step. You weren't sure how long you'd get before your moms roped you back inside for bed. Hey, what are you doing out here? Nothing. Not really. He shrugged, seeming unhappy with his own answer. You stared at him, waiting for him to continue. Well, I guess I was feeling kind of weird about stuff, so I'm getting some fresh air before bed. I know how you feel. It's hard to stay still. Tomorrow is going to be the start of a new year. Mention of school, a small noise escaped him. Cove let himself fall back onto his butt and then all the way down, so he was laying on his back. He looked up at the sky. I'm gonna sit on his chest! He made himself a pretty available seat with the way he was laid out. You plopped yourself square in the middle of his torso. Fairy! He jolted up in surprise, though couldn't get far with you on top of him. He plopped right back into the grass. With a huff, he just gave up on being shocked. Fine. You snickered in a self-satisfied way. He had been lost in thought, or was possibly waiting for you to situate yourself, but he started speaking unprompted again. Thanks for telling me about my dad, and the money he offered you to be my friend. This was probably the last thing you were expecting out of him. Cove seemed to pick up on that and stretched his arms out wide in front of him. This is where we met, remember? It happened that day. You could recall that sad little boy with a pink cast who you found in this very spot. Felt like a lifetime ago. Kind of a strange feeling looking at you, not in a bad way, just thinking about you then and really seeing you now. It's something. It's almost unbelievable how much of an impact he made on your life just by moving in next door. You couldn't even imagine what your days might have looked like in a world where you hadn't met him. Cove glanced back at you, waiting for a response, and you had no idea what to say. Cove just stared at you unblinkingly. Oh, well, what about that blink? He blinked again! What? It's you. Huh? He snickered before answering. He looked thoroughly amused with your reaction. My fucking Fitbit is sending me notifications that it's almost bedtime. I'm like, dude, I know it's 2 a.m., but I'm fucking starving. He looked thoroughly amused with your reaction. That's what you do all the time, so I'm being you. You do that all the time too, do I? Yeah? Cove couldn't help but grin at that. Honestly, there weren't many people you could think of who could tease you about something like that. Returning his smile, you realized there was no denying that you two have been around each other for a long time. Cove broke the quiet before it could fully settle. Hey, I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, see you then. This entire conversation is still happening while I'm just sitting on his chest, by the way. I refuse to believe otherwise. The final wave, Cove headed for home, but you stayed there a few minutes longer. Your mind kept going back to a simple statement. See you tomorrow. No matter how much was changing around you, there were some things in your life that always seemed to remain true. The hills felt warm to you that night. Before you knew it, you were getting comfortable under the covers in your room. Your mind couldn't help but still be buzzing with thoughts about the future. You felt excited. There was little doubt in your mind that things were moving forward, and you couldn't wait to find out what changes were waiting for you on the horizon. Slowly, your eyes grew heavy as you drifted off to sleep, your mind spinning with wishful thoughts. No matter what happened next, you could only hope that you would make the most of it. You were ensnared in a dream when a noise from the outside world jostled you. The light clatter continued. Now that you were more alert, you could distinguish it as a tapping sound. Quiet, slow, but persistent. Come on, we know exactly what this is. We know exactly what this is. Each beat was like being poked. You couldn't ignore it. You lifted your head from the pillow and looked for the source. Not much work was needed to puzzle it out. It was from the window. With that, you knew exactly what it was. From the color of the light filtering into your room, it was too early for anyone to be awake, including the sun. It barely hauled itself over the horizon, but that didn't stop some people, it seemed. You sat up in bed and opened the window wide. What time do you fucking go to school? Because, like, I would get up at 6 a.m. and the sun would very rarely be risen, you know? So, like, what fucking time do you go to school? Sat up in bed and opened the window wide. Cool air, not yet warmed by the day, tickled your face as it pushed into your room. Freaks you have abs in 5 minutes. And, just as you'd expected, there was your neighbor crouching on your windowsill. He was fully dressed, though, not for school. So wearing a wetsuit and a fond smile. Hi, Fairy. You stared back, blinking. So technically we won't be back to school for a few more hours. His voice was delicate yet deliberate, each word a careful explanation. Classes haven't actually started yet, so do you want to hit the beach with me one more time this summer? Oh, you're so cute. His smile widened affectionately. You rushed to get changed into something suitable while Cove climbed back down to ground level. Your limbs, still half asleep, struggled somewhat as you attempted to coordinate them into a swimsuit, but you got there in the end. Soon you were tiptoeing out of your front door, clutching a towel. Cove was already there to greet you. Your eyes met, Cove's gaze darted to your destination and back to you. You checked the door was closed, gave him a thumbs up, and the two of you leapt into action. Wordlessly, you began to run down the familiar path ahead, Cove beside you. The thrill of your illicit outing made you want to laugh. Not that you dared. If anyone in your family looked out and saw you, then your summer would be back to being over. One glance at Cove told you he was exactly the same, holding back snickers for fear of being heard and caught. The towel streamed out from under your arm like a cape. You were running so fast downhill that simply keeping your balance and tumbling down was a real threat. There just wasn't enough of one to make you slow your pace. For every step you took, the beach was a little closer and the day a little brighter. What lay ahead for you would arrive, and you were both happy to meet it. That was adolescence. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and customize my character and my Cove, and then I'm gonna go ahead and call it for the day. Alright, we can turn off the acne. We'll be nice to ourselves and turn off the acne. Get myself another scar here. Take off the braces. No more braces. Sure, we'll wear a ring. Oh my god, wait. Okay, obviously I'm not gonna wear one, but that's awesome. That's awesome that you can wear a headscarf. Yeah, do kids... I don't know if kids really need to wear headscarves. Okay, long... Wait, I can have a nose ring. Oh, fuck yeah. Nose ring. We'll just go with the silver. Okay, nail color... Come on, hit me up with that black. Alright. There's my me. I'm fucking in love with this man. Honestly, I am fucking in love with this man. I'm gonna stay relaxed. I still feel relaxed around him. Alright, let's see. Ooh, okay. Okay, this one is the fluffiest, so we'll go with this one. Wait, hold on, I can't see his ears. Okay, I guess earrings don't matter if I can't see his ears. Oh my god, is this his PJs? He looks like a bird, a pretty, pretty bird. Formal? Formal? I like warm coat. Since you're romantically interested in Cove and are old enough to start being physically affectionate more seriously, you can choose what initiative level he has throughout this step. Making sure the player experiences what they want is important in our life, but always putting your choice first can potentially make a relationship feel one-sided. So we've added some flexibility in how it works out. Low initiative means that Cove will occasionally ask to touch the MC, and in those situations there will always be an opportunity to say yes or no. For example, he won't simply lean over and kiss the MC as a greeting or in an emotional moment. Every piece of physical interaction will either be initiated or approved by the player before it happens. Okay, that's cool. Middle initiative means that there will be those certain times when Cove requests to touch the MC, many chances to initiate affection on your own, and also he will pretty regularly give you affection automatically. One example would be giving the MC a kiss because he's happy or emotional or something else. And in other situations, you can choose not to make the first move in order to give Cove the space to be the one to act afterwards. Overall, the love interest can get romantic, but the player's agency will take priority. High initiative includes everything Middle does, but it also means that player agency will be reduced to a degree in favor of having Cove give physical affection even more frequently and with less prompting. Okay, I think I'm gonna go for the middle. I think instead of all the major affection giving situations being led by a choice menu for you to decide on, some will instead be replaced by Cove acting automatically. Oh, okay. This level is only recommended if you're comfortable with physical affection and would prefer to simply see it happen rather than always holding the reins on it. However, this level is mostly relevant if Cove ends up as your official boyfriend at some point. Situations where high-level initiative makes a difference tend to come up in scenes that are exclusive to being in a relationship. The parts that are also included in the middle initiative, which will be seen whether the parts that are also included in the middle initiative, which will be seen whether you're dating or not. Once you pick your level, it can't be changed partway through a step. The choice only comes up at the very beginning of a story selection. We hope you enjoy whichever initiative option you decide on. Okay, we'll go for middle initiative then. I'm just gonna go ahead and save here. And then go ahead and just quit. Let's not get into any of this, because that's kind of long. We learned last time that section is just, like, a little bit long. Yeah, I don't know how getting into a relationship with him is actually, like, gonna work, so we'll figure that out next time, most likely Saturday, because I need to give my throat a fucking break from that much talking. Like, I don't mind talking, obviously, like, I can sit down and I can talk for however many hours. It's the problem of this being a visual novel means that I have to read so much, which means that it is just non-stop of me talking, and that hurts. That hurts. So, I might start doing, like, vocal warm-ups or something before stream. Fucking look up what my
like remember what my choir warm-ups were. But yes, at any rate, we'll probably be playing. I don't usually talk on my days off, so then like stream days, I'm like, I think it is also the issue of I talk like from my throat. I did go for a long time. I'm really enjoying this. This is really good. I would highly recommend this if like games like this are your style. Again, this game is free. Like the base game is. Everything that you're seeing me do is all free. Yeah, it's on Steam. It might be on like Epic Games or something. If I would highly recommend this. You go through and you go play this, and you make your own choices and everything. This is an amazing game. I can see why it is so highly rated. But yes, we will definitely continue this, and we will definitely finish that this month, just not next time. But yeah, at any rate, fellas, I'm gonna go ahead and go because it is past 2 a.m. I am very hungry. So yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. This was wonderful. And as always, until next time, you guys know the drill. Stay fruity. Good night and good luck, and I will see you guys later. Thank you. Okay. Bye, everyone. Bye-bye.